Hello everybody and welcome to day 3 of the Shurima Cup. My name is Gangly. I'm going to be your host for the weekend. Lucky for you, I'm not alone. I'm joined by my two good friends Casanova and Crowan. Cass, how you doing?
I am feeling great. I'm excited to talk about my favorite game with my favorite people. I got Crowan and Gangly here. And I mean, look, I'm glad to be back. Freljord Cup was awesome. Shurima Cup, I am even more excited for. I think there's, even more variety with the legends, and I think that the meta is even a little bit more diverse than it was last time.
Yeah, definitely. Also excited to be here back on the desk with you both as we kicked off Runeterra Reforged just a little bit ago with the Freljord Cup, but now back with Shurima Cup. It's going to be even better, I hope.
Yeah, I think it's poetic in a sense that the three of us are starting off the day, right? Going into the Freljord Cup, we spoke at length throughout the weekend about how one of the main storylines of that tournament was that we were really getting to see the new guard that kind of rose up in set 8, your Weijin Iversons, your Bosso skills, your replays, up against the returning old guard cast, right? You're talking about your Milk and your Pokegons coming back after a break, and it wouldn't surprise me if we see a continuation of that going into this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, the definitive answer after Freljord was that it was the old guard, right? When we look at the top 4, when we were talking to Kurum, that was all part of his study group, right? Kurum, Robin, Dish Soap, DQA were our top 4, but they were also joined by Solus and Broccoli. And there's another study group that was Soju, Prestivant, Milk, Setsuko, and Kiyun. And all of those 11 players from those two study groups were in the top 24. 8 of them were in the top 16. They made up half of those two lobbies, and then 5 of them still continued on to the top 8. So more than half of our final lobby was from 2 study groups total out of all of the players out there, which is an insane amount of dominance coming from these 2 groups. And if they can continue that in Shurima Cup, they seem to have found the sauce for set 9.
Yeah, we got to see exactly, Old Guard's got 1 point on the board right now, but I think it's worth pointing out, Crowan. So we're talking about these study groups, right? You talk about these players who are preparing together, who are learning the meta together, who are sharing ideas about the game. But one of the most fascinating things about TFT is even when you are prepared in the same way, player agency plays a huge role in the game. And even within those study groups, we still see players taking a different approach to the game.
Yeah, that's a great point to really hone in on the value of a study group. There is a huge difference between being a solo player, jamming your ladder games, trying to figure out all these different approaches, different meta lines on your own. Even watching player VODs, right? You don't get the perspective of them being there in the call with you, a whole group of people, all the smart minds, because oftentimes there are meta lines that stand out as, the best in TFT, especially remembering back to the Azir Lux, Kai Siaso meta. Those were the 2 comps. But some of the more impressive games were people finding success without playing those comps. When you have all those minds together, it's a lot easier to be like, okay, let's take this player who's, going to be prioritizing AP a lot. They're just an AP player, or this is an AD player, or this is a high tempo player, or a reroll player, and so on and so forth. And having all of that knowledge at the top level all being shared around is just so important. There's even a little story floating around about Dissoap sending Solus on little missions like, hey, go test this strat, and he goes jams a bunch of games, comes back, and they're able to break it down together and find exactly how to approach that most effectively in the meta. And it's just, Cass said it best, the study groups, they prove that they are very good, especially when you get 4 players in the same study group on top.
All right, well, we got to see how Mob Boss Dish Soap and his little minions do on the weekend. But we got plenty of time to talk about all that. Cass, Crowan, I'm going to let you two go for now because we got lots to talk about. So I'll see you both in a little bit. But for right now, let's talk about what these players are playing for on the weekend, starting with the prize pool. Now, these players are competing for their share of $12,500 on the weekend. And we're paying out positions 1 all the way down to 12th place. Now, even more valuable though than this money is that the top 4 players are going to get an automatic invitation straight to the Runeterra Reforged Mid-Set Finale, where they will compete ultimately for a spot at the regional finals, but even 1 spot at the World Championship. Now, also worth it to keep in mind that every single placement on the day also earns players qualifier points. So you can win an automatic invitation for the mid-set finale, but also all these players are playing for qualifier points to get them further in the competitive circuit. Now, let's look at how the games on the day are actually going to go as we look at the format. Now, last weekend, we had 128 players competing over the course of 2 days, and we whittled that field down to 32 players who are ultimately meeting 32 players this weekend, 20 24 of which have come from the North American solo queue ladder, 8 of which have qualified from the Freljord Cup and earned an automatic spot into the second weekend of play. Today, we're going to be competing in 6 games with the lobbies reshuffled every 2 games, and at the end of the day, at the end of 6 games, the top 32 will move on to day 4. But it's important to note that every placement, even in that top 32, counts because bonus points are awarded for the top 12 placements on the day, ranging from 1 all the way up to 3 bonus points. And we have seen in so many tournaments at this point in competitive TFT that giving yourself an edge through the use of bonus points can be what makes or breaks your final day run. Now, speaking of the competition and the players that we're going to be seeing, we have quite an incredible privilege right now, actually, where we have the opportunity to sit down with the winner of the Freljord Cup. It's Liquid Kurum X. Kurum, thanks so much for joining. How you doing?
Yo, what's up? I'm good.
All right, man. So we've got a couple minutes just to talk to you a little bit about how you're feeling about this weekend. We'll talk about a lot of things, but I wanted to take a step back first before we go too far and kind of talk a little bit about your legacy. You know, you're one of the veterans in the scene, right? You came up in that like set 1, set 2 era, and at once upon a time you were literally the biggest name in TFT. I'm curious to know, from your perception, how do you feel the scene has changed since really coming up in 2019?
I mean, it's changed a lot. There's way more players. Everyone's way better at the game. You have to put in way more effort if you want to stay at the top. If you want to stay competitive. I mean, no one's really at the top, but like, you know, if you want to stay competitive, then you have to put in way more effort. So,
you know, at the end of 2019, you were a part of this wave of players who were getting signed by professional orgs, Team Liquid being the team that you were on then and still on today. And I'm curious to know, just because it was such a sudden thing that happened when TFT launched and blew up, how did getting signed to Liquid change the trajectory of your life?
I mean, getting signed to Liquid was like the one. I guess it's like the thing that told me that, like, you know, that maybe I could, you know, just do this as like my main thing, and it's like, yeah, just I stopped. You know, I put my classes on hold for a while, and I just decided to, like, you know, go all in with TFT and just try to make it. Try to see if I could, you know, make it a living. Like a stable living for myself and stuff like that. So
now, you know, fast forward to today, you're one of the most decorated players in TFT, right? You're one of the few players in North America who can actually say that you've won multiple events, right? The first of which coming in set 4, the regional finals, and then obviously the Freljord Cup just last weekend. Something that always stands out to me, though, is that I personally feel like despite all of the accomplishments that you've been able to garner, you still tend to feel like an underrated player. Do you feel this way? And if so, why?
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't think I don't feel underrated. It's more like, like sometimes, like I feel like I don't grind TFT, like, you know, as much as I should. And like maybe, like, you know, I'll just disappear for, like, you know, a fucking week or 2 or something, and then like people will just like forget about me and shit. And it's like, I don't know, like sometimes I'll struggle with like motivation and stuff. But then like when I'm fucking on, when I'm on, like I'm really on. Like when I'm motivated, I'm like really like I feel like I'm the best. I feel like I'm the best in like all, like the entire game. But like when I'm not motivated, I feel like I'm pretty average. I'm pretty mediocre. So like, I don't know. I've gone through a lot of swings playing this game for like 4 years straight, and like, yeah, I don't know. It kind of just depends on like which version of me shows up, like the like the Giga Chat version or the, you know, like the whatever, like kind of lazy version. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, you know, a way that I know I personally have talked about you in the past is that you seem to be one of those players that when your back is up against the wall, you kind of turn on the jets, right? Like you're one of the few players. Robin Songs is the only player to have more final day appearances in the regional finals than you, right? You are in that highest echelon of players who really can't be caught at this point in time. So I'm curious to know, obviously being such a competitive and consistent player, how do you find your edge on the field?
How do I find my edge? I mean,
or maybe this.
the number one thing. Oh, okay, go for it.
No, go for it. I was just going to ask, maybe a better question is what do you think you're better at than the average player you compete against in these tournaments?
Oh, what do I think I'm better at? I think I'm better at I mean, I've always had like a pretty like straightforward playstyle. I'm not a very flashy player. I don't go for like 1 HP winouts a lot of the time. You know, even in Freljord Cup, I won by like a pretty large gap, 4 points. But like the way that I won, I think I got like 1 first the entire tournament. Like the way that I won was just not going bot 4. So like if there's like, you know, if there's one thing that like I would have to say that like I'm good at, it's just making strong boards and just playing the game like the way that I think the game should be played, and just like believing in myself, and you know, not going for like high variance like lines, like just going for like something stable, and just, you know, just playing for the highest placement that I think I possibly can, like from my spot, like depending on what happens inside the game. So yeah.
At this point in time, you are, to many people, one of the main characters of TFT. You're one of the people that if anyone has to put money on who they're going to see at the finish line, you are one of those players that people really do see. And I have to ask, you know, as someone who is such a big part in this great big story of the game, there will come a time one day where you hang up your hat, where you take a step back from TFT. And I'm curious just to know, on the legacy side, how do you want to be remembered when all is said and done?
Oh, I mean, I have taken a break from TFT before. I think back in like set 6, like the end of set 6, I took a break. You know, I was feeling super burnt out on the game, and I mean, I think I'll probably end up going through like phases where like, you know, I feel burnt out again or whatever. But like right now, I feel super motivated, and I really have been enjoying TFT a lot lately. So I don't know, like how I want to be remembered. I just want to be remembered as someone that, like, even, you know, from set 1, all these new players joining the game, you know, you got people, you know, no one even heard of Dish Up until set 6, you know, no one even heard of Setsuko until set 6. We have Weijin, you know, we have like such good players like in NA. Like I think NA is the strongest region, so, you know, we have such good players like always coming up, and, you know, there's a lot of people that have come in and out, like people that have popped off one set and just kind of disappeared in the next set, and stuff like that. But I just want to be remembered as someone that like consistently is like either at the top or near the top. And I mean, that's all I care about in any game I play. Like, I just want to be competitive. I just want to be like, if I'm not at the top, like I want to strive for the top. The goal that I want to accomplish before I quit TFT is to win Worlds. And that's like the one thing that I feel like I haven't accomplished yet, that I really want to accomplish. But yeah, I just want to be remembered as someone that's like always at the top, pretty much.
All right, Kurum, I know you've got games to play today. I don't want to take any more time away from your focus and your preparation, but thank you for joining us just for a couple of minutes. Is there any last words before you go?
No, I don't think so.
All right, well then,
all I'm doing is thinking about this tournament right now. So if my answers aren't like, you know, that interesting or good, my bad. But like all I'm thinking about this tournament. So.
All right, well, you got 6 games to play on the day, so good luck, Kurum. Rooting for you. Can't wait to see how it all turns up. And with that, I'm going to bring back Casanova and Crowan as we start to kick off the 3rd day of the Shurima Cup, the first weekend of the broadcast. Cass, Crowan, welcome back. Now, Cass, something I think is worth talking about as we start to really open up what the day is going to look like is to first take a step back and look at the Freljord Cup and the meta that we saw. We saw a lot of 3-cost reroll. We saw a lot of the Ionia, the Challengers. Now, it's been quite a while since then, and now we're here. So I'm curious to know, as we bring up the first weekend stats of what compositions were played, how you feel the meta has shifted since the Freljord Cup.
Well, so one of the big things in Freljord was just the popularity of rerolls in general. I think rerolls were incredibly good, and yes, there were, you know, a couple of 4-cost compositions that could still be played with the, you know, the Kaiser Yasuo, the Azir Lux, but for the most part, we saw a lot of different rerolls, like Sean being incredibly popular. But when we come here, rerolls are still here. They still exist. They're still good. As you can see, Noxus at the bottom there. But it is the big return of Zeri, and in part of that, Urgot, right? Because we see Aphelios is also a popular comp. You look for the Urgot, you flex to whichever 4 cost you can hit. Zeri's the one that you prefer because she's back on top. Start of set 9, she was the queen of the 4 costs. She's got her crown back here in 13.15. So that is kind of one of the biggest things we're looking at. But Azir completely missing, even though the meta is pretty diverse. And when I say missing, it's not that you can't play Azir. It's just he's kind of your 5th or 6th down the line. Like, okay, I guess I'll play Azir kind of situation.
Now, Crowan, obviously you were a part of that on that first Freljord Cup event as well, and something that I think stands out to me when I look at these meta compositions is that we do see some reroll in the top 5, right? We see this 6 Noxus reroll, but something that stands out a little bit more prominently now is not the 6 Noxus Darius Cat reroll, but actually the 1 cost variation with the rise of Samira.
Yeah, the Samira composition is going to be one of the ones that we see for the reroll aspect, and it's going to be something that people even go in the early game as well if they're not going for the Noxus reroll kind of variant as well. Just a Samira 2 blue buff does stabilize you, but especially with the popularity of Ornn, get a Trickster's Glass, be able to put that in Samira, it's going to be so powerful. I did also want to hone in for a second on the Kai'Sa Yasuo kind of stats there, because as Cass mentioned, it was a comp that was so dominant in the Freljord Cup. Everyone knows how to play it as well, but the fact that it has a sub 50% top 4 rate and a sub 5% win rate is super interesting, but it's still just so popular, right? And especially we see Zeri being 1.7 popularity. Aphelios going to be one of the ones that's right there among the 4 cost rerolls. But if you don't get those compositions, you have to rely on the Kai'Sa Yasuo flex, or as well the Sorks with the Lux Ahri, but they're just not going to be doing as well on average.
Yeah, I think it's worth noting too, these Kai'Sa Yasuo lines oftentimes can tend to be a bit of a fallback because you do have 2 very flexible item holders in the Yasuo and Kai'Sa, where if you don't really have if you don't have a backup plan on your level 7, you fall into these units. Sometimes we get to see those played, and sometimes I think it may make up for the fact that you see this lower top 4 rate because it's not always played from the most optimal position. Now, we've got 6 games on the day, and we have the lobbies ready for the first 2 games on the day. So let's first take a look at the first 4 lobbies A through D. Now, Cass, there's 2 lobbies in particular that really stand out to me. It's lobby B and lobby D. What stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, lobby B for sure stands out, particularly for me, as a caster. Whenever we get to see a peer competing in the tournament, it's always great. So seeing Esports Slaw there, that's Bryce Plum. He's been on the broadcast plenty of times. You all know him, you all love him. And he's actually made it to day 3 of both tournaments so far. He made it day 3 in Freljord, where he played really well in day 1 and 2. But with the patch shift, he came into day 3 saying he thought he was terrible. He thought he was not good on that patch at all. He was good on the patch on day 1 and 2, not 3 and 4. And the result did reflect that. He finished 55th. But coming into Shurima, he feels very good on this patch. He actually feels confident that he can compete. He can make it to day 4. He can potentially even make final lobby. He even said that he thinks he has some edge over some of the top players in certain lines, in certain spots. And Bryce is not one to, spout all that without truly feeling it. If he thought he was bad, he would say it. So the fact that he's coming in with confidence is really exciting for me because I'd love to see him succeed. And he's going to have to prove himself in this lobby, right? Broccoli, we talked about him being in that study group with Dish Soap, being very good. And he's alongside Weijin as well. So there's a lot of scary people in that lobby that he's going to have to play against.
Now, looking at the back half of these lobbies, Crow, and there's a lobby I really want to talk about because Lobby G has a few players in particular that we have not gotten to see on the broadcast in set 9.
Oh yeah, a couple of those, especially being Sox and Replay, newly signed Team Liquid Replay world champion, but having a bit of a poor performance, I'll say, in the Freljord Cup. So really, all eyes are going to be on him to see what he can do here. Sox as well did not compete for having to unfortunately miss the Freljord Cup, had other obligations. But now for Shurima Cup, we get to see what tournament form Sox is in, and it's especially interesting if we look at that kind of old guard versus new guard conversation. That's exactly what that lobby is going to feature, especially with players like Unwolf, who won the Set 8 LCQ. Groxy started having some success in Set 8 as well. That lobby is definitely going to be that battle.
Now, we are going to be kicking it off with Lobby D for the first game of the day. And Cass, when I look at this, all I can see is firepower. You've got Liquid Kurum X from obviously the Freljord Cup winner. We just talked to him. But also, we've got some set 7 killers in Rainplosion and Amdi as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, these two were kind of in contention for player of the set in set 7. Rain winning Jade Cup, Amdi winning the MSF, getting that instant qualification to Worlds. But then when it came to 7.5, Amdi fell off a little bit. He took a little bit of a break because he already had Worlds locked in, while Rain continued to be incredibly strong. And then at regionals, right, Rain able to make it to Worlds with Soju and Kyvix. They all go, and Rain was the one who made it all the way to the final lobby, kind of earning that title of player of the set in set 7 for a lot of North American players. And so I'm excited to see Rain come back, because both Rain and Amdi had very quiet set 8s. So these are two players that we know can have very high highs, but will they have it here in set 9? They're joining alongside Deepay, who was a big standout in set 8 when he started going full time. And he, was topping day 1s, day 2s, or day 3s, I guess, of tournaments before going into day 4. He didn't quite find his win, but he was incredibly strong throughout the entire circuit in set 8. So someone to look out for. And then for me, Joe Bookmark, another player in this lobby that is coming up as far as ladder is concerned. He did skip out Freljord Cup, but he has been earning the respect of a lot of players in the scene, and I think he's someone to just kind of have eyes on.
Yeah, Crowan, speaking of Joe Bookmark, there's something I want to call back to with the Freljord Cup, was that we saw Spicy Appies be one of the few pioneers of the Ezreal legend, right? And I think what Spicy Appies was for Ezreal is what Joe Bookmark is for this Caitlyn legend, right? And I think it speaks to the diversity we do see with legends sometimes.
Oh, 100%. And even the stats from days 1 and 2 of the Shurima Cup, Caitlyn is really, really good. I think the average is like 4.11 for Caitlyn. Played 36 games. Yeah, so that's going to be, I guess, I know you
I do have to say, the person who was number 1 in day 2, day 1, 2, Sub-Zero arc, also a Caitlyn player. So it does skew the stats quite a bit because he was doing so well, but also Caitlyn's good, right? So there's the trade-off, right? But of course the stats are going to look a little better than they are.
All right, well, we'll see how Caitlyn performs in game number 1 of the Shurima Cup. Cass, Crowan, I'll leave it to you.
All right, thank you, Gangly Crone. We're going to jump in and let's see what portals, Dreaming Pool, Hearthhome, Yordo portals as the options. We've got people on all of them. So, Will Salmon, where are we going to go?
I think this is at least from what we've cast, the most even spread of 3 portals.
Hearthhome.
It is going to be Hearthhome, though. Deepay, the winner on that one. Deepay, one of the players that we were talking about just a little bit ago, right? Had a set 8 breakout. Very good on ladder, but now is taking TFT very, very seriously. Expect to see some good stuff from him coming out in set 9, just because set 8 he was so good, and he's still continuing with, I think, that same drive and same passion.
Okay, so now I get to talk about it. We've been, backstage, I've been ranting about Caitlyn for a while, but we look at the side, we've got the legends shown, so, huge shout outs to production for getting this up for us. There's 7 Orns and 1 Caitlyn. It is Joe Bookmark. This is one of the big reasons I wanted to talk about this guy. He has kind of pioneered the Caitlyn legend quite a bit. One of the big things that you do is on 1-4, you'll pre-level, try and get to level 4, hope for the gold augment, play Stars Are Born, and then have options of good 2 costs and 1 cost to pick from. Use that to win streak through stage 2 into stage 3, basically as long as you can go, not being afraid to, quote unquote, bebe level up a little bit early off cycle. Because you get that extra gold and you can still make gold break points. And because Caitlyn is Joe Bookmark is the only Caitlyn in this lobby, it's better because he doesn't have to play against another Caitlyn doing the same thing and potentially run into them. So he does have a good chance to go for that streak. So I'm very excited to see that. This is something I've been watching a lot. I know sometimes people don't do the pre-level, but Joe Bookmark was the person I first saw doing it. So I'm looking forward to see if he continues to do that or if he decides to keep these very high value units instead.
All right, 100% expect to see that then. And that's going to be really huge as we get into Krugs, right? Checking back in on Joe Bookmark and say, oh, was he actually able to full win streak into Krugs? That's going to be a huge advantage in the lobby, as everyone else is not going to be as powerful on average, just because, if it is that gold augment with Stars Are Born, you get so much power. But if it is, oh, here we go.
He pre-leveled, you saw it, and he doesn't hit, though. This is prismatic. This is not what you want to see as Caitlyn, right? You do want the gold, which is the most common way that you will see it, right? Gold augments are the most common starts. So you do that pre-level, you look for Stars Are Born. The unfortunate thing is, now you've pre-leveled, but you can still get good shops here. One of the things that you like to keep is Piltover. We saw him holding on to that Orianna. What he can find, because he's pre-leveled, is a 3 cost like Echo, and there's still a chance that he could find Piltover, but he does go for Sorcerers instead, so looks like it will not be that case. He did have the Taric earlier, so this is just kind of the power of Caitlyn, what you can do, what options you have.
Yeah, and that's going to be fine, right? Say even in the Sorks line, if you get the 4-2 Caitlyn Augment, you get some free rerolls. We could be seeing something like a, Vel'Koz reroll come into play. Not that he has to go that line, right? It could just still have a powerful enough board to play just Sorks with a tempo line, find the Ahri, and cap out around that as well. But not the Caitlyn game that you are hoping to see, Cass,
nah,
unfortunately.
It's okay.
I'm sure we're going to get to see one later. It's fine, it's fine. We will indeed get one, as you see DPay on the other side of the board, playing Noxus, playing a Darius, and has Freaky Friday as well, so just jamming that Triforce on Darius. I think that's something that is very important to do, is you don't have to have perfect Darius items, just slam some decent things, and he's going to be able to have a lot of value. In the EMEA tournament just earlier today, I think one of the lobby winners was a Darius with like double Titans in a BT. Nothing bad, right? But not exactly that best in slot build, but still is going to be powerful enough just with the tempo of getting your early Noxus stats online and kind of running away with the lobby that way.
So Cronus, we see on the side of our screen here, the augments, there's a lot of direction immediately coming out of these prismatics, right? Slayer for Rain, she's in a position to go for that Zed, really great Zed items in a Slayer emblem. This is one of the spots where you can play that reroll Zed, and it's still quite strong. Whereas we also see, the farmer picking up Shadow Isles emblem. This is a comp that you really only want to play with an emblem, but it's really powerful. It caps out super high if you can get to 6 Shadow Isles. We also see Ionia for Kurum, and we see Bruiser for Chris. Jeez. Bruiser for Chris right now, which could be that Rek'Sai reroll. Generally, you do want to have a +1 to play that.
Yeah, definitely. Rain actually playing an intentionally weaker board, playing the Zed onto the bench that had the couple of items on it. But Rain looking for at least a Zed opener. I know it's a composition that can still be played, even though it isn't quite as dominant as, when everyone was, me Zed, slash Defin, and they're going for those lobby wins right there. But Rain going for a bit of a win streak, has 10 gold as well. And we didn't talk about it yet, but it is going to be Hearthome that you do get a radiant version of your item on 4-5. That's especially good for things like Infinity Edge as well. Going to be getting your carry a lot more powerful, be it a Darius, be it a Zed, and things like that. But Shadow Isles, I know this is a composition that you find very fascinating, Cass, the linear kind of Shadow Isles kind of line. And Farmer already has 4 Shadow Isles in the start of this game.
When I play Earth, this is one of the main ones I look for, right? I try and find that Shadow Isles emblem early on, and then you just play. You can tempo a lot if you find that early Callista. Just use that to get towards late game. Look for Senna, try and play for that 6 Shadow Isles. But realistically, it's just about hitting a Gwen, find the Gwen items, and then you can play either 3-star Callista, or you play around the Gwen, or you potentially play both. And generally, you want to put that Shadow Isles emblem on a Shen that can link up with the Bastion with your Maokai, and Shen utilizes that mana extremely well, being able to keep your team shielded consistently, which then, once you find that Senna, pairs up so well with the attack speed. So this is a really good line to play. Farmer in a decent spot so far. No insane items just yet, but overall the Archangels works pretty well because you do stack up for a long period of time. The fights tend to go along with all that shielding.
Yeah, definitely. Now we get a chance to see everybody's boards, kind of what they're working with here.
Love this
all of the items. I know, shout out to production, graphics, all of them, just getting everything that we need. Seeing the Rain Collision with the set, obviously, and seeing all the unit upgrades and why the farmer was able to get that early at least 3 win streak, largely off the back of the Warwick 2 with the Shadow Isles emblem. He's gonna be so tanky. You were just talking about it with the Archangels on the Callista as well. But there's a lot of people playing Samira's, right? Samira's gonna be that really key early unit, especially with the Trickster's Glass, like we talked about in that pre-show. Dank Memes 01 has it. But I also do want to, turn the attention to the right-hand side of the screen. We got some numbers floating out over there. Just want to explain them real quick. We got the gold, obviously the win streak. And then that third number, Cass, is going to be board value in terms of the gold cost. So we see players that have maybe a more expensive board, that 13, that 12 towards the top of the lobby, their boards are just going to be on average more powerful than those that say at the bottom.
Yep. And, you called out earlier Rain weakening her board. We saw a lot of these like 10s, 11s, and Rain's was at 4, right? Because she had taken out all of the powerful units. That's why that number was so low. And that's something we'll want to keep our eye on throughout the game, seeing if people are able to win streak or with, low value boards. I think that's a lot as far as just board efficiency and being able to build up a better economy that way. So you mentioned the Noxus, and I just wanted to call out just how contested it was. There was a couple players playing towards the Darius, but also towards the Samira, and the Trickster's Glass angle is probably the best spot for it that we saw outside of this Darius version. So we may see, as you talked about at the start, one reroll Samira, one kind of just traditional Darius Cat version, And I think that would be, those two players, right? It would be Dank Memes looking towards potentially the Samira, whereas I don't remember which board it was. Maybe you can remind me, Kron, of who had the Darius with the Trinity Force, but I think that's going to be the more traditional Noxus line.
Yeah, definitely more traditional. And Dank Memes even could just go for kind of a tempo style of play. This is a Gunblade and the Tricksters on the Samira. It doesn't have to live here forever, especially pushing levels. It's going to be less likely to reroll at that point. So it's just gonna be a good tempo board. We can flex into whatever with this composition. It's still, we can go AP, we can go AD. Gunblade, while it has kind of shifted away from AD users, it's still not a terrible item in a pinch. But yeah, we did just see that Deepay is the other Noxus player there. Wasn't able to full win streak, however, is gonna be on a 3 streak right now, hoping to make it 4. But Dank Memes is looking to make it a 5 for himself.
Yeah, it looks like he will be able to get it. Joe's board is very strong with the Sorcerers, but it just can't quite get through the Swain, and so we get to this, kind of end game of the 2 Samiras still being alive. They're able to take everything down. And Joe Bookmark on a 2 loss now. He had started with the win streak, but then started losing towards the end of that round, but still a very good economy in this spot. And Rain completes the full loss and finds Z2 plus 1 Z. This is a really good spot for the Z reroll. This is a terrifying position for everyone else with Rain. Here, as long as she can hit, right? I mean, she's got 4 already at Krugs.
Yeah, she's a little low HP, playing on 61, but that's fine. She intentionally wanted to go for 5 loss to get more economy, make it easier to find that Z early. And the most important items for the Z are kind of already there. Just wanting healing for the last one, but gets gold here to make 40. And Z2 in stage 3 is going to be pretty stable. Items are fantastic. We have Slayer Ionic Spark for the Katarina, just waiting until she comes through here. The items from Krugs are a little unfortunate, belt, bow, no components for the healing item, which Rain really would have wanted to see, because she's gonna have priority on the stage 3 carousel. But still, she's gonna be in a fine spot. Hopefully not take too many more losses, as 4 Slayer is online right now, and that gives that a lot of power with the extra damage.
Yeah, and I mean, even there's the potential with these items, if she finds something like Harm Assist or Vampiric on this 3-2 augment choice, she can actually just play a 3rd damage item with the Z because of the Omnivamp from Slayer plus the Omnivamp from the augment. You can get away with not running that extra healing item. Now, it's still generally preferable. You just want to make sure that every time the Z casts, he just kind of like heals back up to full. But it is just something to note that she's not necessarily locked into that if she's able to find a good augment selection here on 3-2.
Yeah, definitely. You do also, another argument for like Hodge specifically as one of the healing items. Crit, it gives a little bit of damage as well. Is going to be the crit, right? Even before the Ionia buff procs, you're going to have 100% crit there on the Z. But still, like you mentioned, not going to be 100% necessary. It is going to be just a silver augment coming through. However, Small Forge is going to be solid. Don't really need red buff, as the fights with Z are generally kind of fast, and Katarina will apply that burn. But social distancing army builder and on a roll. And it's going to be distancing actually with this. What do you make of that, Cuss?
So, I mean, distancing is good, right? You get the extra damage, but I was actually a little confused why not army building here, just going for the Z reroll, just making it so much easier to hit, right? You already have a duplicator, so getting 2 more small duplicators for your Z, just ensuring you're going to hit very early could be strong. And I mean, Rain looking to hit anyway, but if she had gone for that army building, she'd be 1 Z away.
Would be 1 set away, and could maybe, I mean, she's already rolling pretty deep anyway. Is not hitting. Roll to 0. That is rather aggressive, I think, for Rain already having that Z2 online. Rolling that deep, found a Katarina, found an upgrade onto Irelia, but really not much else. And it's going to be unlikely for her to even sell up to 10 here. Would have to win the round and get rid of the Darius as well, which she's not doing, unfortunately. Just taking a look at Deepay. The Noxus player, he's gonna have 3 items on that Darius. But yeah, Rain, I think from that roll down is in a pretty rough spot. 7 loss streak, 41 HP, 0 gold, and still 2 Zeds away.
Yeah, I'm curious. I wonder from Rain's perspective if she just felt like she was going to hit anyway, felt like she had enough gold to do so. Because I think generally for me, I probably would have just gone army building there. You already have Slayer Emblem, so you have a lot of damage coming through from that trait. And social distancing 1 is like, it's good, but you don't necessarily need just that 12%. I don't think it's going to make the difference, whereas just getting to 3-star Z early on and starting that win streak is much more important. So I'm curious to see if this will pay off for Rain, if that, caps a little bit higher, if she can find that Zed early enough, or if it's going to come back to bite her and she ends up losing way too much HP here in stage 3.
Yeah, definitely something to check back in on later and see kind of where she's at. But seeing the kind of dominance of DPay and Take Aim's this lobby right now, DPay did lose the 1 round, but the board is so powerful with 3 item Katarina and 3 item Darius. I really want to hone in on this because the stats for 6 Noxus Darius Cat reroll coming into week 2 is it was played 75 times and had a 66% top 4 rate, and a lot of that is off of the back of slamming a bunch of tempo items, right? You don't need perfect items for the Darius and Katarina. Freaky Friday are going to be very serviceable on both of those carries, providing a lot of good stats, providing those early wins. So DPay's percentage to top 4 this game is super likely, but now it's just a conversation of how far can he get. Can he contest the lobby win, climb for each more placements? But yeah, DPay almost looking like a lock for top 4 here.
Yeah, and it's contested Noxus with Dank Memes, who also has a good spot for it, but you have mentioned that Dank Memes could pivot out of this, and if it becomes uncontested, I do think that DPay has a really good chance at playing for that first place, especially if Rain can't find these Zeds and dies early enough, because Rain is also going to be contesting the Katarinas, a couple Dariuses as well, and that starts to hurt DPay's ability to fully cap out that board. I do think DPay is just, it's in that, 66% of the time looking at a top 4 spot, unless he gets incredibly unlucky throughout, stage 4, stage 5. But I think DPay has set himself up very well for success, exactly as you mentioned, with all that tempo that he's able to get from that Freaky Friday.
Definitely. And taking a look again on Rain's board, just kind of going back into the perspective of maybe why she wanted the social distancing instead, is because there's this positioning that you do with the Zed comp that you just frontline the 2 rogues. They're obviously going to get the aggro in the fight really quickly and jump to the back line. And they're going to be able to assassinate them super fast. You don't need all the other units up there in the front line. And so it gives a bit of extra board value, especially with how Zed has kind of fallen out of the meta. I think he might need some of that extra combat augment power to show up, but it's still unfortunately not enough here for Rain. 24 HP as we still have a round to go until Wolves, but AMD level 6 Heimerdinger triple Goldenator woked.
This Recon Bomb is crazy, actually, from AMD. Has the Ginsu Heimer with triple gold is so good, because Ginsu, the best Heimer item, just getting that attack speed, sharing it with the turret. And now with the Goldenator, he's going to be able to cap out so high, because he's just going to be able to farm gold pretty well here. And he's got 72 HP. He has time. He has time. He went to 7. This is such a cool spot.
What a way to start off the Shurima Cup with, Cass. This is the excitement that I needed to wake me up today. The board doesn't really have damage, and so unless the turret goes down, no, please, Zed, get off the turret.
Oh, no gold for him,
Zero gold. That is not what I wanted to see happen there, unfortunately, but it does give Rain her first win of the game.
Look at those HP bars. One more cast, and he might have hit like 3 things. You might have gotten 3 gold cash outs there. Oh man, that is insane.
At 4 gold per, that's so much econ. Oh, I missed out on. But maybe can farm some even in the neutrals as well, right? Heimer has the Rage Blade, so wanting to play around the early gold generation. This is a kind of board that if it does work out, if MT gets the front line a little bit tankier, farm some gold, can go 9 very fast, just cap out around legendaries, right? Already has the Ari, already has the Cassante as well, and the Edge of Night's gonna be able to allow him to kick units off. He needed to probably reposition that turret a little bit, because the wolves just jumped on it, so not quite the value we were hoping for AMD. The items lean more towards AD as well, so perhaps a Belveth in AMD's future. And now taking a look at Joe Bookmark, the Caitlyn player who has not picked either Caitlyn augment, but that is okay. We have the Sorix lane and some frontline upgrades that look very well for this composition.
Yeah, I want to take a sec to call back to the board value number that we've got on the right hand side, because right at Wolves there, what we could have noticed is that Rain at 24 HP had the 30 board value. This was at 26 earlier. Rain added a little bit of value, but Chris, who is also kind of our full loss streaker, had a board value of 16, and he still has 47 HP. So he's been able to preserve life with a very valuable board. And now he finally, rolls down very heavily. He's spiked his board value to 36, and he's going to look to start finding wins as we go into stage 4.
Yeah, definitely, and that's largely off the back of that Kai'Sa 2 that he found, playing the Rek'Sai carry, but Kai'Sa as the duo carry. This is a very, very strong composition, especially the items are very good here, but it's still just not enough to go through the 6 Sorks. Rek'Sai 3 going to be huge in the composition, but I don't think Chris has 6 Brawler in, or Bruiser in yet either. So going to go for that to the future. Another Sork crest. We could be going 8 Sorks.
Yeah.
Unless we get persuaded by something like Know Your Enemy. 3's a crowd, probably not going to be the pick there. Is considering it though, I suppose, because you do play a few 3 costs in this composition.
Yeah, I mean, he might feel that he just has the damage, right? He's going to play Vel'Koz and Sona, so being able to just at least have those 2 in there. Taric as well, right? You're actually playing 3 of them. That's actually a lot of HP. This is a comp that can heavily consider it. Maybe actually Sona won't get played because this is going to be the 6 sword, more vertical variant anyways. So goes for Know Your Enemy, just wants that more damage. Probably not looking to go 8, just wants not looking to go 8 Sorks, but wanting to play 6 Sorks variation. I wanted to call it quickly that, you know, the only other person who had a similar board value to Chris at the time was Joe Bookmark. So that was not the fight RNG that Chris wanted to run into. He wanted to look for pretty much anyone else he might have been stronger than Joe at that time, because Joe also went for a little bit of a roll down and found a lot of the comp that he wanted.
Definitely great positioning for Rain. As that gets into the backline, takes out the triple item Malzahar, but gets disarmed from the cast and then gets taken out in that time, so could not heal back up. The ultimate did not come out in time. Now can Katarina get the job done? One more cast. She does kill a lot of the board, but not all of it. Swain is far too tanky, and Rain's 2-win streak does get broken, and that's not what you want to see. That composition wants to rubber band very heavily from a loss streak into a full win streak, but Rain still knows Z3 and is just not quite there yet. Is rolling down every single turn as well. We see that gold number for Rain is going to be just 3, but she does hit, and look at that board strength value, 52 now in terms of the gold needed to comprise that whole board. Rain should be winning out from here, at least for a while.
Yeah, but still, this is, you know, level 6 on stage 4. You know, only 18 HP. You don't have the luxury of taking multiple losses, and someone like Amdi, I'm not sure where he's at now, but he has the potential to spike really high with that Heimer with the Goldenators. We look, there's a Lux 2 with some really good items. The board's not quite to the point where I would say it's scary, but it is, you know, kind of teetering on the edge of becoming a quite terrifying board, especially if Amdi keeps farming gold with this Heimer.
Yep. Oh, there we go. 8 gold farmed. Can we get more? Oh,
one more?
No, the kill steal.
Oh no, Lux is doing too much damage.
Yeah, maybe you want to leave that as Lux 1 just so you could, you know, farm more gold with the Heimer. No, but AMD rolled down a lot. I think it was near 0 gold to start that round, or at least a sub 10 gold. But with the Heimer able to again make that up and roll down pretty heavily to get an upgrade. That Lux 2 going to be doing a lot of work right now as we get into the stage 4 carousel. Get to see where everybody's at as well, right? The farmer who we saw with the early Shadow Isles has found an Aatrox. Would have loved that to be a Senna, but still rocking with 4 Shadow Isles until they're able to pick up a Senna and go for that 6.
Yeah, the Aatrox is really nice, though. You do want to be able to pair that with your Gwen, be able to get that extra Slayer in. And the fact that Farmer has found a Gwen is also quite big for that comp. Able to play the 4 challengers, playing around the Callista. We'll see if it ends up being a reroll Callista, because that is, you know, still a very strong variation of the Shadow Isles. You jump on with Dank Memes, still rocking that Samira deep into stage 4, but finally she's kind of fallen off, and we've got a bit of a loss streak.
Yep. Ooh, Aphelios. That's going to go up in there. Yeah, this is the transition period. You just played the early Samira for tempo. That's what a lot of players are looking for, and Dick Memes did it to very, very high effectiveness. Still good HP. Aphelios 2. Urgot 2 wants to be in here as well, but he's going to be still solid with Urgot 1 with the Trickster's Glass. Demon Slayer being the radiant option to go for Hearthhome. That value coming in through right now, as Rainplosion does have the Zenith Edge, upgraded Infinity Edge here. If it can get onto the Aphelios or into the backline, it can be doing a lot of work.
Yeah, we'll see if the Rogue Proc comes through in just a second. Demon Slayer, very scary when you're playing these 3 stars, because you're going to turn on that Demon Slayer permanently, and you're going to start getting your carry hit very, very hard. So that is a concern for Rain. If there's a lot of Demon Slayers in the lobby as the game continues to scale up, the Zed starts to kind of melt to some of the carries if she doesn't position perfectly.
Here we go. 6 Bruiser online for Chris. Belveth having the Bruiser emblem, having a Heimer as well for the Shred and the anti-heal. Chris's spot is okay, but still 3 away from the Rek'Sai, and that's where this composition really pops off with. That Rek'Sai 3 just does absolutely so much damage. Chris needs to stabilize with these upgrades, however, and positioning is going to be a big thing. Right or left side, what is the Rek'Sai going to be targeting, and how much damage can this Belveth actually accomplish?
Yeah, our rerollers having a little bit of trouble hitting, but there's one that has hit at this point. Rain. There is going to be the Rogue proc, and Zed heals back up to full. See if the Belveth can burn through with a Giant Slayer, but she's not targeting the Zed, and there goes the whole board. Chris gonna just go down in stage 4. Doesn't even make it to Raptors. Huge hit from Rain. Definitely not who he wanted to run into.
Yeah, no, that board was solid, but Rain is a rough matchup, especially having one of the higher, board values, at least in the end of stage 4. Thankfully, Rain, for Rain, she was able to win out for the rest of this stage. Gonna be a bit rougher as we get into stage 5, though. That's when people, if they're not level 8 already, they're going to be either going level 8 or, like DPay, rolling for these 3 costs, that Darius, that Katarina. And now with Chris being, out of the pool, maybe it actually makes it harder for DPay to hit, just because 6 Rek'Sais were already out. So you want to be kind of towing that line of, I want my units to be in the pool, but I also want other people to take out the other 3 costs, so I'm more likely to hit. 7 people still left alive. DPay should be likely to hit, especially because Dank Memes did pivot out of the Noxus, and there's already double Katarina in the shop. That goes to tell that point very well.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's actually a decision point for DPay. Does he just push levels, or does he actually roll, right? And then you see a shop with 2 cats. I think you kind of just decide at that point that I'm rolling. But it would come down to, like, is the Shadow Isles player rerolling Callistas? Because Joe Bookmark's going to take 3 costs out of the pool as well. True. But you also have to weigh that with how many, Katarinas and Darius's does Rain have on her board and her bench currently. Do you want to contest that? Do you want to just push levels and try and play a strong board after that? But of course, I don't know. I see 2 cats there. I already got an extra, I got a 4th one. You just reroll from there. You can find 3 more. He has so much gold. He's so incredibly rich. And his board is still strong, so he doesn't have to worry about, like, oh, I have to roll deep. He can slow roll for a little while.
Exactly, and the HP is a big thing too. DPay sitting top of the lobby by a pretty solid margin. Is going to be losing rounds here, though. Still top of the lobby. That 71 HP is going to be just a little bit lower. Yeah, 65, but still in a fine spot. 3 Katarinas, 3 Dariuses away with as much gold as DPay has. DPay is going to hit unless it's a super low roll. Wow, that Nasus actually won that. That is crazy. 1 HP Nasus with that 3rd little bonk there, taking out the Karma. And the farmer, like you mentioned, Cassia, is going for that Callista 3, but is trying to re-roll with Pandora's bench for 4 costs to get either a Gwen or the Kaisa 3.
Yeah, and now you actually get to go for Senna, finding 5 costs. This is really big for farmer. This is a great usage of Pandora's bench. You're playing a comp that needs to hit a 5 cost in order to cap out at its top level, right? You need that Senna in order to play 6 Shadow Isles. So you take Pandora's bench. You know that you can, whenever you hit a 5 cost, whether it's from Carousel or you push to 8 and you're able to find one, you can use it to then essentially guarantee a Senna. I mean, it's not technically guaranteed, but you should be able to find one eventually. This is still a pretty solid spot, kind of close on the Callistas as far as 3-starring it. Still can use Pandora's bench for that, and then also look for potential 3-star 4 costs.
Yeah, farmer is going low though, so if the Senna doesn't come through here, or the next round, it might be eliminating. And no, Scion and Belveth come through, so it's just gonna roll it down to 0. Does he decide to pick up the Gwen to chase the Gwen 3? No, not really in a spot for that either. Going to be selling out the Warwick, putting in a Shen, getting Bastion online, trying to put the Yasuo in there to get for Challenger. And Thrayoni actually is pretty solid there, especially because Shadow Isles Shen is the best user of it. He's going to be so tanky, generate a lot of extra mana, and keep his team alive for such a long time. So now we get to take a look at AMD. AMD, that gold generation for the Hammerdinger has not gone as well as he had hoped. On the cusp of elimination.
His board doesn't look stronger than it did when he recombobed it. It feels like it's barely changed. I mean, yeah, the Lux 2 got added, but AMD's is just running straight down to 7th. I'm very curious just like what happened from the spot he was in. Like, it wasn't like the board was incredibly strong with the Heimer, but it did feel like he had enough HP and gold to kind of put something together. So Maybe just a
Yeah.
low roll in some of the roll downs. I'm not entirely sure. That's the kind of game where you'd have to watch the whole spot.
I think off of the perspective we did see, it seems like just a lack of frontline. When AMG rolled down pretty heavily in level 7, a Lux 2 is great, but for one, that's going to be stealing kills away from the Heimerdinger, and two, not allowing time because the frontline's not there to allow Heimerdinger those kills and generate that gold back up. So AMD, I think it was a solid read from the situation, just unfortunately the rolls were a little bit subpar, but like you said, probably have to go look at the game to see exactly how that went. But that's just what it seemed to be.
All right, and Rain finds a Heimer, so able to add that. That's a really great addition to the board. If you don't have the 6th Slayer, it's probably the next best thing to put in, and maybe in certain circumstances even better than the 6th Slayer. So Rain been able to stabilize at 18 on 6 wins. There's the Senna for farmers, so 6 Shadow Isles online, but hasn't found the Callista 3. I think that's the next big thing that farmer needs to make sure that they are stable, and I'm curious if the 6 Shadow Isles is enough to find the win. Joe Bookmark has not leveled up this board too much recently. Potential to find the win here. The shields are great against sorcerers, keeping you alive against the initial burst.
Yeah, Senna fantastic with his composition, providing shields every time they shield. Gonna be getting those combat stats. And Gwen, so tanking the backline, does get taken out, but Callista has all the time in the world to execute these units and does it. Gets the job done, especially with that Radiant RFC. She's gonna be not have to move at all, just stick right there in the corner and just fire away for free as Deepay rolls it all the way down and finally hits the Katarina, gets to swap the items off of the Samira and just pick and choose which ones. Hopefully it's the healing item, and wow, that's a bit of a high roll there actually. Maybe you could have been okay with the Ionic, but the Ionic on the Swain is very serviceable. The healing for the Katarina is really good.
Yeah, and this is a total domination pickup as well. This is an incredibly good Noxus spot. You were talking about, is this a spot that can go first? Augment-wise, I'd say yep. And you've hit a 3-star Katarina, very close to the Darius. Those are kind of the big conditions for taking a Noxus board to a first place. And I think Deepay is kind of meeting those, but it comes down to, is the board strength elsewhere strong enough to still beat him? And I do think that Shadow Isles, 6 Shadow Isles with a 3-star Callista is a board that is strong enough to continually beat out the Noxus board.
Yeah, it is, and we saw it right there, especially Callista 3 coming through. Katarina 3 just not able to go against it. If it was a Darius 3 as well, that could have been a different story, but 0 gold for Deepay right now. We have to hope and pray for one of the 3 costs that, if a 3 cost comes through, that it's a Darius from the neutral round, or a champion duplicator, or something like that. But at least Deepay is going to be able to make 10 gold for Econ, probably roll down to 10 until he's 1 Darius away, and then send it to 0 every single turn and just pray you hit.
Yeah, Kurum here in a rough spot, right? Level 7, only on 1 HP, 13 gold, and has kind of the cheapest board of anyone. So not a lot of ways to level that up with only 16 gold to work with. So Kurum might be in a lot of trouble here down at the bottom of the tables. And Rain fully stabilized the spot. Still 18 HP, 8 win streak, been able to make it to level 8. Rain being able to be in a spot that feels primed for a top 4.
Yeah, 100%. Kurum, as we heard from in the opening of the day, was just thinking about this tournament, really wanting to follow up that Freljord Cup performance, going for yet another tournament win, but in a rough spot right now. 1 HP. The farmer also a single-digit HP, going up against Kurum actually in this matchup.
Yeah, runs into the 6 Shadow Isles, and that is a 6 Shadow Isle Aatrox instead of the Shen, because it is an Aatrox 2. Being able to put that in is still very tanky, but no damage item on that. I feel like you want some AD on that Aatrox, and it could be an absolute menace. And still, this is looking pretty close, but the Callista's untouched, and that's just going to do it for Kurum. I don't think that these Karma is going to be able to deal with the 3-star Callista. Kurum going to fall down in 6th, but considering that spot, feels like, 6th, not a terrible start to your day. A lot of TFT to play.
Yeah, Kurum actually had a really interesting spot there. He started off with the Ionia crown, played vertical Ionia, only 2 challengers, I believe, but had the Radiant Edge of Night for the Yasuo. That's best in slot item for Yasuo, getting to drop aggro 2 times and allow him to kill units on the board very, very quickly as well, just because of that base damage that Yasuo does. But the shields from 6 Shadow Isles were way too much, as where he gets eliminated. And now we get to see Dank Memes with level 9 super capped out Zeri board. This is one of the compositions that has the highest win rate in the game right now.
Yeah, and I think Demon Slayer levels that up quite a bit as far as the damage output of the Zeri. She's already kind of the strongest for cost, but able to continue to put out all that extra damage. And a lot of people chasing these 3 stars, they're just going to get chewed up by the Demon Slayer. But Rain able to find the positioning, and actually looks like she'll be able to take this fight. Just the Urgot left. He's very strong, but can't win a 1v1 against the 3 stars Zed. Shimmer Injector
Close,
makes it a little bit close, but still Zed having too much of that regen.
Now the battle for top 4 has been won by Rain and Joe Bookmark, as the farmer, actually the 6 Shadow Isles, does get taken out for a bot 4. Really unfortunate for getting that kind of capped out board, especially in the Callista 3, but is not able to make it work. And Rain suddenly has seemingly done the impossible, climbed all the way back up from that really rough spot in a great situation. This is kind of the testament to why Rain was, pretty unanimously, almost unanimously, player of the set in set 7. She's making it work here again in set 9.
Yeah, and now going up against Joe Bookmark, does get the right side into the Ahri and the Vel'Koz. However, the Lux is safe for Joe Bookmark. It is going up against the Katarina, but I do think with the regen from that Radiant Gunblade, able to deal with it, and it just comes down to, can the Lux burn down this Zed? Does not get the targeting right onto him. Joe Bookmark gonna go down here in 4th as the other 2 survive. DPay does lose to Dank Memes. I'm curious who took out the farmer, if it was the ghost of Dank Memes or if it was DPay. Those are kind of the only 2 options that could have happened.
Yeah.
It did feel like that was a very strong Shadow Isles board to end up in 5th with.
A super strong Shadow Isles board, but now Rain has claimed yet another placement. DPay was running away with the lobby. Has indeed. I was worried about cursing. Usually sometimes I say, oh yeah, this board looks like a lock for top 4, and then they go 5th somehow, but good I didn't curse DPay here. Dank Memes also with the early kind of Noxus opener playing around the Samira 2. We get to see why that is so powerful, and we get the Scion 2 upgrade as well with another Trickster's Glass. That Ornn augment living until stage 6, you get yet another one. So we have an Eternal Winter and 2 Tricksters working with here. It's going to be hard to think about how this board can lose, going up against a Zed reroll and a Noxus reroll. But Dank Memes is just in such a good spot and has a Zephyr on the bench as well to Zephyr whoever, and it's going to land on the Zed as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's big. Zed's not on the right side and gets Zephyred. So now it just comes down to the Zeri barreling through the entire board. The front line's still alive. Zed finally makes his way to the back line, but he's not on the Zeri, and now he's going to get stuck on all these extra tanks. I was talking about the Demon Slayer into the 3 stars. We see how much damage that Zeri's doing, but not being able to stop the Zed. No anti-heal coming through. Actually, there is anti-heal, I think, somewhere, but still the Zed just healing through all of it. Crazy. And Rain actually still beating this incredibly capped Zeri board. This is a crazy strong Zeri board with the full itemized Nasus, the full itemized Urgot, full itemized Zeri. I mean, there's so much power on that board, and Rain with this 67 gold board still beating it.
That is absolutely nuts. There was anti-heal on the Heimerdinger. Did have one Mechanoswarm, but maybe it didn't land on the Zed. I didn't quite see where those shots landed in that previous fight. But DPay has Darius covering one side, Katarina covering the other, but Zed's in the middle actually. See if Rain Plosion is able to do it yet again.
Yeah, it feels like DPay might have a better matchup into this Zed than Dank Memes does, so this is actually kind of the opportunity. There goes the dunk. Zed lives though, and now it comes down to Darius versus Zed. When Darius just gets into the dunk train on top of the Zed, does he win it? And he does! Yes. That's because of that total domination, that Noxus augment, giving that execute. It doesn't give time for the Zed to get low off of a dunk and recover with the healing. DPay does have that good matchup, but can DPay actually beat Dank Memes? He kind of wanted Rain to actually take down Dank Memes.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a rough matchup right now. Rain was winning against Dick Memes, but can DP do the same? Especially with that pesky Zephyr floating around, they're able to stop Katarina or Darius from getting those early resets and getting towards that back line. That's gonna be so huge for determining the fight. But maybe one of these items coming through makes a big difference. Not really for DP, just a shiv for a bit of magic shred. Heimer pair for Dank Memes. Not looking at the item quite yet, but is going to sell that Heimer pair for another Mechano. Gonna wait till one of the last seconds to pop that item in case it's something like a Shroud or a Zephyr, not giving that information, and it is going to be a Shroud. That is huge to delay some of these casts coming through early for DP.
The big thing to look at is these two Giant Slayers, one being a Demon Slayer on the Darius going up against a very beefy front line. Those are going to be turned on pretty much permanently, so they should be able to get through the front line fast. But Zeri also has a Demon Slayer going into the side of DP with all those HP bars from the 3 stars and gets the Zephyr on Darius to slow down the fight, which is what he needs. He needs that front line to not die too fast, so the Zeri has time, and she had time. She takes down the Darius. The Katarina's still alive, but he's not on the right side, and this Aatrox cannot do enough damage. DP will go down here, and Dank Memes gonna grab the first lobby here of the Shurima Cup.
Wow, Dank Memes, this is only their 3rd time playing in a cup. They've had some pretty subpar results in the past, but starting off strong here in Runeterra Reforged for the Shurima Cup, Gangly. What a way to start off the day.
Yeah, you know, and I want to call out the fact that at the top of that game, we pointed out how DP and Dank Memes both got offered this Noxus opener, right? And this is an important inflection point, Cass, because sometimes you're offered an opener, and when it's a really strong meta opener, like Noxus, you can commit right off the bat. But sometimes when someone else is also offered that, you have to make a decision there, which is what Dank Memes really did, right? And he ultimately came to this conclusion: I need to pivot off, because if I commit right now, this isn't going to be the high roll opener that I thought it might have been.
I think Crowan called it perfectly in the game, because he was talking about the items and how they could kind of flex into really any composition from there. And guess what is included in any composition? The best composition in the game right now, which is the Zeri composition. And so from that massive win streak and the fact that he can just kind of hold on, go even like past 8, he can just push levels and then look for the ideal composition, which was the Zeri, recognizing how many rerollers are in the lobby and the fact that Zeri might even just be uncontested, which it was. So being able to get the best comp uncontested instead of play one of the better comps contested worked out really well for Dank Memes. And yes, if Rain had a little bit more HP, maybe she would have taken him down and DP would have gone first, but he held on to all that HP in the early game and was able to take a first because of it.
Something I want to call out, Crowan, is that Rainplosion almost did the, a wise man once said 1 HP is infinite HP, right? Rainplosion almost did it, but it does come off the back of a really interesting situation I felt watching it, where the top of the lobby is playing a lot of this 3-cost reroll, right? We're seeing this Noxus reroll happen, but we're also seeing on the bottom half a lot of people playing the back line, right? We're seeing Kurum play around the Karma. We're seeing Farmer play around the Callista, right? And you know what's really strong into backline is Zed. Even when nerfed, you can find success in these compositions in niche spots. And I want to give some props to Rainplosion for being able to recognize that, because even in the cast, you and Cass seem to be a little confused about the augment decision, and maybe even on a certain level, the decision to really commit to this line.
Yeah, I think all things said and done, given the perspective of the entire game, Rain did make a lot of the right decisions. I would even go so far as to say every right decision to make that spot into a top 3 there, because it was the champion duplicator perhaps, or the army building augment versus social distancing, but given the positioning, right, where you just play the rogues in the front, they can get to the back line, and as you're saying, Gangly, there's a lot of people just playing backline focused compositions. As soon as Rain actually hit, and Hearthhelm actually is really good, I think, for the Zed, getting that upgraded Infinity Edge, giving a lot more damage to Zed, equals more healing, equals, one-shotting the backline as opposed to maybe sometimes leaving them at 1 HP, really pays off huge. So I think Rain did, in hindsight, make a lot of good calls, and obviously the placement, I think you're not likely to get first place there a lot of times, especially with how capped Dank Memes and DP were from their pretty, I would say, high roll Noxus opener spots, but she did what she could. I think that's definitely mark of an impressive player.
I think the spot recognition of the portal itself, definitely a great call out, Crow. And now the lobby scoreboards are ready. Let's see how the rest of the lobbies shaped up at the end of game number 1. In lobby A, Ashimu and Dudu in top 2. Lobby B, Runeterra, Weijin Iverson in top 2. Lobby C, HSA, Connor is me. In lobby D, obviously we saw Dank Memes and D-Pay. Now, I do want to call out before we move on to the second half of this cast. We were talking about lobby B at the start of the show. Weijin Iverson coming out strong. One of the players that I think a lot of people have their eyes on going into this event.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking Weijin, Phoenix, Broccoli, the 3 players I mainly, was calling out as kind of being the killers in lobby B, right? That's they're in 2, 3, 4, right? They all top 4'd that. Bryce came in 5th, so solid placement in that lobby. And Rudy are being able to find that first. That's awesome for them, and that's going to be a great start to the day. One of the big things I'm looking at here is like Milk Kiyun, bottom of lobby C, Dish Soap, bottom of lobby A. A lot of kind of more surprising results when we are coming into day 3, but it just shows kind of the strength of NA and that all these players are competitive.
Now looking at the back half of these lobbies, we got DQA and Talid in lobby E. Robin Songs coming out with the first with the KPK. Lobby G, Soulless and Noster. And lobby H, Cambuli and Covenel. Hey, I want to give a quick little shout out to Cambuli. Crow, and I don't know how much you know about this player in particular, but this is a pretty tough lobby. And Cambuli, the winner of the Tacticians Crown Qualifier. Obviously, no bias here, but this is a West Coast player going to be coming out to Tri-State not too long from now to see what they got. And you know what? I think starting out with the win's got to feel pretty good.
Oh, 100%, right? I was almost going to say, it's almost a flip-flop of the lobbies A through D, with over here being the old guard players of pedigree coming out on top. But Cambuli, I think one of the newer players, I would say, to the scene. They've had some tournament results, right? But, winning the TC qualifier as well, of course, is huge confidence booster going into events like this with the best players of North America. Just one game, but still, it feels good to start off with a win for the day.
That's right. No. You already know. We've seen a lot of success from these Tri-State players coming into the Freljord Cup, coming into these past cups, and, mopping up. So, wouldn't surprise me to see Cambuli at the top. Left to see how the rest of the games shape up. Now, we've got 6 games on the day, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have Game 2 of Day 3 of the Shurima Cup. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Shurima Cup. I'm still gangly, but this time it's not Cass and Crow, and it's my two best friends in the world. It's Boopasaurus and Mortdog. Boop, how you doing?
It's really great to be here with one of my best friends in the world, and you, Gangly. It's been so great to hang out and talk about some of the best and brightest of TFT, and it's been a hot minute for me, so it's great to be back and talk to all of y'all watching as well.
Now, Mort, it's the first time we're having you on the desk for this competitive circuit, so I'm always curious to know, like, how it actually feels seeing this baby of yours on some level really coming to fruition in competitive nature. So, how are you feeling about Shurima Cup so far?
I mean, good, but, it's one of those things, you can relate, being a parent, all you see sometimes are the flaws. You see the things that's like, man, I just wish this were a little better. Even if, you got a 95 on the test, you might ask, why'd you get that 5 wrong? But it's good. It's nice to see everything come together. The set's been really awesome, and, seeing how everyone can play it to its peak is always awesome. And then we take those learnings for the next set. So I'm just excited to be here and talk about some TFT.
Now, Boop, we're going to be looking at, I believe it's Lobby B for this next lobby, right? So in the first one, we talked a lot about the heavy hitters. I feel like when I'm looking at Lobby B, there's kind of an interesting contrast, but there are some really notable players that I think bring maybe not firepower, but star power to the broadcast. I think Esports Law in particular is one of those players that I think people are really excited to watch.
Yeah, and really predictable what he's bringing to the barbecue as well, right? So Esports Law, the National Coleslaw Making Champion of 1996, is someone who actually has been doing very, very, very well in week one. So if you actually look at the stats, Bryce is actually in the top 10 in terms of number of games played of over 20 and top 4 percentage. So he's actually in a really good spot. However, I was actually able to talk to him before coming into today, and he kind of mentioned, hey, one of my biggest blocks is making it past that third day and putting myself in the echelon of those great players, and so let's see if he's going to be able to do that here, and this second lobby is going to be one of the best ways to prove that because he did get 5th in the last one.
We talk all about the accessibility of TFT and how it has a really streamlined linear way of improvement, and I'm excited to see Error in particular, one of the brand new players, his first tournament ever. But Boop, Mort, I'll hand it off to you for game number 2 of the Shurima Cup.
All right, so we already see our portals and a couple people on Hall of 9. This is actually something that Mort and I have been talking about at length over the last day or so. Let's see if we're going to hit it. Are we going to the Hall? Or are we going to the Dreaming Pool? And it is going to be the National Coleslaw Champion of 1997. Took a year off and then won again, I believe. So here we go. We're going to start off here with Runeterra, who has 8 points from that last lobby. And, as we start out here, Mort, what are already some decisions that you have to kind of be making, if any, that are going to affect some of our later gameplay?
Yeah, I think early on you're just looking for that solid direction, whether you're going to have that really strong start with something like the Samira or something like Piltover. I mean, we see the Jace here. We're immediately trying to find that 2-1 Piltover. We've got the Orianna. Can we find, the Vi or the Echo? That's going to be big. But if not, how are you going to econ your way back and make that comeback? Because right now in the meta, it does feel like if you have one of those really good starts, something like Sorcerer, Void, or the Samira, you can go really far in the early game. But if not, you've got to be planning how to build up that econ and turn it around pretty quick.
Mm-hmm. And actually a really interesting example of this, I was able to peek into this lobby during game number 1, and Bryce, for example, got 2 Samiras right on this initial round and then didn't get another one, I think, until stage 3. Was still doing really well because it had blue buff on it, but we're still building our Piltovers here. We still need our Vi or an Echo to finish out our Piltover 3, or if we get lucky, we can get the Spatula as well. So we're going to leave the Orianna in the pack just for now. We don't need it just yet as we continue kind of developing this early game, which has some pretty specific roots at this moment in time when it comes to the meta.
Yeah, it's interesting because taking the Orianna here is always a risk, because if you do manage to get your Piltover, you've now got a unit that's a little too strong and may make it difficult for you to get that loss streak going. Sometimes that Orianna 2 can do a lot of work here, and we are going to get a prismatic start, which is massive here. Double Trouble, Buried Treasure. You can see here he's playing Poro, so doesn't have anything he can anchor off of. Buried Treasure can be good, but takes a long time to build up here. Double Trouble, on the other hand, really restricts what you can build. There's only so many different ways you can play Double Trouble in this meta. Cybernetic Bulk can be okay, but it's definitely not one of those things that's going to give you like a big S tier start. So Really interested to see where he goes here. This doesn't look like the Prismatics he's really excited to hit. He's going to have to make a decision pretty quickly here.
Okay.
Does go with Buried Treasure. Does hit the Piltover here. So again, this is where we're talking about. Now he's kind of regretting. Oh, gets another Orianna in the shop. That was big. Being able to reset that. That's huge.
Yeah, that was actually, if you notice, he didn't pick up that Orianna 2 in that other round, right? So he could stay on the Orianna 1 and get this loss streak going. So really heads up play by Runeterra there, who has a little bit of, a little bit of a copycat, because last game Hoyun actually played this Piltover comp and tanked HP to about 28 and then one streaked for a while. So it's already been done in this lobby, so maybe we might be a little bit more prepared to go up against it from the rest of the lobby, as it did win streak for a while. So Error, really cool name based on what we're seeing here, but let's see how he's going to do, because he did not finish in that top 4, and we're definitely going to need a little bit of a different situation here, especially since we are now going to be contested on Piltover.
Yeah, looking at the augments, we see Broccoli with Level Up and Hoyun with the Cruel Pact. Those are kind of your big things to look at here. And we've got 2 Piltover players at least. And the thing to note here is that Piltover 2-1, definitely a great start, right? No one's arguing that. But in Prismatic lobbies is actually when it's at its weakest, because it's really hard to slow down the bleeding and not take as much damage, because so many people are powerful, right? The Cruel Pact player here is going to be doing large amounts of damage to you. And you can see that just really hurting here. And so will the Piltover players be able to convert it properly? And then the other big thing is, with multiple Piltover players in the same lobby, what happens when they face each other? Now, we do see a Katarina 2 here, which is great, but Katarina has kind of fallen off. She's not really the star of Noxus anymore. It's much more about Samira and Darius in the late game, if you can get that Darius 3. But hopefully a Katarina 2 with the Radiant Thieves Gloves should be able to allow him to do pretty well in the early game and get those Noxus stacks.
Yeah, and to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying about Prismatic Lobby, is in Piltover, it's not even just the beginning, right, Mort? It's also at the end, because to get that win, everyone's going to be stronger a little bit earlier as well. So getting that win to cash out, unless you're maybe facing the other Piltover player, which you really have to look out at. If any of our old school players remember Fortune, getting cashed out on that a little too early was brutal, and you don't kind of want a similar thing to happen. So we're at Katarina 2 right now. That should be good to go for this stage of the game. It's on pretty quickly, and we also have the Rascals Gloves on her, as well as Broccoli. Gonna be cut down a little bit, maybe go into some coleslaw a little bit later, but we do have our loss for Broccoli there.
Yeah, that's definitely a loss Broccoli wasn't looking forward to there. You saw he leveled to 5 with Level Up, was trying to get the win with that Samira 2. Thought he had a pretty strong board, but had to go up against a Katarina 2, which you normally do not expect on 2-3. And because that Katarina rolled the Warmogs and the Hand of Justice, both Radiant, allowed it to heal up and do enough damage to guarantee that victory. So big thing to sway there. Now, one thing to note here is apparently Hoyun, our Cruel Pact player, did lose to Weijin Iverson. And so when you're playing Cruel Pact and you lose, that is not where you want to be. You want to try to 5-win streak off that. And so we'll have to see what they can do with that here. It looks like they just are really having trouble trying to 2-star something here. They could 2-star the Galio, but Galio not really a popular champ right now. So maybe a little bit flustered after getting that loss.
Well, maybe flustered just in general. This is, potentially an augment that's not something that we've played in this kind of scenario before, where you do have to have your checks and balances when it comes to this comp and make sure that you're pushing tempo and getting those wins, because this loss really messes up just like the rest of kind of like your mental for the game in terms of, okay, after this I will have my win streak, I'll have about this much gold. Now all of that is going to be completely different, and it's going to be really challenging for a couple players. Are we going to be able to recover? Most likely, because we have the unit advantage, but just based on numbers, but there's a little bit of a dent in our armor now for sure.
Yeah, looking at the items, by the way, there was Robotic Arm on Jinx with the Hurricane. And so that might be a Jinx reroll looking to be the angle, because the thing to note here, especially with that loss, is that you're probably not hitting level 8. You're probably going to try to stay level 7, hit something like that reroll Jinx, and maybe get a top 4. But yeah, you can see the board that he lost to here, and definitely one of the most popular starts you can get. That the mirror with Samira, so you get the double Samira, the armor shred, very strong here, has at least the Swain 1, and so these Samiras are going to be a terror in the early game. Samira has just been doing so good in stage 2 and even stage 3, so Weijin Iverson's really got to like his position.
Yeah, Weijin got top 2 in the last round as well, so this is a really good position in general. And again, I just want to bring our eyes to the graphic just real quick. And when you see that group of friends there on the end of that graphic, that is the total value of the board. And I'm pointing that out now because you're going to see the biggest differences at pretty much this point in the game, and then they're going to start getting a little bit more similar around stage 4, and then some changes again in stage 5. But you're definitely going to see the board value on the bottom side, on the lower side, on the lower end. Ho-Yun's going to be a little different because of Piltover, but everyone else is kind of going according to plan. You're going to be investing a lot more money to maintain those win streaks, and then you're going to be saving that money to maintain those loss streaks, and that is represented through that stat right there. The heart below is the HP, so you see where everyone's going. As we get to Krugs, Mort, when was the last time you lost to Krugs?
Today. It happened today. It happened today. But no, some things to call out here is Broccoli leveled to 6 and then wasn't able to win. So again, now kind of gold here for level up. So being able to go fast 9 with that level up may be more difficult. But we talked about at the beginning, right? People who are going to be low on health and turn that around. We say Aurora and Rooter, both, below that 60 health. They've got that 5 loss. They didn't face each other with their Piltover, but both of them very, very low. And so we'll have to see if they can convert that. But this is definitely one of those scary moments to be here. Again, prismatic lobbies just have so much pressure right now.
Oh yeah, Ho-Yun is actually the cool packed player. That is why we're going to get a high value board there in 8th place. And again, we have a loss there, so that's actually 16 HP is lower and potentially going to affect that a little bit later on when it comes to this particular player. Because I think in a couple tournaments, it might have been replay a couple tournaments ago, got cool packed, leveled, got a couple units in a little too early, and then ended up losing and getting 8th because of it. So that's also still a potential situation that we're seeing for Ho-Yun, but we're on Runeterra now once again, and we're going up against the Samiras in our Piltover. We're still loss streaking. We're going to lose streak through this as well. The Samira is going to be way too much to handle, and we're going to keep on trucking.
So one of the scary things, by the way, is if Ho-Yun is going to be playing Jinx reroll, with the other Piltover players taking the Jinxes, that may be really challenging to hit here. And so we do get a gold augment. We see a bunch of choices here. Ends up going with the Cybernetic Bulk just to get a little bit of extra HP. Should hopefully help that combat power when he wants to cash out. Probably tries to go to 3-5, has been sort of the typical cash out moment. But again, we're also still waiting to see that mirror match, right? We've got 2 Piltover players, both at their 6th loss. What happens when they face each other? So far, they haven't, but as soon as they do, one player may have a big advantage over the other.
Yeah, they want to be magnets that are like pushing each other away at this point. The last thing you want is to see each other, because one person will end up becoming substantially weaker because of it, and the other person is going to, get maybe some. Maybe if you're looking on the bright side, you can get some initial help right here and right now, but that is definitely not going to be best case scenario. As we do get that mirror match, you ask and you shall receive more. Your buttons are working.
Yeah, and so we'll have to see who gets the loss here. Right now, yeah, it looks like the Samira is going to be carrying, and that Warmog's Echo did a lot of work here. And so that's going to be Aurora's cash out. 6th loss isn't really where you want to cash out. It's not going to be that big a swing. So now it's going to be about how Runeterra can try to get to that 8. And so here we see the cash out, a little bit of gold, and 1 full item. So nothing massive here. Now it's going to be about, can he find that Zeri, that Urgot, because that's kind of been the key to success for that late game Piltover. He's got, those 2 Infinity Forces that he can use on that Urgot, and you can see the Urgot starting to be built. But, thankfully he has at least 50 health to work with here, so he's not in too bad a shape. But that really wasn't the massive cash out you're looking for to really take a 1st place.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious. We actually saw Runeterra not get an Orianna 2 just to make sure we lost, and yet we saw an Echo 2 on that board in the Piltover mirror matchup. And in that situation, you're almost saying, okay, I'm just going to win this one, and maybe planning through that. That could work out in the end, but we are going to cash out a little bit early. But we have Zeri on our board, and we're going to push through that front line pretty easily and take the dub.
Yeah, so that's going to be the cash out. Everyone can be mad at Esports Law doing the cash out there because they got the Zeri, good items on that, rolled down completely. And so that is going to be just a slightly bigger cash out. Nothing too crazy. But again, it does matter quite a bit. And it's Zeri Urgot just being such a powerful endgame board state So we get a look at some of the augments here. Nothing too crazy. Broccoli with that Jeweled Lotus. Esports Law has the ability to go Sorcerer if he wants. Took a pretty risky Prismatic here because he's got to go to 7 to get that Radiant item, but that will put him up another full item and component compared to Radiant Relics, and so we'll have to see if he can convert that.
This is actually a really interesting position for Bryce because this was a very similar position Bryce was in the last lobby, and he finished in this position in 5th. So definitely needing to make some separate decisions. The comp on the board is a little similar. Had the Samira on the board last time as well. No blue buff on this version, though, as we're still running along with Runeterra right now, who is starting to get some good units on the board. Getting that Senna is a pretty big deal when it comes to those gunners, and they're going to get damage as they go on. Attack speed, especially with the Zeke's, going to make sure that that happens more often. Let's see how this T-Hex does at 20 stacks.
Yeah, the big thing to call out here is he got one of the better cash outs for this point, where he got a ton of components and no gold. Now, that does mean he'll be a little weak while he builds his economy back up, but when you're up, 5, 6, 7 components over the rest of the lobby, it's hard for the lobby to put you down. And so he'll be able to probably at least win streak to 4-2 pretty easily here, which will allow him to build back up that economy till he finds that Urgot, that Zeri 2. And Zeri 1 with 2 Zeeks is going to be a really good carry here, so definitely in a great position and was able to work all that out.
Actually, this is very interesting. If you take a look at those team comp values, Bryce won the last round with an 18 value board, the lowest in the whole lobby so far, which is fascinating to me. I wonder, he was probably hoping to lose streak a little bit, but at 31 gold, that might be a little frustrating. But we're going to be going back over to Hoyun right now. We have attack speed, guard breaker, and Giant Slayer on the Zeri. Giant Slayer so good because in terms of the amount of attacks and basic auto attacks that we're going to get with that champ, it's going to be a ton. Let's see if it's going to be able to carry us through this round, because we are seeing a very similar Zeri on the other side with just some different items.
Yeah, the biggest difference here is Gifts of the Fallen. That augment, as your team dies, the Zeri is going to get a bunch of extra stats, which can be really good. If you can get to that situation where you have maybe just like the Sejuani and the Zeri alive, the Zeri can do a lot of damage. But as I said, you're up against somebody who's up, 6 components compared to you. It's just not enough.
All right. We got some action. We got some action from Akshan there with that ultimate as we get to Wolves. Look at this pack, though. We're going to start building out our front line. We have our Warwick to help out to get that Challenger. But we still only have a Samir 1 on this board for Phoenix.
Yeah, this is going to be about getting the Dariuses. I have to call out Hoyun is on a 2-loss streak with Cruel Pact. This is probably the worst case scenario you can be in with Cruel Pact. Chose a very contested line trying to go around the Zeri with the 2 other Piltover players in the lobby. And so unfortunately, if he doesn't hit something this turn, we could see our Cruel Pact player dead at 4-1.
Crazier things have happened, but this is something that with Cruel Pact is always a scenario that you can find yourself into, especially if the rest of the lobby does tempo out pretty fast and kind of competes and overcomes the numbers disadvantage. As a Darius 2 feels amazing for Phoenix right now. We mentioned earlier the Darius is one of the linchpins to this comp, and since the other one, especially in the early game, Samira, is not going to be built out, we have to invest power into that Darius right here and right now. So that Darius 2 is coming at a great time.
Oh, worst case scenario. Goes up against Weijin Iverson, has that 100 health, 72 gold. Definitely in a great spot here. This is one of the worst matchups he could have gotten. We'll have to see if the Urgot 2 can keep him alive. But that Samira with the Trickster's Glass just doing so much work up against the Zeri 1. If this Samira doesn't get targeted real quick, this could be it. He does have Gifts of the Fallen, so that Zeri has a lot of bonus stats. Whew.
Oh. All right, everyone can unclench real quick. That was really, really close for our Fred Hoyun there. That could have gone a different direction if some of the units were focusing on some other ones. As we get to our last augment here, what is someone like Hoyun looking for right now? And are they seeing what they're looking for?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're kind of just looking for some generic power here. Know Your Enemy is probably okay. Unified Resistance will also make the front line better. But Know Your Enemy is just going to be, at least plus 15% power for that Zeri, for everyone else. And right now, you're really just banking on all the power in that Zeri, possibly a little bit in the Urgot. Can you get something? And so we move over to Weijin Iverson, who we saw just break that 100 health win streak. Rolling down is finally going to pivot out of that Samira. Again, we talk about how that's when Samira starts to fall off here. also has the Deathfire Grasp here, which is pretty interesting. So it's going to be, yeah, I think we're going to see maybe a Gwen and some Shadow Isles here, which will be really cool to see. Deathfire Grasp, Hodge, Jeweled Gauntlet on that Gwen. But it will come down to, can you hit that Gwen too? Also a Callista option here. Trickster's Glass, very good if you can get that double Callista going. But right now with no challenger, I don't think that's actually that big a threat. And so we may see him struggle for a few rounds here.
Which is totally fine. The way that we played the lobby from Weijin's perspective allows us to do that. We don't have any gold right now, so and we already lost that last round, so the best way to start getting that gold back is to start loose streaking. And if there's someone that is able to do that well, it's going to be Weijin. He already has the highest value, second highest valued board versus the Cruel Pact player who should have the highest. So we've been playing really, really well, but that also leads me to kind of a distinction with a player like Weijin, which is that's a name that we've been hearing every tournament, along like with Dish Soap, Kurum, for example. What makes someone like Weijin so consistently good across a variety of metas?
Yeah, I think, again, once you understand the fundamentals of TFT, what items are good on what, how to play to that advantage. And I mean, in this particular game, let's not beat around the bush. Hitting Samira 2 with a Trickster's Glass can be a great start as well. But like you said, longer term, you know, the ability to understand that and play to those outs. I do have to call out Hoyun did go out 4-2. So our Cruel Pact player not managing to pull it off, unfortunately. And so up against here, Zeri 1. Again, it's that contested line, unfortunately. So 4 Shadow Isles. 4 Shadow Isles is an interesting spot because 4 doesn't really win you games. You can usually get like a 4th with 4. If you manage to find an emblem and get to 6 Shadow Isles, it's extremely powerful. And you can see Gwen there in the backline just doing a ton of damage. So it'll be down to, can you go to 9? Can you power up that Gwen? Things like that. But this might be a play for, you know, 3rd position, which honestly at this point in the tournament, not a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, 4 Shadow Isles, foreshadowing potentially a 4th place. Gotta love that as well. I mean, especially if you know you're going into a lobby that might be super heavy at the top. Weijin's been playing pretty good, so doing the 4 Shadow Isles and having some consistency and predictability, I think, can be good in these situations. As we look around, Broccoli did not get an extra prismatic augment. I just want to make sure that we point that out. Everything's good and fair, but looking across the boards, we have Ho Yun, who is eliminated, and we get to see the comp they were eliminated on, and it must have gone up against a pretty strong comp because that Nasus 2 should have been, you know, all right there in the front line, maybe doing a little bit more of a Lazy Susan cosplay as we start some rolling here for Error. We have the Zeri 1 still. Does anyone have a Zeri 2 yet?
I haven't seen a Zeri 2 yet, no, and that's, like I said, that's going to be a big difference here because Zeri 1 is strong, don't get me wrong, and again, we're still up all that extra stuff from our Piltover cash out. But Zeri 1 can also get knocked over. You do have the T-Hex. It did get to 20, which does mean it has the laser, which is a nice little bit of bonus backline damage. And you can also see the long-distance pals. So the Urgot and Zeri are sharing stats. So that will also give them extra AD to melt that backline pretty quick. But will it be enough to get through this Darius 2? That's going to be the question. And so Darius kind of getting those chains, those resets on the backline is going to get the execute here, I think. Yep. And so does manage to come ahead, but it really feels like it's going to be a race to see who can get their Zeri 2 online and save it. Because right now, Esports Law and Broccoli struggling a little bit.
Not going that direction. And we all know coming into this, Zeri and that Piltover line could be strong. Maybe you're theory crafting coming into a tournament like this, saying, hey, if I know that's going to be strong, what do I know is going to be strong against that? And then we can focus in on it. So far, we haven't really seen that answer, and the Zeri 2 is here for Runeterra, who honestly had the best and actually showed some skill expression there with the Orianna all the way in our, I think, just 1-4 is when they showed it. So we still are at our 20. And we have that Zeri 2 with more attack speed because of the Jace. This is a pretty good position to be in. We could have a better front line. That's going to be the weakness for sure for this particular comp until we maybe get the Echo 2 and some more solid front line. But for now, the Zeri 2, based on how the rest of the lobby looks, maybe except for this one because it's going up against that Gwen 2 now as well.
Yeah, it is the Gwen 2, but again, these Zeri items are really good. You've got that Locket for extra protection. Even there you saw the Quicksilver preventing the stun from the Cassante. And you can see this is why Runeterra is on a 7-round win streak. Although, Gwen in the back, Gwen doing some work here. Nice.
Oh, Gwen got it. And, that's the thing with Gwen, right? Mort, sometimes she just is a homing missile. Right, and just walks to that back line and does exactly what you need her to do. Other times she gets stuck on that tank. So what was the positioning difference there that you noticed to get that Gwen into the back line? Was it just not enough people on that particular side of the board?
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have a good frontliner, and so the Gwen was able to cut down that first frontliner, and then that allowed it to wander into that back line, doing some big damage. Plus, the other big thing there is the Deathfire Grasp, right? Deathfire Grasp does that big charge on the tank that allows you to melt them down pretty quick, and that's going to allow you to melt that through and get to that back line, which is really nice here. Looking at Esports Law's board here, he did try to go the Sorcerer Sona line, which can be really good, but does kind of require that Sona 3 to cap out, or at least some items on the Sona. And right now, all the items are on the Vel'Koz, which I think is definitely not where you want to be here. If he can maybe manage to find that RE2 and get really lucky with that, the Jarvan is going to help. Items-wise, though, we see like a Sunfire and a Shiv, which again is okay here. Nothing too amazing, but yeah, we're still stuck on Lux 1, RE1. Is going to try to move the items, does hit the Lux.
That sucks.
Oh, but selling the RE here is painful.
Oh, let's see if it's going to pay off, because at this point, Bryce needs to do everything possible to have the opportunity to get an RE, and maybe that selling one to get the Lux, which will take us a little bit further, because Lux is another one of those units that can really pop off, especially with this Jarvan that's going to CC a lot of those units that the Lux is going to be ulting. Lux already into the back line. The Zonias has triggered on the Urgot already, and that was a good move for now. We'll see if we ever get the RE2, but in the vacuum of choices to make in this particular round, I do like the call there, as that was probably very, very difficult.
Yeah, that one's always a challenge because Lux really struggles in the late game because she's so single target. Her turn speed can often mess up some fights. So you really want to end up with something like the Sona, who can do the AoE damage, or at least the RE or something like that. So it's definitely not ideal. We're looking at Broccoli's board, and again, I think Broccoli was really a victim of those early game plays. We saw that level 6 on 2-6, but then losing and not having enough gold to level up with the level up augment. And so now we're in this awkward position where we don't really have a ton of traits actives, and everyone else is just so much stronger. So I think this might be it for Broccoli, and again, it just feels like a bit of a misplay in the early game.
Ooh, man, and it really seems like in this particular set, I feel like mistakes are substantially more taken advantage of with players in the lobby. I think we have experience. We have a lot of people who are coming back who have had experience at regionals, potentially at worlds as well. And so when someone makes a mistake, you get punished for that a lot more substantially, I think, nowadays, as we get our first unskippable cutscene here. This one, I think, one of the more underrated ones. I don't think enough people have this particular legend.
Yeah, and so unfortunately we see a lot of people got knocked out that round. Broccoli in 7th, Jason in 6th, and Esports Law in 5th. At least has to be happy that he managed to turn it around to a 5th.
Yeah.
And so that's going to leave us with Weijin, who had that big win streak early off the Samira, Error and Runeterra, who had the Piltover, and then we see the Noxus board. So again, if you look at this game, I think this is what a lot of people expected, right? Samira opener to get to the top 4, Piltover 2-1, very, very strong, and Noxus is a good, reliable start here. So this feels like kind of exactly what everyone was expecting this game.
All right, we also have the Darius 3. In terms of contested Noxus versus the last round, this one had a lot less people playing that Samira to start. It seemed like in the last lobby, a lot of people just kind of said everyone looked for Samira if they had the opportunity. They picked her up and then adjusted a little bit later. But seeing a Cat 3, seeing a Darius 3 right now, we committed, we were able to grab those units, and now we're going to be way ahead of anyone who even wants to sniff at that Noxus comp at this point in time. And we're going along with our Heimerdinger now, who had a little bit of a moment in that last game that we saw on stream, and we're maybe going to even get some more gold because of those augments. You're joking that Heimer is like a 20-something gold unit at this point.
Yeah, we're joking around how you got the board value there, but I don't know if that accounts for the fact that Heimer is a 23 gold unit, right? You get those add-ons that you can buy and just provide a lot of utility. You get the true damage burn from the Mechano Swarm, which can be really good here. And so looking at the thing right now, we see Rudir and Phoenix being the ones that are currently winning. And so Weijin kind of trying to stall out the bleeding as much as he can here. Didn't hit the 6 Shadow Isles. Does have the 4 Bastion, which is okay. Probably trying to sack 2 more rounds, go to 9, and see if he can hit something like that Senna 2, the Cassante 2, and maybe a little bit of extra power beyond that. You also look at these items here, the Trickster's Glass, the RFC, and those could end up on Belveth. So if we end up with maybe like a high roll Belveth too, that could be an out as well.
We got to find them, though. We have a little bit of time. Weijin developed a pretty big lead at the beginning of this lobby, so stemming the bleeding is the strategy right now. So one or two things are going to happen, right? Eventually he's going to hit something, and he's going to be able to compete for this top 4, or it's just going to be a slow ride until he gets eliminated, maybe in 3rd, maybe in 4th. So once again, this Gwen made it to the backline pretty quickly. MVP Gwen right now.
Yeah, almost, the Zeri was almost shaved by the Shimmer inventor, but overall, the Gwen was still able to burst it down, and you can see there was that change recently last patch where Gwen will really prioritize trying to hit multiple units, and so getting that cut on both the Zeri and the Jace was really big here. And so again, we look, and now both of our Piltover players have fallen off, 10 health and 3 health. Basically, one more loss, they're out. Weijin managing to win, and our Noxus player. So we could end up with Shadow Isles versus Noxus, as kind of our final 2 here, if things continue to play out this way.
Oh, we've got the Evils coming in potentially for the top 2. I wonder if we're going to get any changes. Maybe Demacia shows up in the next game. But, you know, we could see it with Kale, which is not something that we have, I think, seen on stream just yet, which is something that people do like going when you have that out. The Heimerdinger gets into the back line. That Zeri is already CC'd. Runeterra, though, does have that Zeri onto the back line as well. It's going to be a 1v1 here. Zeri versus Zeri. It's going to be Last Whisper and Hodge, and the Aatrox comes right back up. But by the time you're able to say hello, do you have enough damage? The answer is no. Zeri takes him down, even with the extra Aatrox there at the end, and we'll take that dub. We still have a top 4 because of that, as Weijin takes an L with the Noxus comp, against the Noxus comp.
Yeah, it just so happened that everyone lost by just enough here. This is big, by the way. I hadn't really talked about this, but the fact that Weijin made it to 6-1 means he gets another Ornn artifact here, finds the Eternal Winter here, and so now we reach the full power of this augment. Normally, this augment is not very popular because, you know, if you're on stage 4 and stage 5, you're not really hitting that full capacity. But now, when you've got the 3 Ornn artifacts, this is better than most prismatics, and so this is a good spot for Weijin to be in. He's got that 95 gold. He's clearly going to level up, try to roll down and get some big upgrades. We're really just going to have to see what those upgrades are. Also, because of the portal, does get the free Senna 2, so that's a big upgrade as well. Guessing either Shojin. Yeah, Shojin on the Senna. That's going to be nice. The other thing to note here is that Redeemer and Shadow Isles, right? Redeemer gives you that extra attack speed as you get those shields, and so you're going to get the shields from the Shadow Isles. You're going to get the shields from Senna's. This is really big. Choosing not to level up here. This is a bold play. This is a very, I am playing for first, right? I'm going to wait till the break point, and then I'm going to level up. This is a really interesting play. I also think this helps because it'll take some of the Heimers out of the pool, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, Weijin also given himself an opportunity to get a tier 3 forecast unit with all that gold as well. Especially going into the next round, he's going to get a good amount of interest. We're going to get another great opportunity to kind of take the macro and say, hey, now is the time or it's not the time. And this Gwen has been absolutely amazing for Weijin. Why aren't my Gwens like this more? If anyone, you should have the answer.
Look, I mean, Weijin Iverson knows how to play Gwen, it seems, and is getting some good position. And again, we talk about that Deathfire Grass. That is going to be the end of both of our Piltover players, though. We see the level up, 50 gold here, does immediately hit the Rise 2. And this is the Ionia Rise, which is one of the better Rises. I talked about a possibility with Belveth there. Does hit 2 Belveths here. There's the Belveth 2. Will he pivot it in? I think so. So you're going to see that RFC Giant Slayer, that's really strong here. Also has the Trickster's Glass if he wants to put that on someone like Scion or Aatrox. So a lot of different options here, but definitely just got a lot more powerful. Is going to put it on the Belveth. And so now we've got, again, Gwen, Belveth. The one thing is that did drop him down to 2 Shadow Isles as opposed to 4. And Darius goes straight for the Senna. That is a lot of power that's going to be knocked out without that Redeemer comp. That's going to make this a lot tougher. But Belveth 2 just really strong here. Should be able to take out the Darius.
Oh, so it's like a little bit of give and take. The Shen just ignored the Darius getting into the backline, but the Darius was like, I saw you, Shen. Let's say hello, and then got stuck on the Shen itself, and then the rest of the team wasn't able to do anything because Darius's damage was just caught up on the Shen because of that Eternal Winter. Such a good item, especially in the front line. Even though Shen got Zephyr'd, right, and Darius walked all the way back to the Senna, that Shen was able to say hello to that Darius and lock him up for enough time to help out that round win. And like you're saying, like with this Deathfire Grass, basically one of those frontline units is pretty much like a backline unit in HP, in effective HP, and how long they're going to stay. And if you're positioned well with that Gwen, she's going to go right into that backline. So this positioning differences are going to be pretty big. I wonder if we've changed the Zephyr to hit the Shen once again.
Oh, lost the 50-50.
All right, so we've got the Belveth as well. It's still trying to slip and a slap into that backline. The Darius doing a lot better this time, avoiding that Shen for as long as possible. Best case scenario for Noxus comp is to let that Shen go up until the very last moment. So this is what that's going to look like. And the Gwen this time not going to have a free pass. Like, you know, when you go to Disney, you get that free pass to go onto the ride before everyone this time around. And it's going to be a loss for Weijin. But we like seeing this. These 1v1s at the end of the game are pretty thrilling. And another thing to look at when it comes to their total board value, it looks like they're one away from each other. So this is pretty even, but we do have a Shadow Isle and a Noxus emblem here.
Yeah, it's interesting. Weijin does find a Shadow Isles. That is going to help a little bit here. Could go, it's a little too late to go 6 or anything like that. But is going to be able to spike that up just a bit here. Could put that on the Rise for the extra mana generation. Could put that on the Cassante. I think he's really looking for a Cassante 2 here to there it is. I think this will be Shadow Isles Cassante 2. Try to get a big knockout on someone like the Darius. Was actually surprised neither of them took the Shroud, so that was kind of an interesting choice. But like I said, this is going to come down to, can you get a big knockout early, or does Gwen, end up taking too much damage and Belveth get knocked out early? So this is what it's all going to come down to. We really want to watch the Cassante. Does hit the Darius. This is pretty big. We're going to get the first knock on the Darius. That's back in the back line. Can we get one more before it gets killed? No. That's not going to knock him out here. And so Darius is back on the field. Is pretty low here. Darius is out. That's looking really good for Weijin Iverson. Gwen's still alive. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. With the Noxus player losing the Darius, I think this is going to be victory for Weijin.
That was actually really good positioning too from Weijin there at the end, putting the Gwen on the other side. The Aatrox was the weak one on that same side, and then they were taken out super quickly, and then everything else kind of fell apart because that Darius was starting to take that damage right after.
I think it's worth pointing out that at the top of that game, we kind of called out who we felt like the main characters were, right? We were talking about Hoyin with the Cruel Pact and the 2 Piltover players. At the end of the day, it was Weijin Iverson playing this Noxus line into ultimately this really capped, interesting Shadow Isles board. But more, I want to take a step back first and talk about the reworked Piltover, because this is the first time we're seeing Piltover in tournament since the rework. I think it's worth pointing out that the 2 Piltover players cashed out at 3-2 and 3-3 respectively. How do you feel that these cash out points reflect the ultimate, board strength that they ended up with?
Yeah, so those are the cash outs we would call like okay to light. Like, they're not amazing, right? You're getting plus an item and some gold or a few components, which can make a difference, especially in these incredibly tight, tournament lobbies. But normally if you want to see a big swing, you have to hit the stuff later. I think right now it's just the strength of Urgot and Zeri in particular is really propping this up, right? Like, if Piltover was in a slightly better state, I don't know that those cash outs really would have been enough to swing things. But because they're able to then take advantage of, again, Urgot and Zeri and how strong they are and how naturally they fit and transition from Piltover, that's allowing them to be very, very strong. And so I think in the future, what you're going to have to see is maybe like an 8 or a 9 loss cash out to really convert, to give Zeri enough power to not necessarily be quite as dominant as we're seeing today.
All right, well, the scoreboards are ready, so let's take a look at how the rest of the lobbies played out in game number 2. Looking at Lobby A, Flightsy and Ashamu taking top 2. Lobby B, like we saw, Weijin and Phoenix. Lobby C, Milk making a comeback with I'm Jack in the top 2. And then Lobby D with Amdi and Rainplosion. Now, we spent a little bit of time on Lobby D in the first game as well. We talked about these 2 players in particular, Boop, Amdi and Rainplosion being the set 7 kind of heroes, right? Now they're back after a quiet set 8 and making a resurgence. It has to feel good finding themselves on top 2.
So I actually want to point out probably one of the most impressive things about Rainplosion. Rainplosion goes into every lobby expecting to win it. And that's one of the really cool ways that Rainplosion plays this game, because Rainplosion will also lose streak for an entire first section of a lobby. And I kind of explained it. I was telling more about it when we were watching it off stream. Like, I couldn't play like that. It's so stressful because Rain has, you know, honestly, one of the higher 8th place rates, but also has one of the highest lobby win rates in all of tournament TFT in the games that she has played. So I'm really interested to see, like, if we're able to avoid those 8ths, Rain is going to have some of the most points that we were going to see today. It's just going to be kind of like a whack-a-mole situation of, if that 8th lands, how much of an effect that's going to have on someone like Rain. And going back to Amdi, you know, that's a winner right there too, was a representative for us back in the day. And, you know, we talk about new guard and old guard all the time. It's a point that we belabor every single time we're on stream, right? But we also now have a separate kind of group of, you know, all of these players that left and now are back that have tournament experience, kind of mixing things up a little bit. And that's super intriguing, and seeing how that's going to go for the rest of the day is going to be pretty awesome.
All right, in the back half of the lobbies, we're looking at Setsuko taking first in his, Robin taking back-to-back first places in his lobby, Ewan Wolf in Lobby G, and Lil Kahuna taking a first place. Also want to point out Campbell taking a second after starting the tournament, with a first place finish. Now, Mort, I want to draw your attention real quick before we kind of head to this break. I know every time I've been on the broadcast with you, we end up talking about Robin songs. This is one of those players that it feels like you just can't take your eyes off of him because he always seems to be on top.
Yeah, again, just really good fundamentals. Robin has always been the kind of player that can find a way to succeed even in ways that other people don't. You know, his success has usually been around playing something that is like slightly just like low A tier as opposed to popular. I don't know what he played this game or anything like that, but he makes a lot of those lower, just slightly below comps work just due to how many games he puts in and how much experience he has.
That's right. Definitely one of the most prepared players in the field. Now, I also want to give a little bit of attention to Pakigam, who took third in Robin's lobby in that last game. Pakigam, hey, listen, we've seen players with the waitlist buff coming in. Pakigam is the last second addition to the tournament, so we got to see if that comes to fruition this time around. I'm definitely a Pakigam believer. You know, that's how we do it in Tri-State. So anyway, don't go anywhere. We are going to come back after a short break for game number 3 of the Shurima Cup. See you in a minute. Hello everybody and welcome back to the Shurima Cup. We've got Game 3 coming up in just a few minutes, but I'm here back on the desk with Casanova and Crowan as we're leading into the third game. Now Cass, taking a look at the lobby that we have slated for this next game, there's a couple names in particular I think are worth pointing out. In particular, Sox making his first appearance in this competitive circuit, but also Darth Noob, I think a player that to a lot of people is, I want to say up and coming, but also a player that's kind of been here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, I think Darth kind of phases in and out of the competitive scene being at the top level. You know, sometimes he has his very, very high highs, and sometimes we just don't see him for a while. But I think everyone knows him as someone who posts a lot of really interesting stats things on the Reddit, and just in general, people go to him for a lot of stat stuff. Very interesting that they take away stats, and then Darth Nub is one of the best players in North America, at least as according to the Don't Talk If You Don't Know podcast and their power rankings. But very fun to see him popping off. And then Sox, 2 times world competitors, coming in, missed Freljord Cup. We've mentioned that before, but coming in for his first cup, he needs to have a good performance here in order to make it at mid-set.
Now,
Yeah, and it's not even... Oh, go ahead.
Well, no, it's okay. I was just going to point out, I think it's worth, as we're talking about some of these players that have been there for a bit, that it's also important to note players like Young Yeji, who are coming in, making their first appearance ever in a competitive TFT tournament. We saw this a lot at the Freljord Cup, that just because these are players that are coming in for the first time, it doesn't mean that you can sleep on them.
No, definitely not. And while Freljord Cup was, kind of dominated by the old guard, I 100% agree. You cannot sleep on these new players. It could be Shurima Cup where it's like, all right, we've seen how Set 9 has progressed so far, gotten a little bit more used to it, having all that exposure, even if they're not competing, right? Even seeing it, I think, goes a long way. So a player like Young Yeji or like Hoyin, who it's their second tournament, could come through here with a kind of big splash. But they're up against, everyone else in the lobby. You're going to know them from previous sets, right? Vile made set 6 regionals, and that was kind of huge. Degree in set 7, right, had some kind of big stuff but fell off a little bit after that. So now it's their time to kind of rise up and shine once again, especially up against names, like the Sox, like Robin as well, right? Didn't talk about Robin that much yet, but he's one of the most decorated players, and is starting off this tournament with a first place and then another first place, so he's well up in the lead. It's gonna be scary running against Robin right now.
I think the only thing Robin has to actually avoid to win this event is to not be the point leader at the end of day 3. That is the one curse in competitive TFT that is yet to be broken, as far as I know. Now, I do want to call out, we're making jokes about the waitlist buff, Cass, right? Pokygom coming in last minute to fill in, but I do feel like there's something there. I don't know if it's psychological, but I feel like when you come in with no expectations, because at some level you aren't supposed to be here, right? But these players do tend to sometimes just show up on the day of.
Look, we saw it with Malala, right, when he took Jukyu's spot going in to the regional and getting very far in that. And now, it's Pocky gets to come in, who is already a heavy hitter, just like Malala was already a heavy hitter. And then they get to come in, they get this second chance at life through the wait list. And, I think a lot of these players do try and make the most of it. They're also just like, they're playing on borrowed time. So there's maybe a little bit of stress gets taken off your shoulders at that point, because you're like, well, I wasn't playing that well. I didn't make it. But hey, now let's just give it our best shot here at the end. And Pocky's a player who everybody kind of looks at as like, yeah, I mean, at any point he could win a tournament and no one's surprised.
Yep. Completely agree. Pocky, one of those players, I feel like if I had to group players into the X Factor category, so to speak, I'm using a lot of air quotes, by the way. Some of these terms are real. No more quotes. But if I had to group players into, like, who has the X Factor, Pokygom is one of those players. I mean, like, when I think back at what makes a player great, like when you look at set 5, oftentimes there's this pivotal point in Pokygom's career that we point to as like a mistake, right? It's this, and for anyone who doesn't know, it's this moment in the regional finals of set 5 where Pokygom throws an assassin spatula on a backliner, on Callista, and it kind of throws the whole game, and then he ends up not making Worlds. But I feel like it's a double-edged sword, because for every idea that goes south, you have these ideas, Crowan, where you just discover a line that nobody has ever found before, and that's what makes a player like Pokygom so scary in tournament.
Definitely, you learn infinite from those situations where you make a play like that and it doesn't go well. It's like, all right, one, I know that I cannot do that, but still it's the willingness to even try that in the first place, right? And I think that's what separates, say, a player, we talked to Kurum at the start of the day, right? Kurum's just like, okay, I'm always here because I'm just like consistent. I'm not making those plays where I'm going, super low and bouncing back and going for these first places, but other players really are on those lines, and I think, Pocky is able to do that as well, and make those kind of crazy plays. It's kind of just a little bit of play style difference difference. But that's kind of the beauty of TFT, right? You can bring all these different playstyle differences into a tournament and still have, you know, really good success no matter who you are. It does come down to, you know, a little bit of luck on the day, right? And maybe if Pocky, in hindsight, you know, had made a different decision, things would have gone completely different. But still, it's that willingness to do that and try these different lines that I'm agreeing with you. I think that's a great sign.
I think there's something to be said about a point you just made. The play style of a player, right? And when we're talking earlier with Morton Boop, we're talking about Robin Songs being one of these prepared players, right? He's a playbook kind of player. He does the homework, and then when he comes on the day up, he plays what he's prepared. And I love seeing success from players like that alongside the players like Pokygum, but also Cass, players like Sox. I mean, when you think back to set 4, Sox was one of those players that said, hey, you guys can just play all the meta stuff, but I'm just going to figure out how these units work, and then I'll never be able to low roll.
Yeah. I mean, it is perfect being able to have those, you know, unique lines and being able to play everything. And, you know, we've talked about Robin with the flowchart TFT, which is why, you know, coming in and going 1-1, it feels like his prep was pretty good. He's playing really solid, and he's a player that when he goes 1-1, it doesn't feel like, oh, well, you know, he's just high rolling and he probably won't keep going 1-1-1. But then you have to look back at his, you know, regionals performance of the 1-1-1 lag 1-1, and the fact that we've also seen Robin not just do it that one time as far as having placements that look like that in tournament. So I think Robin is someone, we see him get 2 first places. I don't really expect to see him bot 4 on those mid rolls either today. I think that if his preparation is netting him all these first places so far, he's just playing really good TFT. He's really comfortable. He's confident on the patch, and that's a Robin to be scared of.
Hoyen is another player in this lobby that we did get to see in the previous game. And Crowan, Hoyen was a player who took Cruel Pact, right?
Yeah.
Fell a little bit behind the curve. I think losing on stage 2 with Cruel Pact is one of those things that I think a lot of players, honestly, and I hope this doesn't sound too harsh, but would find kind of unacceptable. You can't really take this augment, lose on stage 2, and then expect to win out from there. And I think that having 2 weak placements with the 8 and the 7 in the first 2 games of their day, this is probably a really important game for Hoyen's placement on the day as a whole.
Yeah, definitely. We even see players that are expected to win out in the events, right? I think Dishop's a player who had 2 poor placements as well. So if it's, you know, we'd all expect, oh yeah, Dishop can still make it. So the same can probably be said about Hoyen, right? Hoyen can shake it off and still make it. Cass and I were talking a little bit about that previous game with the Cruel Pact and being like, okay, Hoyen made the decision to not go level 7 immediately, was on level 6 until post stage 2 carousel, and then went to 7 because it does save you a little bit of extra HP. So you can, you know, maybe eventually push to level 8 and be thinking about things like that. But the level 6 board was still weak, and level 7 rolling it down, only hitting like a Zeri 1 or something, and just kind of bled out from there. It wasn't quite enough, but Hoyen can still very much bounce back.
All right, well, the game is set. Cass, Crowan, I will leave it to the 2 of you for game number 3 of the Shurima Cup.
Thank you so much, Gangly Crone. We're jumping in. We got Yordle Portals, Ecliptic Vaults, and Nox Kreia. And once again, Noxus is lonely. Nobody hanging out there. Nobody trying to take that.
No.
We saw the Milk Moral Bastion game in Freljord Cup, but realistically, those Noxus portals do not get touched very frequently. And it is going to be Yordle portals coming through. One thing I quickly wanted to call out, Crowan, though, we were talking about Hoyen and having those kind of weak early placements, but that's one of the things with Legends that we have seen people do in the past. When they really need to play for first, we see people go towards Lee Sin or towards Aurelion Soul as potential options. We've even seen River King, but that one's kind of fallen out of favor. And I'm curious if Hoyen has some prep for that to be able to be like, okay, well, I need firsts, so I'm going to just play Lee Sin and like force Kale and try and play for first that way. And it's just an option that we have in set 9 with Legends.
Yeah, definitely. And I think there's a big question mark on Hoyen as well, because this is only their second tournament, right? They started in set 7, didn't have a great placement, but you know, now is their time to be like, all right, I'm back into this space, let's see it. So it's really just a big question mark of what is their playstyle really going to look like. If we sit down and analyze all of Hoyen's games from today, what's it going to look like? And yeah, I know you're laughing at the 8 horns in the lobby. It's no secret tech coming out, no spicy things at all. It's gonna be just standard stuff, but not a standard kind of opener for Robin. He's holding a lot of gold because this is a gold opener. Maybe going to be playing a Noxus. We saw in our first game that we cast Noxus players go 1-2, even though one pivoted out of the Noxus, but still a very, very strong opener.
Tron, I mean, I just need to point out that, like, I know everyone's surprised, like, oh, everybody's playing the same legend. Oh, what was the point of Legends? It's called Runeterra Reforged. Of course, everyone's playing Ornn. It makes sense. Like, I don't know why everyone's like yapping about it, right? Like, that was the intent of this set the whole time, was that everyone would play Ornn. Come on.
So true. I never thought of it that way, but you're so right. Robin able to sell up to 10 gold tier. Ravenous Hunter. There's a Warwick on the bench as well, and there's a bow. Now it's not going to be a snap pick like it was a couple of patches ago, but still can be okay. It is just going to be your standard Ornn pick, the Portable Forge, Tricksters from Winter Gold Collector. Would have loved to see a Death's Defiance for a Darius. Tricksters can find some value on a Samira in this composition if you think about the Samira reroll. Even if you don't reroll, it's good for, or great for tempo as well. Might end up being a Gold Collector, unless they turn a Winter. He's looking more flexibly as well. You can throw that onto a Swain, yeah, exactly, and still look to win streak with that. I don't think Robin's committed to Noxus here, though, but he still could go that line.
Yeah, I think potentially even the consideration with Warwick, unless he just completely didn't want any part of it due to just items or whatever other reason, not thinking the line is good, but he had a reasonable Noxus start with a Darius, and then since he's Ornn, he could go for that Death's Defiance, right? That would be so big to hit that with the Darius already. And then, you know, Eternal Winter, it can work out fine, and if he can start win streaking, he can commit to Noxus, and if he does lose streak, as you said, he can just pivot out. Even if he win streaks, he can pivot out. We've seen it plenty of times. Yep. So just keeping that line open instead of locking himself into the Warwick with only one component that he knows of. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, definitely. I was just being impressed by Samira farming 2 gold back to back with the Gambler's Blade. Even that low percentage from young Yeji. That Shimmer Scale item is one of the things that you might consider taking over the standard, you know, Portable Forge. And we have a lot of Portable Forges. And then Vile and Sox being the other players branching out of the mold there. But taking a look at Pocky's board, it is just going to be a kind of standard opener. You got a couple Bastions, a couple Rogues as well. But the Poppy's super taking the front line. It's not going to be enough to win streak out. As even losing stage 1 with this, or 2-1 is kind of unfortunate. Still in a fine spot though.
It's very funny to look at that augment spread and just see young Yeji, the imposter, and there's a bunch of importable 40s, and then he's got the Shimmer Scale one instead.
It's just
the Shimmer one instead.
Forge,
hiding within. He's like, no one knows I'm not actually Portable Forge. But yeah, we see a lot of Eternal Winters already, right? Here's 2 immediately, Robin and Pokygom. So could potentially see the Quicksilver tech for some of the carries going into a lobby that has these. It does help, especially in the early stages of the game. So if you are stuck on those components, it can actually be an early slam if you are looking to win streak, if you are strong with some 2 stars to actually get through those Eternal Winter boards.
Yep, Eternal Winter versus Eternal Winter. Pocky goes down to loss streak. Taking a look at Degree. He was maybe holding on for the hope of the Piltover with the Jace, but not going to be the direction. Just challengers, no Noxus found yet, unfortunately. But Gold Collector Samira 2 is really powerful. A lot of people looking, again, for that Samira 2 in the early game as just a really solid unit, even without the blue buff, right? For that needs to be featured on that reroll Samira. Still just a really good unit. Sock's already level 5, doing a bit of a kind of Bebe leveling. Has this Sork emblem as well, put it onto Aeronectin. I always feel like this is like Sock's back in action here. It's like, yeah, he's just gonna be really good at recognizing what board state is strong relative to the rest of the lobby, and, you know, just playing that kind of tempo style of play.
Sox has to be so sad that he has Sork as his start, because there's a Zeri in his shop and he has a Sejuani. Like, it's a crazy early hits of forecasts. But, you know, committed to that Sork line with the crests at 2-1, and still this board is very strong. I get why he leveled to 5, right? He's able to actually pretty much ensure this win streak, potentially through Krugs. He might need a little bit of help because there are a few other strong boards, especially those Samiras.
Taking a look at the carousel, we take a look at everyone's boards, and nothing super crazy here. There is now Pocky having the Callista as opposed to the Katarina, getting Shadow Isles online. But looking at the free items, right, a lot of people are slamming things. The only open components are like Robin, who only started with 1 component, Hoyen as well. I guess Darth Noob has some components to work with. But they're going to be the players towards the bottom of the lobby, or at least taking 1 loss. Darth Noob is at 96, but tries to, I think, maintain this win streak, with a slam of an item here.
And Darth Noob actually had the Death Defiance Darius, so that is more of an indicator that Darth Noob is going to want to stay in Noxus. Darius is kind of the best carrier of that Death Defiance. Now, I think there are other units that can use it, right? You could go to Urgot or something later and play it that way, but when you have that Darius start, that Noxus start with the Death Defiance, it does feel very good and natural to stay in the line, provided it doesn't actually end up being like 3-4-way contested as it is in the early game.
Definitely. And just taking a quick look at the right hand side again, that kind of third number, that board value, we see the lower numbers towards the bottom loose streaking. It's kind of more of the same, but it's to be expected in players at the top with 15, 14, 15. The one exception there is Degree, who has like relatively kind of quote unquote weak board value, but it's going to be off the back of the Challenger Samira that's just so powerful that you don't need these 3 cost units to make your board powerful. You just need a 4 Challenger Samira with Gold Collector to be executing everything, generating a bunch of gold, and still be powerful to just deal raw damage.
Yeah, super efficient board, right? Just 11 gold, and he is at the top of the tables looking to win streak through. Krugs and Socks did end up losing, right? So that win streak is snapped after those aggressive levels being a little bit down in the dumps economy wise, right? 15 gold, lowest econ in the lobby, and being on that 1 loss, not able to fully streak.
Full streak Degree, perhaps looking for it, but Hoyun, Piltover opener. The board's not the full open, so maybe not someone trying to grief his streak. However, we see Piltover's cap out super high. They're one of the comps that has the highest success rate. However, one of the higher 8th rates as well. It's either you Piltover, you don't cash out, or you do and you're just not able to make it happen and you go 8th, or you basically go 1-2.
Just looking at Degree, still looking to make some money with the Collector. Does pop 1 off, 2 off. There we go. 30 gold from Degree. Very cheap board, able to make tons of money and full streak in stage 2. Fantastic spot to be in. The items are relatively flexible in the AD tree. Aphelios maybe doesn't love Runan's Collector as as 2 items, but that could totally work out on a Zeri.
Ooh, Vile rocking some Piltover as well. There we go. There's the little T-Hex. Only 9, so Hoyun is going to be a little bit ahead in that race. And what we're really going to have to watch out for is if they face each other at the start of stage 3. They should still be in each other's pools, so they can face each other. So if a player loses and cashes out a little bit early, they have to make the decision, okay, do I still want to stick in this tree or pivot out into something else, maybe depending on what their items are, if they're committed to that Zeri line or not, which is not a bad line to commit to, right? In fact, it's one of the best lines to commit to. Just it's awkward if you're playing it contested and from behind.
Yeah, 100%. And we'll have to see. I mean, as you said, right, just getting in here into stage 3. Will Vile and Hoyun fight against each other? Vile scouting around. Echo 2 made by Hoyun. So
wow.
Vile, if he doesn't improve this board at all, should be able to lose. I mean, I can't imagine beating the Echo 2 with the board currently. Like, I think Sunfire, right, that is a strong slam. If you make the Vi 2, there's an argument that you could still beat that Echo 2 board. We're not seeing Hoyun's board during this, but I do assume that like
power level of it from the
power
gold.
level. Yeah, that's true. The power level from the gold, 8 gold more. Hoyun, Echo 2, Oriana 2 with item slams. I mean, definitely Hoyun wins this one, and Vila gets to continue loss streaking. Hoyun's just gonna cash out at 12.
Hoyun was praying for this matchup to not be the case. I think wanted to be strong enough to have good losses versus the rest of the lobby, but really did not want to run into Vile. So Vile feeling real good about this one. Even killed a few units too. 3-unit loss is basically,
that's basically a win.
Not even a loss.
It's basically a win.
Basically a win. Infinite HP. No, both players are around similar HP, but Vile going to be having the streak still to work with. As we get our second augment, it is just going to be a silver. However, not too game changing, but still indicative of direction. Small forge, very consistent. 4 gold is nice for Vile. Can be able to have more econ to push level 7, roll it all down, and cash out that Piltover streak in just a couple of rounds.
The great thing for Vile too is because he fought Hoyun there, he can now power up his board to actually kill units. That was the scary thing, right? When you have Hoyun in your pool, you have to stay so weak that you're pretty much just getting XO'd by every single other person in the lobby. so that you can lose to Hoyen. But now that he's out of the lobby, you can actually be strong enough to just kill a couple of units while not making yourself too strong to actually win the round. And it is such a good spot to be for the Piltover player when you are now at uncontested lose streak in stage 3, and you can just look to put enough power to not get destroyed, but not too much power.
Yeah, looking to kill a couple units and is able to do that. Galio does go down the Hodge Slam to just get a little bit of power on this board. Might be all he kills. Okay, there's one more. So again, another 3-unit loss. We lay in a pretty good spot there.
Jumping over, there is the Darius from Darth Nub. This does look a little bit more committal. You've got the Hodge Slam onto the Darius as well, and you have that Ionic on to the Katarina. So leaning it very heavily into those Noxus items, and I do think Darth Nub will be, committing to play the 3-cost reroll version of that line, especially considering, finding that Death Defiance early.
Definitely. Young Yeji, Gambler's Blade, Samira has made a lot of economy. He's even level 7 before stage 3 carousel, but finds a Belveth before stage 3 carousel as well. And that's going to be autoing a lot every time each ultimate comes through. So more chances for Gambler's Blade procs, more chances to push fast levels and get just a legendary capped board out here.
Now, I mean, this is early enough in the game that anyone would play around, this Belveth, but we've also seen players like Soju as someone who likes to play around the 1-star Belveth very frequently and tends to make it work quite well, even late into stage 4. So I do think, Yeji is set up very well to utilize this, and the fact that he's got Gambler's Blade with it is going to make more money, so that actually cranking up the levels and potentially finding Belveth 2 later on is a lot more of a possibility, because especially in stage 3, Belveth 1 should be able to help you win streak.
Oh, 100%. Even with the not ideal items like the Rage Blade, you'd rather an RFC, but it's going to be stacking up so much just because there's not that much damage from other players' boards in stage 3 that Belveth farms everything. I think it farmed like 2 or 3 gold in that last fight. And so if you're farming 2 or 3 gold each round for like 5 rounds in a row, that's absolutely massive, as some spatulas do come through. Players are avoiding them like the plague right now, but however, young Yeji picks one up. Doesn't have any free items right now besides for a belt. Not really going to be leaning towards Noxus, I don't think. However, still just going to play with that in mind. If we can high roll into a Tactician's Crown later on, that would be fantastic. But now's the time for Relay to roll down with, and finds a Senna on level 7 immediately.
Senna and Zeri here already before the roll down. He has Scion to add to it?
No.
Vilay's going to be able to cash out very easily. Even if it's not this round, he will be able to find it, right? Like, you already have the pieces. The building blocks are there. And it's just a matter of, finding the round you actually want to do it. Maybe you win this round and it's okay because you already made it to 20 stacks on the TX, which is kind of the minimum you need to cash out. Yeah. But also, Vilay could take, a 2-unit loss, 3-unit loss here and be very happy as it continues to stack.
Yeah, Mort was just talking about a little bit ago about, maybe that 8 or 9 when to cash out at, you're not too low and still can make this board work. But finding hits like, it's gonna be a cash out. Finding hits like that Senna and Scion and already a Zeri one, a couple items may make it a little too strong, but that is okay. Still have a lot of HP to work with. Is going to be at that 20 power threshold where the TX gets the laser. Vilay is in a really good spot.
Yeah, really solid position. Comes off the back of being able to lose to Hoyen and actually continue stacking that TX to the 20. You're able to keep it. Let's see what the cash out is. A lot of gold in the first orb. Reforged there and a Radiant item. A lot of gold, 1 Radiant item. Not bad. It does add to the power. And already having, the legendary hits you want for the comp and being able to start hitting a lot of these units. Wow, these rolls are just so valued for Vilay. And Urgot as well.
Pretty good. Is going to consider playing the for Zon, but no, not quite a powerful enough Zon mod. The Radiant Redemption is gonna be okay. Might consider forging that, but no, it's just going to go for that frontline power. Zeri has enough damage in the backline, just really wants to make that frontline tanky, because a Vi 2 Echo 2 Scion 1 is decent, but other players can still shred through that relatively quickly.
Yep, one of those players, Darth Nub, almost able to break through with that Darius, but just the Darius 2 right now. It is still very early on, stage 3. Only having the 3 Dariuses, so it's not like a crazy spot to roll down, but it certainly has plenty of econ to try and hit, especially if he is uncontested, which I didn't see another Nox's player who is stuck with it, so it might just be uncontested for Darth Nub.
Yeah, Sox is going for that re-roll Sork's angle. A lot of Sonas, and Sona with the Sork emblem with a blue buff. That's where she reaches a pretty big cap. No items on the Vel'Koz yet, but that is okay because the frontline items are going to be perfect. You get anti-heal to Sunfire, you get that shred with the Ionic Spark. That's exactly what this composition needs. Want to make sure to, you know, make board space, assuming that 3 cost to drop. No 3 costs come out from the pool. However, Sox is still going to be gifted
Just gonna high roll.
a
Okay.
Lux from the Yordle portals. 6 Sork online. Oh boy, that's a great hit, and more hits coming.
Yeah, it's big. This is one of those rare scenarios where you actually just chase the Sona 3, already having 6 Sonas, very good Sona items. It's not always how you want to play this comp, but it does feel like this is a very good spot for it. As you can keep rolling for Vel'Koz and the Lux 2 as well.
Yeah. Okay, that was actually a pretty important decision that Sox just made. It could have been, okay, I keep rolling down to try to hit a Swain 2, and I keep the items on Swain, or I could just replace my Swain for a Swain 1, put the items on a Taric who's already upgraded to super tanky, and then that allows him to buy the Vel'Koz and still make 10 gold. So I really like that decision, even though it's a small thing from Sox there, and I think it's going to lead him to, you know, winning this round. It might not have been the difference, however, still, those items being on Taric, we have that shred alive for a lot longer, and the anti-heal is a big deal.
Yeah, one thing I want to look at on 4-2 here is our 2 Zon players, right? Vile has Shimmer and Chem Tank, and Hoyen has Adaptive and Hex Tech. So if either of them gets +1 Zon, Vile can look for the Jarvan, try and play 6 Zon, play for the Jarvan Chem Tech Explosion, or Hoyen can look for that Scion, try and play that Hex Tech Exoskeleton, both of which can utilize that with 6 Zon to essentially just blow up the enemy board.
3 rerolls coming through from Sox is going to be Jeweled Lotus coming through.
Zon Emblem.
Extra bit of that crit. Zon Emblem for Vile. Wow, coming through with the tome. It's a Reforger as well, but doesn't even need it.
So now, I mean, yes, you've got the Scion, which is really cool and neat and all that, but now you just want Jarvan. You want to find Jarvan. This is the Chem Tank on this side for Vile. So if you can find Jarvan and be able to make that with some HP items, he doesn't have the Warmogs. He's not fully there on the itemization, but it's still so incredibly strong with that Chem Tank.
Yeah, it's nuts. Showing more components coming through. Nothing that he's really going to be happy to slam right now because Shojin is already on the Senna. Zeri already has 3 items, so it really just wants to be tank power right now. But Vile is just winning out. This is such a crazy kind of cash out timing with the board power that Vile had. Because with that cash out, it's not even guaranteed that you went out all out of the rounds from there. It's like, okay, maybe in Zeri 1, I win 1 or 2 rounds and I have another loss just because some other player has spiked. But it's just so powerful at this current time because of those hits like the Scion and the Senna.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly, Vile had 6 Zon at one point in this game, but he did sell that Urgot to make Econ earlier on because it wasn't gonna make the board until he hit that +1. So unfortunately for Vile, he won't be able to get all that power on immediately until he hits the Jarvan and the Urgot. But because his board is so strong right now, anyways, he'll still be win streaky for quite some time as he continues to look for all those pieces.
Azir Lux being the play for Robin, not a comp that people are going to be aggressively going for nowadays, but still one that is fine, and it's still in the top 5 of popularity. Robin is on a 4 loss streak, however, only Azir 1, 2 items, Lux 1 with no items. Looks like it's good enough to beat Sox, however, as he has not reached any 3 stars so far, so Robin Songs gets a bit of a moment of reprieve as the HP totals are getting real close between 2nd through 7th cast, just a 12 HP difference.
Yeah, I'm just looking through. Hoyen has a Zon emblem on the Sejuani as well, so there is potential for 6 Zon in 2 different spots. I don't see the augment that they thought that, I guess maybe it wasn't from an augment. I'm curious how they even have that. But I did see it in that fight. So that's actually the big thing I'm looking at is, hey, now looking for a Scion on that side. It is the best holder of the exoskeleton in that front line to blow up boards. But yeah, we're looking, and it is just going to be that emblem on to the Sejuani. That is massive. Maybe found a Toma traits on a PvE round?
Yeah, might have been the cash out, might have been PvE round. Zeri 1, Sniper's Focus. There's so many Zeris already out of the pool. Degree had Zeri 2, and there's also the Zeris from Vile as well. So it's 3-way contested, and that's really, really scary for Hoyun being on a 2-loss streak. Even with 6 on, right? Zeri 1 just might not be powerful enough.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to some extra damage from this front line too. Adaptive's still going to do a lot of damage for the Sejuani. However, it doesn't get the big benefit that Sion does, right? Where Sion dies and revives, that counts as a heal. And so that just kind of blows up everything around him with that X-Tech exoskeleton. So needing to find that unit to truly come online with the 6 Zon. However, that is robotic arm, which is quite powerful for the Zeri. One more shot will do it.
There we go, they execute.
Again, being able to stabilize a little bit here. That board does look very strong, but a lot of people are spiking.
Yeah, man, excuse me, it's not even a 3-way contest, it's 4-way contested because Pokegom has Zeri as well. So we saw like one Zeri player in game number 1, now we have it turned up to 11 with 4 players contesting. Sox rolling down to 0, trying to find these hits, but they're not coming through. Stuck on 8 Sonas, Jarvan pair as well. Oh, but young Yiji finding the Bel'Veth 2 Gambler's Blade 6 Challenger online. Not quite where I expect this board to end up, Cass, but I'm here for it.
And scoped weapons, this is really nice. You know, you don't get the extra range from the rapid fire cannon, and I know that's also for the immediate big attack speed, right? Those are the 2 reasons you get it, but scoped weapons gives you some more attack speed, gives you the range, lets the Bel'Veth play from a safe distance. I actually think it's a great pick here when you were playing around that Bel'Veth carry already. And Yiji feeling like, oh, I'll be rich enough because of this Gambler's Blade that I can very consistently hit Bel'Veth 2. Gets it, is heavily rewarded, and has a really great board. But also, I think on level 8, having, you know, 4 Bel'Veths and 2 Aries is a little illegal.
It's pretty illegal. I don't know how much gold they rolled down at level 8, but that's almost the spot where, like, okay, you need to be level 9 to hit this board with all those Bel'Veths that he was hitting. But no, just gonna be on level 8. And that board now is probably strong enough to consider going level 9, as not many other people are, I think, in that situation. You know, Darth Noob and Vile, both level 8, having 40 and about 50 gold there, they can consider, especially from Vile's spot. On a 7 win streak is very, very powerful. Didn't get a chance to see if he had hit the Zeri 2 though, so I don't think he has it online.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet. We'll have to see when we get a check in there. I'm just intently watching Sox trying to roll down for the Sona. At this point, it feels like the Sona 3 might not even be strong enough to fully stabilize him. He's still kind of looking to bleed out into a bot 4, only being on 11 HP. But he's just hoping that Hoyen or Pocky, maybe even Robin has got him. But Robin just hit a Zeri 2. Hoyen just hit the Zeri 2 as well. So some power coming in to some of these bottom players.
Young Yiji, Kaisa 2 being upgraded as well. Sox trying to hang on 11 HP. Could be elimination point, especially up against this board that now has Zeri 2.
Yeah, I mean, they both hit at the same time. However, one of them's playing Zeri with 6 Zon, and the other is going to be on a Sona reroll. And I think that I'd rather be in the Zeri position here. The Sox going to take a big chunk, and he will go down. It looks like that is just going to be an 8th from Sox. I don't think anyone else can quite get there. Maybe Pokegom does go down, but I think he'll be higher HP. And it looks like he was. Yeah, it is going to be Sox in 8th, Pocky in 7th.
Wow, just a few HP differential there. Both players who we expected to come in today swinging. Just unfortunately not finding a great placement this game, but now we have to turn our attention to the rest of the lobby. Huyun trying to make every single placement point happen from that Zon spot. But Degree also has landed on a Zeri board, but not from the Piltover. Doesn't going vertical Zon or anything like that. It's just strong units of this board. Fully itemized Zeri and fully itemized Urgot and a good front line. Yeah,
contesting the other 2 and actually just hitting kind of everything that he needs. His itemization on both the Zeri and the Urgot are good, so that board's looking very strong. So take a look. Hoyun going up against Darth Noob, who still hasn't hit the Darius. He's on 6 of them, but he has a lot of gold. He's just heavily slow rolling through this. He should be able to hit the Darius and potentially even the Katarina. So Darth Noob looking like he will be able to spike heavily. Maybe he rolls down on 4-5 all the way to just kind of make sure he hits.
Likely to do that. And yeah, Vile did hit the Zeri 2, is now level 9. Senna pair as well. Vile in a prime spot to first place this lobby. The synergies are absolutely beautiful. Even things like a Zeke's on the onto the Jace to, you know, beef up the little bit of that attack speed on the back line. Doesn't need it on the Zeri. In fact, might be repositioning that so that Zeri doesn't getting jumped on by all these Jarvans in the lobby, and make sure she just is able to, you know, take out the rest of the board. No CC, nothing to prevent her.
All right, Degree going up against another Zeri. This is Hoyan. There we go. Both Zeris firing away. There's the 6 on versus kind of just the good stuff Zeri Urgot board that we have here for Degree. Feels like the synergies usually will come out on top, but this Urgot is so strong for the side of Degree. It's not quite enough, though. Synergies proving to be too much. Degree going to eat a 6th here, as he is taken down by the other low HP member of this lobby. Robin is well down to 8 HP. Finds a win, though.
Yeah, rough spot for Degree to be in with that matchup. Just wasn't quite enough, but hey, that's what happens. A bunch of people are contesting similar compositions, and you're just not the one that is powerful enough. It was not able to preserve HP in the early game either. As we see stage 5 carousel coming through, Young Yeji picks up another challenger emblem. Actually, they could go 8 challenger with that Bel'Veth.
Yeah, 8 challenger Bel'Veth. I think that is maybe the favorite to go first if he's able to find that. It seems like a very difficult comp to deal with. Is Robin trying to hang on with Azir Lux? Able to find double Ginsus. I mean, he's got a very strong version of this composition, but as you said, stuck on level 7. It's like just trying to stay strong enough, and he's done a good job getting a top 5 here with this comp that seems pretty rough. So we take a look at the roll down from Darth Nub, not able to hit any of his units. So he's going to be bleeding out a little bit more.
Bleeding out a little bit more, indeed. It looks like it's still 6 challenger from Young Yeji, but has an Ahri and a Heimer, so that's okay to drop 2 challengers to play units with that kind of quality. Darius trying to take down the Bel'Veth, but Bel'Veth is just popping off, healing back up. This is a legendary board from Young Yeji. Takes out yet another round from Darth Nub, and looks like elimination did happen as well. Robin, the level 7 board, stuck on level 7. Not able to make it happen, is out in 5th.
Yeah, both are Piltover players able to put it together, even with Hoyan not being able to hold on to that streak for long enough because running into Vile on 3-1. But still able to stabilize and get pretty far as Darth Nub does find that Darius. Didn't he had the Katarina in the shop, sold down, tried to find the Darius. It's way more important. Only 1 item on the Katarina. I love it.
100%. I agree with that. Darth Nub's in a spot where, like, okay, if I have the Darius right now and I can save one and save a little bit of HP from 1 round, I can maybe go 3rd instead of going 4th, because Hoyan is going to be very powerful right now, but going to be running against Vile instead.
Yeah, Vile terrifying. That's a Senna 2 with full items. Does have the Zeri 2 as well. Only thing, he even found the Jarvan actually, which did not find a good time to blow up. And now the Darius is on the back line. He's on the Zeri. The Jarvan's still alive. So this is actually a way for Darth Nub to win the round. He will kill the Jarvan before the Scion. Is the explosion enough? No, the healing is plenty for this Darius with the Death Defiance. And that rat from the Darius is so impactful as the Jarvan just never goes down early enough.
There we go. Hoyun goes down in 4th, and Darth Nub stays alive. Darius 3, the big hit. It is 100% the right call there to roll, and it paid off hugely. Going to be still, I think, contesting another placement, perhaps. It's going to be hard going up against the challenger Bel'Veth from Young Yeji and the cat board of Vile, but, you know, did just beat Vile. Vile still has some room to make that board stronger, and it might be a little bit of positioning difference as well. But this Darius is an absolute beast.
Yeah, it does feel like Darth does need to hit Vile again in the rotation, and needs his Darius to wrap again in order to make this a 2nd instead of a 3rd, because it does feel like Young Yeji's board should be strong enough to deal with this with the Bel'Veth, but it is a Death Defiance Darius with the Giant Slayer to help deal with that Bel'Veth when she starts to get those Empress pop-offs. It's possible that it can deal with it. I'm not confident in saying so, but I do think there is play, there is game against that board, and maybe Darth Nub can find it. But first, it's going to be Vile versus Young Yeji.
Vile versus Young Yiji. Vile Senna shielding pops off originally, but Belveth trying to make her way into the back line. Finds the Senna soon if she can cast, and yes, she does. Gets more resets. Zeri still alive, though, tearing through it, and does tear through the Belveth. Now it's just the Kai'Sa to go. Walks forward. The Kai'Sa cast is not enough. There's no AP on that. And Vile takes a round win versus Young Yiji, but it was close. Very, very close.
Yeah, and Darth did lose to whichever ghost he played against. So now he's on 1 life. Young Yiji also potentially on 1 life here. In fact, I believe is on 1 life with 12 here in stage 6. And so it is possible that Darth Nub can find this. I mean, if he can win against the Belveth 2, the Ari2, he can go for that 2nd place. Maybe still contend with Vile. Of course, we did mention he was able to win 1 fight there. So Vile has gotten a little stronger since. And potentially if Vile finds Jarvan items, it's all over. Here's the fight.
Oh, Zephyr onto the Ari.
Zephyr onto the Ari. Darius going to start dunking through. Gets 1 reset. Doesn't quite get the 2nd, but he is on the back line. You do see the Belveth going. That's a great knockup from the Yasuo, buying time and not dying to the dunk. And now the Belveth just rips through. Not very close between the two of them. Young Yiji gonna hold on for at least a 2nd, but I still think he can contend against Vile. It was a very close fight, and he just hit Heimer 2.
Heimer 2 upgrade does come through. Might be the tipping point in that matchup. Great job by Darth Noob, I think, getting a 3rd from that spot. However, the Darius 3 kind of aggressive role there to make sure he guarantees that. But now we have our legendary cat boards. Kaz Vile with the Zon Gunners versus Young Yiji with a more creative board here with the legendaries Challenger Belveth. See which side the Scion and the Jarvan jump to, I think, is really indicative of how this fight's going to go.
Yeah, just watching for the Belveth. See where the first jump comes through. Does jump in as the Jarvan will jump to the back line, so Belveth avoids the stun. However, she's getting shredded by the Zeri, by the Senna, and it is just way too much power on this board. A 98 gold board for Vile to close things out. Incredibly high cap from the Piltover, able to take the first. But Young Yiji, I loved how he played from that high roll spot. I actually think he capitalized really, really well and was able to convert that into a 2nd in a lobby with a lot of actually quite strong boards.
Yeah, I think talking about Young Yiji in particular, we called it out before. This is his first event, right? Making his way into professional TFT, competitive TFT. But I want to talk about the high roll moment of that turn of that game for Young Yiji, finding the Belveth on stage 3. Now, Cass, this is interesting because I know that I found myself in situations like that in TFT where you find this 5 cost, you find this high roll moment, but then you're like, what do I do with this? Where do I go from here? And I think that it's worth acknowledging that Young Yiji was able to convert on that high roll and turn it into a 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think that is like one of the big skill testing elements in TFT is how can you convert in the high roll positions. And first, it's knowing whether a spot is really a high roll or not, right? Do you have the items that can make it work? Do you have the emblems, in this case, with the Challenger emblem that works really well with the Belveth? Or are you in a situation where maybe he had all AP items and he sees this Belveth and it's like, I do have to let that slide. I can't go in this direction, right? So recognizing your spot is, in fact, a high roll, and then actually being able to convert from there is just a big element of TFT. When people look at a spot and they're like, oh, he's just high rolling, it doesn't matter. There's a lot of steps that still go from there to convert it into that top spot.
That's true. That's true. Now, Crowan, I wanted to still kind of a specific moment in that game, which was on 3-1, where we had Hoyun versus Vile, the 2 Piltover players coming head-to-head in early stage 3. Now, the 2 of you pointed out how Hoyun had made the early 2-star Echo. Did that decision surprise you?
Yeah, it did a little bit. If you're 2 Piltover players contesting each other, it's like, okay, how do I make my board the weakest? But Hoyan wasn't really subscribing to that. It was just like, okay, I'm going to upgrade my board, play an Orianna 2 as well with like 2.5 items. So just trying to have good losses. And yeah, maybe sometimes you high roll and it works out because you don't run into other Piltover matchup. But oftentimes players are going to be playing assuming that they do and wanting to grief the other person's streak, because if you do, that's going to set yourself up for a better composition that you're going to be contesting, able to have more gold, have a better spot to roll down, kill the other player off, and then be able to, you know, hit the Zeris. And Zeri was 4-way contested, right? But still the concept applies. And that I think is a huge deal, and really tells the story to why Vile was able to get in the spot that he was, able to, you know, have that streak carry it forward. Even though I think he cashed out on a 7-loss streak, was still in a really good spot with those kind of, I would say, high roll hits with the Senna and the Scion, of course, but still a lot of those little nuances coming to fruition there.
And as much credit as we, or I guess as much as we say that Vile and Hoyan and Young Yiji are getting these high roll positions of the early Piltover or the early Belveth, I think it's also worth talking about players like Darthnub, who I think made this really interesting decision there where he hits the Katarina 3 cast and says, this isn't good enough to save me. This isn't going to save me any HP, sells it, and hits the Darius. So I want to give some props to Darthnub on making a really tough decision, but obviously it did pay off. So let's take a look at the scoreboard to see how the rest of the lobbies played out. Obviously, we saw Lobby A with Vile and Young Yiji, but Lobby B, Weijin Iverson on top again. DJ Billy right there behind him. Broccoli and Malala in Lobby C, and in Lobby D, TSM Solus and Dank Memes coming in on the top 2. Honestly, I'm actually good to just move on to the back half of the lobbies. We've talked about a lot of these names. Let's see how the rest of the lobbies have played out. As we see Lobby E, Prestivan, HSA. In Lobby F, Setsuko and Kiyun. Lobby G, Sub-Zero Arc, KPK. Lobby H, Rudir and Master Uknan. Now, Cass, there's a lot to talk about. One thing I do want to point out, though, is in this tournament so far, we've seen a lot of players kind of go back and forth with their placements. I know we saw Kiyun earlier on in the day with one of those bottom 2 finishes. Here now, coming back with a first. I think it's also important to kind of keep in mind that we're in this pretty pivotal part in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you know, 3 games out of 6, right? Halfway done. And, you know, a lot of those players that did start out low, if they can find that win, they at least put themselves towards the bubble for the back half, try and completely turn things around, gain some momentum as we move forward. Like, another player I wanted to call out is Sub-Zero Arc. Had a pretty rough first 2 games, was near the bottom of the tables, finds a first here. This was the highest point earner in the, you know, qualifier stage, right? Day 2 of the Shurima Cup to get to this point. He was someone who was playing really good TFT, but now coming in with, you know, adding in those top 32 challenger players, things get a little harder. And I was a little bit sad to see what it looked like him starting to sink. So seeing a first place come out and then bring it back is really exciting for me.
Sub-Zero Arc being one of the resident Caitlyn players of the day, but I do want to point out, Crowan, that in Lobby E, another Caitlyn player, Joe Bookmark, we were giving him some attention at the top of the show. Definitely not a good look to see him on the bottom.
No, definitely not. And that's, you know, 2 Caitlyn players, one going first, one going 8th. I think is not super indicative of Caitlyn playstyle, because usually they want to be going for those safe top 4s, right? You play just an early tempo style of play, get into top 4 pretty safely, but a little bit of a unexpected result there. But taking a look at the, you know, overall standings here, the back half of them, so there's a lot of players on the bubble looking in, but a very big surprise to see a lot of names here. Kurum especially at the bottom. I mean, a lot of pressure maybe coming off of winning for Layered Cup and trying to do the same thing, maybe a bit of low rolls, but it's, you know, it's just rough to see.
Definitely not a great look for Kurum. The good news is you got to think of it this way. If you can find yourself in that big of a hole in the first 3 games, then that means you can make up that much of a difference in the back 3 games, right? So it may not look great for Kurum right now, but it's definitely winnable. So let's take a look at the top 32 positions right now. First, Cass, let's start with this bubble, and then we can kind of move on to some of the shining stars on top, right? What stands out in this bubble region right now?
I mean, in the bubble, you know, we've kind of got everyone, you know, 16 down is kind of more towards that bubble. And a lot of players that are considered top of the pack a lot of times, you know, Goobums, DQA, Milk, Kiyun, Replay, Noster, Reimplosion, all kind of in that spot. Darth, we just saw with a really great game to kind of put himself here, as well as young Yiji getting the first to kind of bring him to that bubble. So a lot of players kind of holding these spots strong, and we're just gonna have to see this back half if they can continue to keep in those top 32 spots.
Yeah, and those top 12 spots, keep in mind, are going to earn players bonus points going into the 4th day. Looking at it right now, Robin Songs and I'm Jack are the 2 players that come to mind, at least when I'm looking at players who were in that top 8 of the Freljord Cup, in a position right now to earn themselves bonus points. We'll have to see exactly how it plays out, but I think it's so fitting. There's something going on in set 9 where we're seeing the success of a lot of these storied players, even right now with the top 3 being Weijin, Iverson, Robinsong, Setsuko. These are the players that people learn from, that they look up to. To see them on top of tournament is such an exciting thing to see as a fan of the game. Now, don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for Game 4 of the Shurima Cup in just a couple minutes, so we'll see you after the break. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Game 4 of the Shurima Cup. Now, Boop and Mort, you're back on the desk with me. Welcome, first of all. Now, Boop, Game 4, pretty pivotal part in the tournament, right? This is the place where you can't really afford to go bot 4 that many more times.
Yeah, this is definitely the time in a tournament player's life, especially if you're on the bottom side of the leaderboard, where sometimes you take the beginning aspect of these games and kind of wait and see how the rest of the people make their decisions and where you end up in a couple games. However, if you're on the bottom side of the leaderboard and up for elimination, maybe not coming back tomorrow, now you got to start making decisions, intentional decisions to affect the lobby in noticeable ways so you can improve your game plan, right? If you've been biding your time and looking for information, you're going to have to convert on that right here and right now, and anyone on the bubble, it might be time to do just that, especially if you're on the very bottom side of the leaderboard.
Now, Boop called out earlier that Rainplosion in particular, one of these players who really needs to show that she's able to bounce back from placing 8th. Now, More, this is an interesting discussion point because in the previous game, Rainplosion did place 8th, and especially because it comes at such a pivotal point in the tournament, it does beg the question to some of these players, do I change my game plan a little bit? Do I stick to my guns? Is it just variance, or did I make a mistake? And that's the part of TFT that really is so difficult.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of these players, what we're seeing is that a lot of them are very comfortable with some of the S tier comps, right? The Piltovers, the Noxus, the Zeri, Urgot, stuff like that. But a lot of them seem to be really struggling to find their footing when they're not handed that right now. And so that's, I think right now it's separating the pack. Like clearly, you know, it's only been 3 games, so we've got some of that variance of like who hit those comps and who didn't. But a lot of players right now are showing that like, hey, I can pull out a 3rd or a 4th with something else. I know these other lines at least. And I think that right now is separating some people. And yeah, like you said, looking at the bottom, it's like, you know, people like Dish Soap really have to turn it around right now.
Yeah, not something you definitely would have been expecting to hear at this point in the Shurima Cup. But anyway, it looks like the game is ready. Boop, Mort, I'll hand it off to you for game number 4 of the Shurima Cup.
Looks like there's a travel advisory on the summit. Oh, Kyun deciding to be the one guy. You know, every lobby deserves this person. There's always that one person. Oh, this portal's empty. Let me go ahead and stand on it real quick and watch it get picked.
Yeah, I love the one guy thing, especially, you know, if you get that Stillwater hold that can really mess with people. Plus, I mean, really, it puts a lot of people off their game. They may be not, you know, as comfortable with certain portals because they always pick, you know, some of the more safe ones. That's why Hall of the Nine in particular, I'm very interested to see if it gets picked today. But overall, Setsuko does start with a Samira here, which is going to make him happy. Has that Vi, so hopefully maybe looking for that Piltover line. And then Placidium Library is particularly interesting because you're going to be able to choose an emblem for what you want. A really common line here is with Zon. Zon in particular, if you want to go 6 Zon, you need that emblem. And so the fact that you can guarantee it from here makes it a lot more of a playable line.
It's going to make that Piltover a little bit more contested, especially since the Urgot is involved along with the Zeri. Something else that I wanted to point out as we're riding along with Setsuko. Setsuko, you know, got the monkey off his back a couple tournaments ago, last set, and now is trying to recreate that kind of success, finishing out on top, doing a really great job so far today. And look at this start. You got the Samir, you got the Warwick, we got the Jinx, we got the Vi. We actually have a couple different directions we can go. All of the directions are good, too. Piltover, we have the Samira as well. So let's see where this ends up going, but we still have options. We don't necessarily actually need to pick up these units for now because of where we're at in our current board state.
Yeah, Setsuko in particular playing extremely well today. 2 really good finishes, and then honestly the 3rd game where he struggled a bit was actually just due to some big variance. He was playing reroll Teemo, actually. He took the unstable Yordle portal, hit the Teemo 4, was really strong, 2nd strongest in the lobby, just ended up having an unfortunate matchup against DQA, who had a Belveth 2 on 4-2, and so that knocked Setsuko a lot lower than I think he was looking for. You can also see he's playing Urf, which is, you know, I think last week a lot of... Oh, here again. Unstable Yordle delivery. Does he do it again? This will be interesting to see if he takes this. Dedication also in this portal can do... There's a lot of good choices here, so it'll be interesting to see what Setsuko goes with.
Yeah, and, a couple of them actually means more emblem opportunities. So if anyone saw Frodan's tweet, definitely go see that, because he explains how these emblems get chosen and how you're able to cater through this experience. And so you have to have at least 6 straight traits on the board in order to get a catered emblem. If you don't, it'll take your comp from the last round, which would be 1-4, and you might not get any catering when it comes to this emblem. And it's going to be a Sork pick. I heard you. It's interesting. Tell me kind of like what went through your head when you saw that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would have looked at this board, right? And you saw the Warwick, the Samira, the Aurelia, and the Challenger emblem, and would have been, okay, for Challenger, I've got a direction. But Setsuko, kind of knowing maybe how contested some of the Samiras and the Noxus might be, as well as that Challenger doesn't necessarily spike as hard near the end, decides to go with the Sorcerer emblem without really much to go on other than these AP items. And so it'll be very interesting to see what he's cooking up there. Can he, turn that into an Ari later? What's he going to do with that? Or do we see something like the Sona, which hasn't had nearly as much success today?
All right, and so we're going to be switching around, looking at other people. And so something else I actually want to bring up. So we talked about Rainplosion having one of the wildest 1st or 8th types of play styles. Rain got that 8th place, and a lot of Rain's play when it comes to these tournaments has to be, okay, we got the 8th, we just have to avoid it from this point on. She does like lose streaking. I think that's part of the reason why she does get those 8ths so frequently. But then we have other players like DQA who over more than 20 games has gotten in tournaments, has gotten an 8th 0 times. So we have both styles of play in this lobby, and I'm really interested to see how a DQA and Rainplosion work together in this lobby and how that might affect it, because they're actually on opposite sides as what you would expect based on their previous tournament play right now. We're riding along with Casper, the friendly Ghost Woo, and then we have 10 points. So this is going to be one of those players that we were talking about earlier in this pre-lobby, that now's the time to make those changes, maybe time to pace and have people react to you rather than reacting to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see that Casper did take that Challenger emblem. We saw Setsuko not take that, which does beg the question. We don't see how everyone else is scouting, but we did see Setsuko take a while to make that decision. And this could be one of those moments where Setsuko looked around, saw someone else take this Challenger emblem, and went, okay, I don't really want to be contested with that. So that might have been a really heads-up play from Setsuko. We'll have to keep an eye on. Looking at the other augments, by the way, we saw 4 portable forges, 2 of the Tome of Traits. MJH did get the Piltover heart, so that's going to be really strong. And then XBM Mott's having that Deathblade, giving it extra gold. So we'll have to see if he can turn that into a win streak, possibly get that extra gold. Because you can see here that Deathblade just going to hopefully generate some extra gold, some extra power as well. There you go. There's 1 gold there. So the more the merrier there to keep that win streak going.
Yeah, Setsuko also representing something that I think a lot of TFT players, even in the upper echelons, might forget, is scouting in the early game can be super beneficial. There's not as much detail and context that might affect your play right now, but the information you're going to gather is going to affect your play later. So Setsuko, for example, kind of understanding, all right, this is going to be contested. I know it's going to be contested, so we're going to go Sorks and kind of move against the lobby. And those are the types of decisions, again, I was kind of referring to earlier that some of these other players need to make, which is, all right, now everyone is going to potentially need to react to me a little bit later because I have a different route than everyone else that might be a little bit more free. As we look at these team comps on the board right now on the bottom, we already have Sia Nerds with almost a Cassiopeia 3, but we're going back on to this Piltover board, which should stay this way for a hot minute. We did see Solus, by the way, in the previous lobby get a 40 cash out. Let's see if this gets close.
Yeah, Solus was able to turn a 10 loss into a win. Almost through it, though. He did lose 1 round after cashing out at 15 health. It didn't quite kill him. The interesting thing is, when we got to that carousel, you look at the board, and again, you can clearly see what the meta is right now, right? There were a lot of Samiras, Cassiopeias, and Swains. A lot of people really looking at this early game going, this is how you win the early game. Which is surprising because there are a few other options. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely the strongest, but we're not seeing a lot of Void starts, for example, that can possibly compete with that. So everyone kind of playing that. And what's interesting is when this many people are playing it, the few that are able to hit that Samira 2, get those Noxus stacks, are going to be at a pretty big advantage here. And we can see Setsuko using the Sorcerer emblem to give even more armor shred. But again, look at those items he's built. He's clearly not sticking with this.
Rainplosion actually doing a little bit of an early game comp, a little bit off meta for Rain specifically. I'm really intrigued to see how this different tempo is going to be a little bit better. Rain did seem a little dejected after that last game. Apparently the roll down to try to get that 8th was pretty rough. So pushing something a little bit earlier, finding some earlier success, maybe feeling like we have a little bit more control in the early game so we can avoid that 8th. Because going into tomorrow is very different than winning the whole thing, right? So you got to get ready to make it in tomorrow and then set yourself up to win the whole thing. Rain, I think, doing exactly that, adjusting some play style to match where their position currently is.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see Sia Nerd's board here. He has that Trickster's Glass as well as that Ginsu's, which is, again, normally a great Samira opener. Just kind of missing the Samira that I think a lot of people would have liked here, but does still manage to win the round, take away Setsuko's streak here. And Setsuko kind of in an odd position here where he really wants to hit 20, but can't. Okay, does end up selling the Orianna right at the last minute here. Kyun trying to play spoiler here. Kyun was up against MJH for the Piltover, did end up getting his loss streak. So both of them on full loss streak here, 66 health, 61 health, and playing now around this Akshan, so we'll have to see. And again, I think that was a really smart heads-up play to try to maybe force the cash out on MJH. That would have really helped the rest of the lobby out.
That's so funny with Piltover, how you got to make some friends, and sometimes your friends will come through, right, when it comes to cashing out these Piltovers a little early. But, you know, Kyun at 27th place, 14 points, is in one of those, you know, positions where we need to try to develop a little bit more success, more consistent success on the top side of that top 4 in order to really make sure that we make it into tomorrow. Kyun, though, looking at this pack, 63 gold, level 5, 3-1. I mean, we're not doing badly in terms of economy. Let's see where this is going to end up going. It's going to be Noxus, which we've already seen Rain running since the beginning of the game. So this might be a temporary solution because those are the units we have. We'll see soon.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is we know MJH and Kyun are in the same pool, so they're still having this sort of clash off for the loss streak, maybe the cash out. Kyun does still play a decently stronger board up against Sia Nerds here, so would expect him to lose this fight here with no real upgrades on his board, so nothing going to happen there. And so it feels like the next story here is MJH, when are they going to cash out? You know, is it going to be like a 7 loss? Is it going to be a 10 loss? Or what's going to happen there? That's going to be the big thing to keep an eye on. And then Casper at the top, by the way, 50 gold, 96 health, also in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and once again, if everyone is wondering what some of these symbols look like on these awesome graphics, the one where it looks like a bunch of friends hanging out, that is going to be the value of the total board. So everything that's in play, that's the total value of that board. The HP is going to be right below that with the heart. So as we get through the game, this has actually been a little bit more unique versus some of the other lobbies we've seen. Kind of similar, where we usually actually see the top side have higher, the bottom side have lower until around stage 4. So power level here means that, you know, not everyone running away with it, but there's still opportunities for some of our players on the bottom side of it to overcome some power deficits and take over.
Yeah, so an interesting moment there is Kyun got a Zeri, put it in to double check what the Zon upgrade was, saw that it was not robotic arm or something that he was really looking for, and then decides to keep playing around the Akshan for now. Does hold on to the Zeri just in case. Again, it's also, he knows a lot of people are going to be after that Zeri, but right now isn't trying to really push to get that win, and still hasn't faced MJH, which is a little awkward. MJH did manage to get Transfusion, though, which is going to be really good for that Piltover cash out.
All right, it seems like a lot of people like cashing out at around 20 stacks. That's, I think, what we've seen so far outside of the 40 stacks that we saw, but that's going to be an individual situation. I think we're going to most likely see these 20 stacks, and if you're wondering why some of these units like Cassiopeia have things like Rage Blades, they're just holding on to it for now. They're going to pass those batons on to somebody else a little bit later. But Sia Nerds now, we've had these 6 Casses since literally, I think, stage 2-1. We didn't look for the Cass 3, but we're still going, looks like Zon-ish in the front line. Noxus, what are we doing?
So minor thing here, that's Trickster's Glass giving the extra
Glass, that's
Samira.
right. That's right.
So that's why we're not seeing that. But that's Trickster's Glass can definitely be a tricky item, if you will. And so, yeah, I think if anything, though, like you said, this is still an item holder looking for something else. I don't know if we're sticking with Noxus with this board. We don't have the Samira at all. So you're really looking for something a little later. And that's the thing with Trickster's Glass is everyone knows it's really good with Samira, but finding the secondary users is actually something that a lot of people haven't quite figured out the best users. A common one that comes up is Callista. You can run the 2 Callistas, maybe something like that with the Ginsus. but pivoting to something like Callista from here is going to be tough. One other thing to talk about is the Placidium library. We talked about how the Zaun emblem is a really good one to go for. Another one is Shadow Isles. 6 Shadow Isles we talked about is how really strong compared to 4. And again, the fact that you can guarantee that Shadow Isles emblem makes it an option you can lean into on this portal compared to other games.
I am seeing 3 Noxus comps, 4 Noxus comps in the lobby. You see a lot of Cats, you see a lot of Dariuses, and then we have Piltovers as well. So take a gander at everything that you're seeing on the bottom side of this board while your favorite player gets their item, because this is what everyone is going up against. Something to keep note of for Kiyun, no 2-star units on that board just yet. So still tons of opportunity for Kiyun to get better and do what we mentioned earlier, which was compensate for the power, overtake the lobby, and try to win it out.
All right, yeah, so this is where we've seen, like you said, 20-25, generally the cash out, find the Zeri, find the Urgot, and so if the lobby wants to stop this, right now the lobby should also be trying to push. And if you look at the gold counts, that's not happening. Setsuko 50, Casper 50, XBM bots 50, DQA 50, they do get their Zaun emblem, and so this might be the cash out. And this is one of the things that I think with Piltover being so strong, a lot of people haven't adapted to is, are you kind of just like giving into this a little bit here? And I think this might be the cash out. DQA does not look particularly strong.
Okay, let's see if DQA is going to be the one that cashes out the rest of the lobby. Not best friends anymore with everyone else. That Piltover is going to get its opportunity in the sun, and let's see if we're going to be able to make anything happen with that cash out. Just like a lot of other situations, dating all the way back multiple sets, sometimes that cash out can be underwhelming, but it's going to be gold, and units here, and 3/5 cost units as well.
Yeah, getting early access to the Heimer can snowball. This is one of those rare opportunities where if you wanted to play something like Goldenator, you could. It's definitely not pretty common at this kind of high level play. I think we'll see something else come in. Does end up going with a Goldenator here, and so I think that's pretty unconventional. Okay, there's the Mechano that we would expect. So yeah, again, the other thing here is, again, he's got Transfusion. Transfusion is just a great setup for this. He's already down to 27 health, which is going to give his team a bunch of extra HP. So now he's up all that gold. Didn't actually get that much onboard power from the cash out though. Just got a bunch of gold and then those units. And so in a way, this wasn't really one of the cash outs he was looking for, but I still think he's in a great position.
Gold, the earlier the better, I think, when it comes to getting big cash outs with gold. So a player of this caliber is going to be able to make something happen with something that other players don't have, right? So we're going to just have more gold than everyone at this point in time. What we do with it is going to be the big question. It looks like we spent a lot of it. 18 gold still on that board. Highest board power level, that's that 28 right now. If you're a Kiyun fan, you're probably feeling pretty good right now. Looking back at DQA, we have this Jinx, and we actually saw some of these reroll Jinx earlier, I think with the Cruel Pact comp that lost pretty early. So what about this Jinx is maybe keeping it from kind of expounding upon this 53 HP? Is it just past its power level, past its prime at this point?
Yeah, unfortunately, Jinx just doesn't quite stand up compared to the Zeri that gets that free backline access. Jinx can often get stuck on tanks like the Urgot, like a Sejuani, things like that. Right now, it does feel like there's a bit of tunnel vision. I thought DQA had a pretty good line for the Shadow Isles, actually, but ends up deciding to go with the Gunner, the Zaun, and stuff like that, and hasn't hit a Zeri. But we know across the board, this is what a lot of the lobby is playing right now, and so that's putting him in a really rough position. Also, a bit of a misplay there. Doesn't get his emblem off of that yet. And so DQA does look like he's struggling quite a bit here.
Okay. Yeah, it was also funny. I was talking more about this earlier. It's funny to put DQA in a group called the Old Guard because he's, I don't think, out of college yet. I think he's in his early 20s. So just makes me feel bad. So let's come up with a different name, yeah? Anyway, but going into the rest of this, let's see. We have our last augment coming in. Job well done, Capricious Ford, and Contagion.
Yeah, I think the big thing you want to see is when we get to the carousel and we get that view of what everyone's playing, you know, how many people are Zaun, how many people are Noxus, and did anyone find a way outside of those two, right? Because again, right now DQA is struggling. He has not found his Zeri. He at least wants a Zeri 1, to move those Jinx items. That Sniper's Focus especially is going to be really good on a Zeri. He just hasn't found it yet, and so that's going to be really rough here. These augments is going to take Combat Caster, which can be pretty good. Goes to 8, and again, we see the Zon emblem has been picked, so this is another Zon player trying to find their Zeri. Did just find it, so we're going to see that Zeri go in. And it's been very clear that everyone in the lobby looked at this portal and went, it's time to play Zon.
Well, it's almost like every other lobby so far when everyone's like, it's time to play some Mira when we have it. So a little bit of a different kind of flavor. Let's see if who of the Zon players are going to be able to kind of cannibalize the rest and come out on top, because eventually they are going to have to eliminate each other, and certain few of them are going to be able to come out of it. This Piltover version with that Urgot in the front line absolutely destroyed that comp, so lots of HP taken down, and here's another Gwen with that Sona Sork. So Setsuko has been trying to play this comp since round 1. Talk about forethought.
Yeah, so again, we talked about who was going to be the person who didn't play this, and Setsuko has reached an important point here, because one of the really powerful comps is Sorcerer, but it requires Sorcerer +2. You really, really need to get, the extra 2 emblems. It gives you that 8 Sorcerer, which is really powerful here. And again, knowing this portal and knowing what he could get, he manages to work his way towards there. He's got 6 Sorcerer for now. Hopefully that'll be strong enough to win some of these fights, but the Gwen in particular with 6 Sork in these items should do a lot of damage. The one thing she'll have to be careful of is she doesn't have any Shadows Isles in, so there's not much to protect her from something like a big burst. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, but as long as he can keep that alive, this could be a really good position. And again, a lot of his units are going to be uncontested, which hopefully will translate to a pretty good spot.
Oh, this comp is wild. That was an Ari with good items on it already, potentially getting an RE2 a little bit later.
So
that was Sia Nerds.
Yeah, so if we look at the view here, we can see, again, Zon, Noxus Challenger, Zon, it looks like, DQA, trying to go that Freljord Zon version, Kyun Zon, Rainplosion has that Noxus, and then Setsuko being the one person that has decided to try to innovate a little bit here with the Sorcerer comp. So, again, very clear that everyone kind of had the same idea here. Now, who's going to be able to execute it the best? And I think especially MJH, who had that Piltover, might be able to put that in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, and again, honestly, super impressive. Setsuko picked up that Sork spat with no Sorks on the board by scouting everyone else and got it on the 2-1 augment. And now here we are potentially with one of the best boards in the game at the moment. Zona 3 is something that can find success. You're mentioning it a little bit earlier, Mort, especially when you get those Sork buffs, and we do see a little bit of a pivot here. 7 Challenger putting one of the emblems onto Shen. I don't understand how all these players get Shen 2 so easily. That doesn't happen in my games, but it's happening here, and they're probably feeling good about it. Casper, though, was setting the pace for a minute, but has fallen down quite a bit since then.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is he's got the 7 Challenger, could work his way to 8 Challenger, does have Gifts of the Fallen, which is really good here, and also has Transfusion, which is going to allow him to be good in the late game. But especially the Gifts of the Fallen will allow that Belveth, for example, with the Edge of Night to gain all those stats as people die. And so if he can hit that 8 Challenger mark, that'll mow down people very quickly. The trick will be, can he get through the Urgots, right? The Urgots in particular are going to give him a lot of trouble here. And then right now he's also got the Nasus in. In order to hit 8 Challenger, he would have to take that Nasus out for, something a little weaker. And so I'm a little, will he do that? Probably not. He really needs that front line.
Yeah, the thing about Urgot that can be really frustrating, particularly for a comp like this, is that you end up chasing them around the board sometimes. If those ults get away from you, then you waste time not doing DPS because Belvis needs to move a 1 Hex, for example. So is that going to be a big problem later on in the game? Potentially. Right now, our power level is still pretty good. It's really good on the other side, too, as I see a Noxus Heimerdinger over there.
Yeah, the Noxus Heimerdinger can do really well because it shares the stats with the turrets. But it is still a Noxus one, and again, Challenger can mow that down pretty quick. Gifts of the Fallen with that Belveth doing some good work, and has that Shen for strong frontline. The 3 Ionia is also valuable. It's going to give that Shen that damage reduction, which will keep it alive even longer. And so we get a look at Setsuko right now. Is on a 2-round loss streak at 28 health. Is 1 Sorcerer away from 8 Sork, so he can level up. And I believe he has it with the Malzahar, so can hit that 8 Sork, which is nice. Just hopefully, again, can it do the burst he needs to get through some of the key targets? I do like the fact he has the long distance pals as well. That's going to make the Gwen even stronger because they share AP, and with 8 Sorcerer, that is going to be a lot of AP. So this Gwen should do a lot of work. Best case scenario, he can find his way to 9, get an Aatrox in, and get that Slayer for that Omnivamp. But that's quite a ways off right now.
Okay, so instead of having to just be okay with just a Malzahar with that Sorcerer, we also get the Lux in, so we do have that 8 Sorcerer online. I'm really excited to see this. Again, it is so impressive that he picked the Sork emblem with really no Sork direction onto 1, and we're here and we've been able to do it because, I mean, if you look at the rest of the lobby, these units are uncontested, pretty much. So we have full range of a lot of these units, maybe other than Ahri right now, and we're already getting into the back line, and so that's going to help things like Lux. It's going to help things like Ahri, who's also going to be pumping health into the rest of the team as well, and that was a 5-6 unit win there, and that was the power. And the crazy thing about Setsuko's comp is it can still get more powerful as we tier 2 these units.
Yeah, the big thing to note about Sorcerer that a lot of people kind of struggle with is that Sorcerer is unconventional in the sense that it is a burst comp, very much like 8 Challenger. It is not a sustained damage comp. So what you really want is as much damage items as you can to blow through everything, get those chain reactions, and go from there. And so we are going to see a Belveth 2 here with Zon, which is really interesting here. You could put the robotic arm on that Belveth, despite never hitting the Zeri. So this is a pretty interesting Belveth we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make a decision, right? You're not hitting the Zeri 2, well, we have to invest somewhere else because we're going to run out of time if we don't. And so this might be the decision that prevents us from potentially getting a last place versus a top 4, because this Belveth is going to be able to get a lot of that health back, but that was just so much damage so quickly on the other side with that Zeri 2.
Yeah, the big thing on the other side was I think we saw the exploding Jarvan. The exploding Jarvan is such a terror to deal with. You get that Jarvan, jumps into the biggest clump he can, and then when he dies, he goes boom for massive amounts of damage. And that wiped most of XB's their board, unfortunately. And so we do see DQA also go out, and so we talked about how DQA really struggled kind of playing around the Jinx. And so, like I said, admittedly, kind of wish people were more willing to branch out here, but, it is what it is, and so we're down to our top 6.
Top 6, unfortunately for DQA, does avoid the 8th. Rainplosion still hanging around right now, but is on the potentially stop of Elimination Station. This was where we had our Noxus Heimerdinger, and it doesn't look like this comp's changed very much from the last time that we saw it. But the Darius is already in the back line, but we moved away, so we have to go back to the front line, and that takes enough time to take that Darius down. Rough positioning from Rainplosion there, unfortunately, but okay, so it is going to be a 6th place for Rain. So Rain and DQA, 2 names that are very, very well known across the community. Rain played so well in previous sets, and so has DQA, both finishing in 6th and 7th place. Kiyun having the HP advantage there in 5th, and now we do have our top 4, and they're up, 3 of them are within 4 HP of another, and then there's Sia Nerds at the top.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing you have to look at here is if you look at the win rates, MJH is on a 10 win streak since that Piltover cash out. So probably currently the favorite. Setsuko also in a good spot, but MGH also still has 42 gold. So he's sitting in a position where he can just kind of chill, wait till he loses a fight, and then when he does, convert it. But we're also seeing 8 Challenger, 8 Sorcerer, and one of the crazy things is going to be when those 2 comps fight, that fight's going to be over in about 7 seconds. They're going to blow each other up real quick. So I'm curious to see if they match up, what happens here. So we get the MJH fight, unfortunately. And so look at this front line. That's the Jarvan. Watch this Jarvan. Does get the Zephyr on the Jarvan, which is actually really key. Slow down that explosion, hopefully, and maybe get to the back line. But here comes the Jarvan, about to die, and there goes the whole team. So, yeah, you can just see the power of that exploding Jarvan, and this is why a lot of people were trying to lean into that 6 Zon, right? 6 Zon unlocks the ability to get that explosion, and so Setsuko loses that fight, Casper loses this fight, and we see kind of it looks like our 2 Zon players that were able to survive. I believe Sia Nerds was Noxus, actually, I can't remember, so.
I just love how casual, and the team is gone. Because, sometimes that's just how it works, right? You blink and your team is missing all of a sudden. They, you had one and now you don't. And we got to see that in real time. 9 HP for Casper. Again, this was the player that was leading the majority of the early game up until about stage 3. And now we're potentially going to get that 4th place, but at least we have that top 4. Is Xehanort's going to be able to take Casper Wu down? That's definitely the side that I'm looking at right now. We're seeing those Zon emblems, and that Urgot almost getting into the back line already. That's a Randuin's and a Triforce as well when it comes to those gloves. But is it going to be enough? A lot of that shield did come back, but no, that Urgot is down, but that Zeri is still alive and takes down Casper, but it was just 1 unit, so Casper gets another round to live. Setsuko, though, does not. So that sword comp, really, really cool. That was a really awesome direction to go, but unfortunately topped out in 4th place.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate because if you watch Setsuko's fight, it was Jarvan into the backline of mages that all died very, very quickly. So kind of what we were expecting there. And so yeah, top 2 does look like it's going to be the Zon players who managed to survive, managed to hit their Zeris and get things going. And then Casper managing to pull out a 3rd here. But this is kind of what I was talking about, right? Like, Setsuko, especially with his 21 points, playing an uncontested line for a 4th here was absolutely the correct move.
Yep.
And is probably going to help, ensure his way into that day 2, because that's probably going to put him at like 25, and usually these cutoffs are like 27. So Setsuko setting himself up for success here. Really good heads-up play to get that 4th. I'm really happy with that play.
Honestly, you get to just 4th place from here on out and be comfortable probably to tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Really, honestly, that's a really great thing to think about, because I think sometimes when people are leading, they feel like they got to keep showing off almost, right? Like suffocate everyone else, like really prove I'm the best. But the winner at the end of the day gets to say that. So everything that happens before that is just strategy to get there, and I think Setsuko used a very, very good one. As we do have Casper versus the Ghost, that's hilarious. And we have Xehanort's and MJH on the right side. Going to look at that one. We have the Heimerdinger in the back line trying to get some extra gold, and that is a huge, huge loss for Xehanort's. MJH going to absolutely destroy that round. The Ghost beats the other Ghost. The friendly Ghost is going to take the dub against the mean one onto that one, and we still have a top 3 more.
The Casper and the friendly Ghost, that cuts deep. That's real deep.
I know, I'm old now. I'm realizing that people might not know who Casper is.
Oh, man. So, yeah, definitely the weaker board here. Again, I feel like the Exploding Jarvan is probably the favorite to win this lobby right now. And so Casper doing his best to try to turn this into a 2nd possibly. It's going to come down to these key Zephyr placements, right? Can he stop the Jarvan from blowing up his team? Can he get to that back line? And so I think Casper in particular is really what we got to watch here. And so Jarvan is free. Is away from the rest of the team, though, so maybe we'll be okay here. Does manage to kill... Oh, there goes the Jarvan, and there goes the back line, and yeah, that's going to be the end of Casper very quickly there.
The Chemtake explosion for MJH is absolutely destroying these lines. And so we have a top 2. Casper unfortunately got the bad roll going up against MJH. And look at that board value, 66 versus 82. MJH, I believe, was running Piltover and still has that T-Hex on the board. But Zon Jarvan showing up right now. We don't even need an Aatrox 2. This comp is not even taking that much damage at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, this is what a lot of people are expecting coming in today, right? Is 2-1 Piltover, get about 7 or 8 loss, cash that out, and turn it into a strong Zeri Urgot comp. This one in particular having that Jarvan explosion. And right now, MJH is on a 14-round win streak with no signs of slowing down. Has great Heimer 2, great items on Zeri. And, I could lie and say this was a close fight, but it wasn't. And so MJH looking to really set himself up here for a 1st place, it looks like.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of work from Xehanort's to do with 0 gold in the bank. Maybe something on this carousel can help. It doesn't look like any big changes can happen. Protector's Vow on the Scion. Might be looking for a Scion 2. I didn't quite clock exactly if that was going to be going on the board already.
I mean, taking a Shroud here, MJH is really sealing the deal here. Hilariously enough, also has 7 Jarvans. It's kind of funny because in a way, Jarvan 3, it's not actually, but, Jarvan 3 might not die quick enough to trigger that explosion. You'll only get your 8-second stun, so, you'd have to live with that 8-second stun here. 1 Jarvan away from Jarvan 3 here, has 2 Shrouds. I think there's enough health that... this should be the last round. the way he's been winning and how much he's been winning by, this is probably the last round. But we'll have to see if maybe they can turn it around here. Because, again, 14 health.
Yep, and Scion 2 might steal a round potentially, but is it going to be able, like an extra round in terms of playing an extra round? It's not going to win the round though.
Jarvan's not in a good spot.
Yeah, but the Scion 2 is also just going to die in the back line, and that goes to show the power of this comp. Bad spot for the Jarvan, and yet they still win by almost every single unit. And guess what, folks? We got some extra TFT coming your way as we're going to hop on over to Lobby H and see where what a wild HP difference this lobby. That's the first thing I'm seeing.
Yeah, I think we're seeing Goobum's level 952 here without any augments that got him there super quickly. Although I'm guessing from the portal now that I look at this looks like Yuumi Zoom Zone, which is why we might see some people so high. Deepay, 31 health. We're seeing a lot of Ahri. So that's my guess is that, yeah, it's Yuumi Zoom Zone. We see that in the top right there. And so that's going to lead to a lot of level 9 comps that we might not normally see. And so you see the 6 Ionia here, has the Gwen, the Aatrox, the Ahri, and so really looking for that Ahri too. But you can see 30 gold here still, just because of how quickly you can level up in this particular portal.
Yuumi Zoom Zone, one of the changed ones, used to be extra overtime, right? And this time around, it's going to help us get to higher levels. Actually, pretty crazy how little health that Darius got back with the triple Hodge there. And it's not going to be enough. Death's Defiance, so good. But now it's going to be the Karma absolutely nuking Jack. The honest to God, that's got to be one of the most satisfying things in TFT, seeing those Karma one-shots those in the back line.
Yeah, for sure. Those are really strong here. One of the interesting things here is we talk about this Ionia build. He's got a position to get that social distancing, which is kind of nice. But Ionia works really well with Bel'Veth here. Bel'Veth scales so well with attack speed. Also gives that mana every time the clone jumps on. So you get that spirit form, that mana. Helps Bel'Veth cast quicker. So overall, if we can get the RE2 here, maybe even move some of the items. That's the one thing that looks like it's lacking here is we're just down a bunch of items. But the Gifts of the Fallen and the social distancing providing some of those combat stats that seem to be missing from the items here. And so hopefully Gwen, Aatrox, Bel'Veth, and Ahri, there's enough carries, plus Senna giving all that extra attack speed via Redeemer should hopefully be enough. But on the other side here, again, we see the build of the day, the popular, the Zeri, the Urgot, the Heimerdinger, just being really tough to stop here. And so Dish Soap is level 8 and has rolled down compared to level 9. So it feels like Goobums has a higher cap, but until he 2-stars those things, is going to be a little weaker right now.
Sorry, the Ahri ult, that's like one of my favorite things to watch and wait for. Ahri's always been like that. Even when she had the Spirit Bomb ult, it was like, all right, what's this ult going to do? And then we'll figure out how the round goes right after. That time it was not enough. Look at this carousel. Shurima emblem, probably the least likely emblem to get picked up today. Not seeing a ton of Shurima at all, but no Ahris to try to get some more. Let's see here. A lot of good defensive items, though.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not what Goobums was looking for. There's no items for his Ahri here. Honestly, Quicksilver is probably the best. He goes with the Edge of Night, which is also a good choice for the Bel'Veth. Quicksilver could have at least given some crit to Ahri, but being down this many items is pretty rough here. Is going to be rolling for this Heimerdinger. I think it's odd that he's putting the Heimer in to try to get these upgrades, but really maybe trying to get out of this Gwen and find something really good with this Heimerdinger. If he can turn it into an Ionia Heimer, that is another angle here that he could go. So yeah, he is going to sell the Gwen, move the items over to the Bel'Veth, put that on Yasuo. So now he's got that extra, the 2% burn from the Meccano. He's got the 40% shred from the Shrink Ray. And that just shows the power of our 23 gold unit Heimerdinger and just how much utility he can provide getting put in there. And so right now it's all about Bel'Veth, and Ahri has 2 of each, really needs to hit the 2 stars there.
Yeah, Ionia Bel'Veth is one of those scary, scary units. Can kind of take on a lot of the powerful units right now if the order of operations is good to go. And with the Ionia, you're going to have more operations to do. We get stuck on 1 unit here, but, you know, she's able to break through it pretty easily. And even with a double-stacked Ahri with the 100 on the Archangels, Deepay is going to fall. Deepay actually really well known for how well he plays on day 3. Remember, coach from another esport coming in and really showed up at the end of last set, almost within the last set, half set. Deepay's really come through, but a 5th place here for Deepay as we have Farmer Dish Soap, who needs this, Runeterra, who is the newest name doing the best in my opinion, and Goobums at the top.
Yeah, we saw there, found the Bel'Veth too, so that's going to be a massive upgrade for Goobums here. And yeah, looking at Rudeer's board here, 6 Invoker. The problem with this one is, so Bandle City Rise is pretty good, but it's still going to summon, you know, right now we're going to summon the Scion in pretty quickly, and then some Cassantes, which is okay. Hopefully buying time for that Karma, but it is still a Karma 2, so you're really just hoping you can buy enough time here. And I don't know that it will be compared to some of the really powerful units on the other side here. I think this Bel'Veth's just going to chew through things pretty quick and then heal right back up. And so this is not necessarily... Oh, Cassante down!
Oh, tier 1 Cassante, too!
Wow.
Oh, no! Oh, we talk about scenarios and best case and worst case scenario, and that's pretty close to worst case. Is that going to lose? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay, so sometimes Cassante does that. Tier 1 Cassante, no items,
So-
knocking out the strongest unit on the board.
So, one thing to call out here is that 2-star Rise with Bandle City, when he summons in a unit, gives them 70 starting mana. So what happens there is he summons the Cassante at full mana, and
That's
the
cool.
Bel'Veth happened to be in the back line and the only available target. So it's a really good scenario for them, and only Rise 2 would have done that. So that's one of the few advantages of a Rise 2. So next time someone says Rise 1, Rise 2, no diff, well, there was a diff there.
Well, you can go, well, actually. Well, if you do so now that we get the Archangel Staff, it's cool to see the Karma, because we've been seeing some AP. We saw it with Setsuko a little bit earlier, but now we get to see how an itemized Karma works. We got to, especially with slower lobbies, I think the Karma can find itself some success like it has right now, especially since like no one really took advantage of some of these HP differentials. And we just do have to mention Dish Soap has had a pretty awful day so far, so this is really, really great for Dish Soap. Definitely feeling a little bit better after a game like that. But you also have to point out someone like Rudeer, who I don't think a lot of people may have knew even what they were going to play coming into today, and has, I think, top 4'd, and I think maybe all the lobbies, and has won a couple, so, or top 2'd in 1 or 2 as well. So definitely keep an eye out on that, especially if they make it to day 4. Those are the players that you can see a little bit more of a change in their behavior once the stakes get a little bit higher. Looking through here, though, it's going to be Dish Soap taking the L, 6 HP. Rudeer is going to win on that one, but it's Goobums setting the pace.
Yeah, for sure. And there's the RE2. That's going to be really big here. So now we see Bel'Veth 2, RE2, Heimer with the utility. And this is a case where like Heimer 1, Heimer 2 actually isn't going to make that big a difference, because mostly what you're looking for is the utility from the Meccano and the Shrink Ray here. And so overall in a pretty good spot here. And we're seeing a lot of Meccano in this lobby giving that true damage burn. But right now, yeah, this is going to be interesting to see who wins between Goobums and Rudeer. And again, I think, you know, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me on the Cassante situation. It's almost one of those rare cases where maybe upgrading the Cassante was incorrect, just to give you more opportunities to accidentally knock out somebody. But we'll have to see what happens here. Up against Dish Soap, though, which should be the easier matchup between the two, as long as Zeri isn't able to burst down the Karma. Unfortunately, the Zeri is on the Karma right away, and so does knock that out. And so Dish Soap is going to win. So it does feel like maybe we have a little bit of a, you know, paper, rock, gun here, with Goobums being the gun. So yeah, it's battle for second, it feels like.
You know, everyone knows that kid who, like, made up a part of rock, paper, scissors so they always won. Like, it was like rock, paper, scissors, invincible was, like, a kid I knew who did that. We're not friends anymore. Anyway, Dish Soap at 6 HP, Rudeer at 7, Goobums at 49. You know, actually, because we went up against Dish Soap, we might not have, you know, an honest elimination opportunity, as Dish Soap could potentially win against a Ghost, and Rudeer can win against Goobums. We'll see what happens here, but an RE2 would have been awesome to have by now. In terms of backline access and getting to some of these units into the backline, like other REs, for example, you definitely want those opportunities, but we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, especially since on the other side, it looks like some of our units are just upgraded on that side, and we've been looking for those upgrades. But will this Ionia Bel'Veth as well deliver Goobums an elimination here to serve up for the rest of the lobby? And it looks like that is going to be the case. Is this a double elim? It is, as Goobums is going to take the dub in our extra bit of TFT here.
Yeah, pretty cool to see.
Yeah, we got to double dip a little bit. That was a fun little exciting game at the end. I do, while we have the three of us together, though, kind of want to call back see, well, hopefully you guys can remember a little bit about that first game. But that first game that we did get to see for Game 4, MJH was the story I really wanted to talk about first, more because we've talked about it a little bit before, Piltover getting the rework, but Piltover Heart in particular, I've always found really interesting this set because people always talk about how strong 2-1 Piltover, how strong 2-2 Piltover is, but you give up some of that strength by taking Piltover as a gold augment, right? So we did see MJH with the 25 power cash out. How much of a difference would you really expect to see someone, or how much later would you expect someone to cash out in order to really meet that power threshold that we saw them find, that to actually win the game?
Yeah, Piltover Heart is a weird scenario because, like you said, you are giving up a little bit of augment power for the late game, but what you're also gaining is the security, right? Because early game, you can run Orianna, Vi, and it hands you the Vi, so hitting 3 Piltover with that is very easy. All you need is an Orianna. And then you don't have to run anything else. So the odds that you accidentally win in the early game go down dramatically. And so that's where a lot of that value is. You almost just have that guaranteed loss streak, no problem. And then, you only have to run 2 of them later, so you can run like Jace plus Vi and be pretty comfortable for your cash out. So overall, I actually think the Piltover Heart is really, really good. Much better than even the Prismatic. Whereas we talked about Prismatic, you're up against all the other Prismatics. So I think it's a very powerful augment and frankly makes it a little easier.
Interesting. Now, Boop, something else to point out about that game was how popular Zaun was. And in fact, I kind of want to get your read on it, where Mort was talking about how everybody clearly went into that game playing Zaun, but Casper Wu and Setsuko, 2 players not playing Zaun that were both able to find themselves in the top 4.
Yeah, it's kind of like sharks in the womb when it comes to strong comps sometimes, right? Eventually they cannibalize each other and a couple of them come out super strong, right? And are going to be the ones that will probably win the lobby. And it's up to players like Setsuko and Casper in that situation to function within that cannibalization, right? Hey, I'm just going to let them party, over here and do their thing while I lose way less HP every round than everyone else, right? So I think that's definitely a part of the reason why we see those kind of comps top 4. I think 6 people played Zaun that game, and the 2 people that didn't ended up getting top 4, but that's always going to be the issue. We've seen it in every single iteration of TFT so far. Even a little earlier this year, there was a tournament where Kai'Sa was the best unit in the game, and we saw many lobbies have Kai'Sas eliminate each other because 3 of them were running it, for example, and then the one that left ended up winning the lobby. So it could be a very similar situation to that.
I can say with confidence that's the most I've ever learned about sharks on a TFT stream. Now, we do have the lobby scores ready. Let's take a look at those to see how everything played out in Lobby A. BC Sox and Young Yiji in the top 2. Lobby B, YMDN, one of our new players in the scene, and Ewan Wolf rounding out the top 2. Lobby C, Broccoli and Malala. Lobby D, K3 Soji finding himself on top with Soulless right behind him. Kurum X also one of those bottom positions
what year
really
is it?
needs to find. Seriously, this might as well be a set 1 tournament, right? Let's take a look at the back half of those lobbies to see how everything else played out. And as we pull those up, we can see Prestifin and Neonify in Lobby E, MJH, like we saw with Cianert in the top 2. Milk, also another player who had bounced back after a rough start in the top 2 alongside KPK. And then the lobby that we saw at the end there, Goobums and Dish Soap. Now, listen, we got to spend a lot of time watching those games a little bit more, and we are going to have a little special guest joining us to talk about Lobby H a little more. But first, let's actually pull up actually, I don't know if we have the standings quite yet, but we do have the standings. Let's pull those up. We can now see the bottom of those standings. We can see Kuramex did remove his spot from the last place position, but still has quite the hole to dig himself out of. And unfortunately, Boop, your favorite coleslaw, I was going to say coleslaw artist, might as well call him that.
This coleslaw's got raisins in it. At this point, this coleslaw's got no mayo and raisins at this point. It really stinks. Like, I think Bryce and Dan, and, of course, as casters, we have a little bit of skin in the game, and, it's great to see them do super well. But he kind of was a self-fulfilling prophecy here. He straight up told me before, the days today that I know the first weekend is great, but when I get to the second weekend, stuff starts happening, and it happened again. So now that we know the pattern, I think Bryce can really look inward in VOD review and say, okay, is it my mental? Is it the play? Like, how is everything interacting to where I keep repeating this, day 3 result? right? He's still an amazing player and one of the best of us for sure. And, you know, a result like this means nothing because look, Kurum is in the same position. He was tied with Dish Soap last time, right? So number of points right now doesn't matter in terms of how good you are as a player. It's just how good you are today. And unfortunately, Bryce hasn't been able to play his best today.
Now, Mortdog, on the other side of the standings, I do want to bring some attention. Obviously, we have a lot of these bubble players, but some of the players in this first column all the way on the left here, it's actually surprising to me how many of these players in the first column are the players that many people put in the power rankings. As silly as that sounds, but the reality is TFT is a game where variance plays a large role in it.
I mean, I think that's part of it, but I think the bigger thing here is we're getting to the point where we have a lot of good players, right? So, like, you know, you could probably name 20, 25 good players, and so, shocking, 10 of them turned up in the top 16. Like, yeah, that's, you know, kind of how statistics work, but also just, like, it's cool to see the scene develop with just so many good players, right? Like, we know Weijin Iverson is, you know, has went to Worlds, Setsuko has went to Worlds, Precedent, Solus, Robbins, Goobum, like, the list goes on, and so, like, we have so many good players now. The difference between them all is fractions, and so, you know, it's definitely cool to see, but yeah, it's inches at this point.
That's right. Now, we definitely still have lots of players to watch on the event, so don't go anywhere. But we actually have Crowan with us right now, who had the pleasure of watching Dish Soap's entire game for that last game. I know, Crowan, you wanted to kind of fill us in with what we might have missed.
Yeah, so Dish Soap, uncharacteristically, I think this is actually the only tournament, maybe someone correct me on that Dish Soap has gone bot for 3 times in a row. So it's really like, oh, this is uncharacteristic. Can he actually make a comeback here? And unfortunately, that game had to be remade as well, and Dish had a pretty good spot. So his mental, you know, Dish Soap, you know, very passionate player, sometimes, you know, gets a little tilted. So it's kind of worried for him, but he was able to, you know, as much as he can, stay calm, cool, and collected, was able to make a crazy comeback in that game from a bad spot. He started off with a 3-item Jhin carry, nothing crazy that he could streak with, no Samiras that he really wanted to see, and it was on Yumi's Zoom Zone. So that tempo of the lobby was a lot different than usual. It's actually going to lead into a question I'm going to have later. But he was able to make a very low cost board efficiently, get to a point where he's like, all right, I just slammed a bunch of items on the Jhin, what can I pivot into? Zanzeri, he found the outs, and it was a game where he was looking like, okay, maybe I can go 4th at best, right? But because of Yumi's Zoom Zone, was able to make it to level 8, roll down, find some fortunate shops to bail him out, right? Because even if you know, are leaning towards line, you have to hit the pieces to actually get bailed out, able to go level 9 and actually get a top 2, and it's crazy. It's one of those games where if you look at Dish's spot at 2-1, it's like he is never going to, you know, get anything over a 4th here. But I think a player like Dish, and like Mort was mentioning, right, all of these players are great, but Dish Soap oftentimes is able to kind of reach a cut above from situations like that. And then the question I wanted to lead into was the Yumi Zoom Zone thing. Mort obviously working on the game and having a kind of portal like Yumi Zoom Zone. How do you think it like wants to change the tempo of a game, like in the design philosophy there? Because it wasn't always, you know, kind of slated to be Yumi Zoom Zone as it is right now. That was kind of added a bit later in there, but it does allow players to reach kind of level 8, level 9, maybe get those bailout situations like we saw with Dish.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? It basically gives you the security to know that you can level up when you need to. And that security can allow you to maybe take some risks, you know, whether it be like you could play reroll Kale and then very quickly go to 9, right, and turn that around. Or if you want to try to go for a late game carry and pivot around that. And if anything, it sort of builds that extra security, makes it a lot less risky. And so we were, you know, there were some portals where some people couldn't go to 8 or 9. Yumi Zoom Zone was like, no, you're going to get there. Now play around that. And so I think that's actually why, despite it being kind of high tempo, it does work really well.
All right, and I got to point out that this is not the first time Crowan and I are talking on the broadcast about Dish Soap making an incredible comeback. We saw him do it at the Freljord Cup as well, so hopefully Dish Soap can take that momentum and carry it forward. Now listen, we got game number 5 of day 3 of the Shurima Cup coming up in just a little bit. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Hello everybody and welcome back to game number 5 of the Shurima Cup. Now we're pretty far into the event. I got Cass and Crowan back here with me, but the important thing to keep in mind, I think, with where we are right now, Cass, is that this is the part of the tournament where we're going to be focusing on those bubble players, right? It's the Bubble Bowl and someone's looking for sweet, sweet victory. And I want to point out some of these players in this lobby. We've got Phoenix, Ewan Wolf, or specifically I would say, yeah, Phoenix, Ewan Wolf, Pokygom, Dish Soap, Vanilla, and Jason Java, all within reach of advancement to the next day, but it's not going to come for free.
Yeah, I mean, especially, right, Jason and Vanilla at 13 and 14 points respectively do need to have very good placements in this game and the next one in order to find a spot in the top 32. And Vanilla is actually a player that I'm a little surprised to see in this spot with how well Vanilla played at Freljord Cup, making that top 8. I do expect this is a player who's still a threat in Shurima, and I wouldn't be surprised if they still make day 4.
That's right. It's going to be a really interesting lobby to see. I think especially, we've talked about Dish Soap before, Crow, and he is one of those players, nobody is expecting Dish Soap to go out in day 3. And you can say it's variance, but if you want to hold the title of being the best in North America, in the best in the world, you have to prove it when your back's up against the wall.
Yeah, 100%. Last game was only step 1, right? Dish Soap needs to still continue step 2, step 3, the next 2 games. And if any player can do it, it definitely will be Dish Soap. This lobby is going to be kind of crazy because there are so many people that are on that bubble. It might be playing for riskier lines, right? So say it might be 2 players going to be, okay, I have 2 Piltovers, I'll hold them and maybe try to get the 3rd Piltover. Then you gotta kind of reach into that little awkward scenario. So we should see kind of playstyles start to differentiate out there. But Dish Soap, again, is a player that's going to be recognizing every single out that he has and playing to those, like, on average a lot more efficiently than the rest of the lobby. So especially interesting to see how Dish Soap gets to kind of, you know, just take into account whatever is happening in the lobby relative to everybody else.
I think it calls back to a conversation we had earlier where we're talking about the difference between players who have plans and players who think on their feet and make quick decisions. And I've heard Dish Soap say once that he feels like the differentiator between him and the field is that he just has more plans. He has plans on plans on plans. And what a lot of people may think is him thinking on his feet is actually the result, Cass, of him doing his homework and having an out when everybody else thinks that there may not be one there.
Well, it's the main reason that nobody else does homework in TFT, because they just copy Dish Soap's homework. I see it on Twitter all the time. It's like, I'll just wait for Dish Soap to figure it out and I'll copy his homework. And it's because he does that research, he does the time, he looks into all these different lines and he has it. And that's, I mean, it is why he commands so much respect. It is why we always have to talk about him when it comes to these tournaments, especially when his back's against the wall.
That's right. All right. Well, game number 5 is ready. Cass, Crowan, I will leave it to you, and I'll catch you later.
All right. Thank you, Gangly Crowan. It's game 5 here on the Shurima Cup. Just one more after this to decide who makes it to the top 32. So this sets the stage for that bubble, and everyone here can still make it in as we're going to Hearth Home. There were a couple players on the university looking for that prismatic augment. I'm curious what legend they're on that they want that prismatic.
Maybe there will still be some players who are like, all right, you know, I need some big placements. Let's still go for the Dragon King. I mean, probably unlikely to see it since the nerfs, but the playstyle still does function very similarly. But we're back on Hearth Home, Cast. We were here not too long ago. We're going to be seeing a radiant item at 4-5. But also want to call out really quick, like you mentioned, no one is out guaranteed, but also no one is in guaranteed as well. While T-Lides and Broccoli are, you know, 24 and 23 points respectively, if they go like 8-8, they could still be eliminated. So there's still a little bit of pressure there to, you know, maybe not just go 8-7. You might want to be playing for a 5th or something like that, just some more consistent level of play. I see the Legends cast there. There is a Dragon King.
Yeah, I love this from Jason. He was one of the players standing on University. He was looking for that level up out. He swapped to Dragon King. He is at 13 points, right? He needs 2 very good placements in order to get there. So playing a first rate style, I think is great. I love the adaptation. Jason Java, somebody, you know, coming in with his own plans for if he's against the wall, he needs to make it 2 kind of first places in a row, second place, you know, just top 2, top 3s. Go for that Dragon King. Try and high roll, try and make that happen. And he even had a shot on the portal to make it happen. Didn't quite get there.
Hey, we still could get there. Radiant, please, prismatic come through on the augment choice, but We have to wait a few more seconds to see. Low chance, but it can still happen. One Paro player with Vanilla as well. Going to be the, I think, the second most popular behind Ornn from week 1 stats. But like we expect, 6 Ornn players. Now let's see it. Give me Prismatic. No, just a gold.
Doesn't get there, so unfortunate for Jason Java, but we'll see. I mean, still potential of going for earlier level ups with that legend, but a lot of times you do kind of treat it like Poro if you don't get the Prismatic. As Dish just going to take that Portable Forge. Eternal Winter still offered on the offensive options, but Eternal Winter still a very strong defensive option.
Broccoli hit Samira too. Basically, he won the game already. GG's. No, but just finds a couple of upgrades. Not a Samira line, even though there is one Samira here, but it's going to be upgraded Jhin, like he was playing in the last game. He doesn't have any items to slam on the Jhin quite yet, besides just a sword, but something like an Eternal Winter plus a Sunfire Slam, if he does need it, just hope as a player that he's not going to slam an item until he sees his matchup, sees, okay, do I need to slam this item right now? Which is some good discipline as well. Curious to see if Jason Java did end up
No, he didn't.
picking...
He took Rift
Oh my
Walk. He's
god,
on our
Rift
screen.
Walker!
Oh, I love it. Some spicy stuff. I mean, Jason, if he high rolls very hard, he hits very fast. This is a board that can cap out pretty decently. It does have that, infinite scaling once it's out there. If you can get up to the 6 or, 6 Bastion, it gets very, very strong. So we'll see. Jason Java going to put it on the line with a Rift Walker. I wasn't really expecting to see much Rift Walker this weekend, but I'm glad we get one.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. Has one glove, you want the Hodge, the JG, things like that. Some healing to keep him going, but no items to slam right now. Going to be losing just a little bit to the start of the game, but that is fine. When that Kassadin 3 shows up, if it shows up, I hope it will. It's going to be so powerful, especially in a meta where there are a lot of, focus on the backlines, Cass, right? A lot of these Zeres and things like that, Philios we haven't seen quite as much of, but still has popped up here and there. If that Kassadin gets into the back line, pops a Zeri, that's going to be a fight win.
Yeah, absolutely. Jumping on with Vanilla now. Does have Noxus Crest, so going to be committed to that Noxus line from early on. So a good way to signify to everyone else who's considering it, like, hey, if you want to be contested, be my guest, because I am playing Noxus, Noxus / Deafen.
Yep.
Does have a pair of Samiras, so if you can find that last one, can set up a very good streak and get those Noxus stacks early. But Broccoli also committed. Going to be playing that Total Domination and does have a Samira 2 already. So guaranteed 2 Samira players, or not 2 Samira, but 2 Noxus players in our lobby.
Yeah, they will feature Samira, but probably not going to be re-rolling Samira for either of them. Just going to be your standard Darius Katarina play. And it can get a little tricky if there are 2 players contesting. They both can top 4 in an ideal world, but as soon as one does fall, it's that conversation of, oh, when do I roll? Do I roll down faster than the other one? Do I wait for the one to bleed out? And we're going to see how exactly that comes into fruition kind of when we get to around start of stage 4. If one is that much ahead of the other, because Broccoli has a very strong opener right now with the Samira 2 Last Whisper Slam. That Last Whisper is going to be an okay item for a Darius if we can swap over a bit later, and going to be carrying the win streak forward with Vanilla as well. Both of them 100 HP win streaking, so they're getting their stacks in. They're prepping themselves for hopefully finding Darius 2 or Katarina 2 to really propel their mid game.
Yeah, Vanilla was notably able to do it at level 4, while Broccoli went to level 5. Vanilla able to keep that 10 gold, make a little bit of extra econ. Those small advantages can start to make the difference throughout the game, but I'm sure Vanilla will have to recognize if they have to just push levels anyway, try and catch up to Broccoli, especially if Broccoli ends up in their pool.
100%. Phoenix taking the spatula on Carousel. Going to be angling Noxus as well. Had Trickster, Samira, had an open belt. Is this going to be 3 Noxus players? Phoenix, does he slam it?
It looks like a commitment to me. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, it has to be a slam, right? If it is going to be a commit.
I guess like doesn't 100% need to. He's already playing 3 Noxus. It's not going to add any synergies. It just will add a little bit of stats on whatever unit. Say like, slap it on a Taric, a little bit tankier for the front line. Phoenix is still looking to protect a win streak. 2 win streak is still fine to try to protect. You can go 4 into Krugs. I think it's going to be kind of wait until we see the matchup. And it is going to be Dish, who is rather strong.
Yeah, not slamming. I think maybe Phoenix got this spat scouted, saw that there's 2 other Noxus players that are hard committed.
Yeah.
And is maybe just considering, I think, Challenger spat instead. He could play this Callista alongside the Trickster class, Challenger spat, and just go that direction. I think that's
Yeah,
a
fair.
potential out, but he does have to find a bow for that. And generally, you kind of like the bows for your Callista, so it's a little bit sad to have to lose one to the spat later on. But
Oh.
I think that is another out that he has.
What's with these Sork players finding Zeri's level 5 shops, guys? That's the second time. We saw Sox earlier, and now T-Lides with it. Man, what if that was a Lux? That'd
The
be
Zon
crazy.
starter kit, Zeri Warwick in your shop, and you're like,
Yeah, true.
oh god, like I can't play with these items. It's just not possible. So committed to the Sork line.
Committed to the Sork line. Some good items for it. Some very good items for it. However, the Shojin and Deathfire grasp on the Vel'Koz, and then a Spark in the front line. This is exactly what you want to make this kind of work. Dish Soap, not on any streak. Just one loss there. Not looking to carry any streaks forward. T-Lidy is making quick work of this board as well. That Vel'Koz just putting out so much damage. But now we get to see if any player does carry any streak forward. Phoenix is on a 4 streak. Does take out Vanilla, who is one of the other Noxus players. So Phoenix, like you mentioned, could hold that spat for challengers. But another decision is to see if one of the other 2 Noxus players pivots out, and then Phoenix has a spot where then he can pivot in.
Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense, right? He's been able to get the stacks very well here, being able to 4 streak. Both Broccoli and Vanilla had their streaks snapped, so they're not actually getting as many stacks as they initially looked like they may be, but Teletis and Phoenix both having very powerful boards in stage 2, able to help snap those. And so, yeah, no Noxus spot looking particularly insane, right? They're all looking pretty okay. Generally, like, Phoenix's spot actually looks the best for Noxus. However, it's going up against 2 people who are, I mean, kind of hard committed, right? I mean, it's Noxus Crest in total domination. I just don't know that you can just be like, all right, I'm down a gold augment, I'm out of here.
Yeah, very unlikely. There's a world, not with total domination, but I there's a random world where you can, with Noxus Crest, just play 3 Noxus kind of splash, but you need a lot of things to go right there, and it's very unlikely to happen. So it probably will be, if I was a betting person, Cass, that Phoenix does end up going that challenger direction, or high roll into attack just crown and say, okay, I high rolled, now let's just play anything from here.
Yeah, and taking a look at Jason Java's spot here with the Kassadin, the Rift Walk, not putting the items on the Kassadin, but instead on a Samira in the early game, just trying to carry that, getting a little bit more value. I think it does make quite a bit of sense. It's just a little bit stronger than the Kassadin 1. Once you find Kassadin 2, you can swap them over, but not even on Kassadin pair. Full loss streak, lost a ton of HP. He's at 61, but he's rich, so we'll see how the level 6 rolldown goes, and if he can hit a ton of Kassadins, hit very early on, and start to rubber band this spot. But as far as economy goes, really great job. Couldn't preserve that much life, though, which is pretty rough for Jason Java.
It is rough, but it is workable. Jason Java's roll down is going to be very indicative of where he ends up in this game. Prismatic at this point is not what Jason Java wanted to see. He wanted to see that at 2-1. Golden Ticket, however, is absolutely massive, as you're calling out. Hitting Kassadin is just a matter of time at this point. Golden Ticket's going to allow that to be very easy. Needs to get Kassadin 2 now, so needs to probably roll kind of deep. Maybe get 4 Bash online as well and make him a bit tankier. Rolls coming through pretty slowly, Cass, but he's gonna hit.
Yeah, he's being really careful with this. It could be inexperience with the line. It could just be wanting to make sure that he can build a board even if it's not around Kassadin, so just weighing options, which I think is the most likely scenario here. Does find some Bastions. Doesn't find the 4th Bastion yet, or Kassadin 2. That's really tough. The rolldown, I think, a bit unlucky. I mean, he saw a lot of really good units, but nothing that he could piece together, at least nothing he tried to start piecing together with those 4 costs. Still just trying to find the Kassadin and find the Bastions, and doesn't get there on either.
Yeah, it certainly seems like Jason Java just should have rolled faster there. Needed to roll until, you know, at the very least, either one of Shen or Tarek, or the Kassadin 2, because having none of those pieces means that, yeah, that's another, like, you know, 5 unit loss or 4 unit loss, 36 HP for Jason Java. You don't have a lot of wiggle room within Kassadin because it's not guaranteed to win every single round. Even if you hit, it can get stuck on these frontliners if it's not within the hex range to jump to the back line. So Jason Java needs to be rolling, still is. Finds another Kassadin, finds some decent golden ticket procs, but where's the Shen or the Tarek? needs to come through. Is going to just play the 3 Demacia plus 2 Invoker route for now, it seems like, with that Galio pickup, though.
Yeah, Caston 2, Soraka 2. I mean, it's like good hits. It's the main units you want, but it's not that strong. I mean, he might still just lose, right? This isn't a very strong board that he's playing. There can be people who are weaker. Vanilla, I mean, this looks stronger than him. The 6 Noxus has the Samira. Noxus, you know, funny enough, Noxus Soraka is actually probably pretty strong. Like, that's actually a pretty strong unit right now, the 2-star Soraka for this stage of the game.
Yeah. Hey, Soraka is one of those units that is slept on. It can really carry, especially a couple Invoker being tier 2, slam an AP item on there, and that's exactly what's happening, and why that was such a huge loss there for Jason Java. And it was going to be, or it was, excuse me, the Noxus crown picked up off the back of that prismatic emblem as well, so double Noxus emblem to play with there.
Yeah, I don't think he's pivoting.
No, definitely no pivot at that point.
I think we're here. I think we're playing Noxus. Yeah, I mean, the crown, 2 emblems, generally, like, you don't need 2 emblems to play Noxus. You usually just kind of want the 1, but 2's not bad, right? Noxus stats are very good. It lets you drop some of the just weaker Noxus units like Kled or Cassiopeia, right? You can even drop Samira if your synergies play better on one of the other 2. And getting the Noxus spat on another unit can be incredibly strong, right? Getting it on a Nasus or getting it on Echo are both very good holders.
Yeah, definitely. But we did get to see a little bit of the comps from what people were playing. It's a couple of people playing Zeri. Phoenix did, like you mentioned, Cass, go towards the Challengers line. That spat was already slammed into a Challengers emblem. So where it's not going to be a 3-way contest, just a 2-way contest. But the Cassidans are uncontested purely for Jason Java's taking, but still has to hit them. 2 Cassidans away. However, the Lux has been ditched. We have a Hodge plus a Jeweled Gauntlet. This is when this composition can start to find some round wins. See if it does, because Jason Java is not that much HP to work with.
Yeah, and I mean, Tealides is really strong with this DFG, the Radiant JG. I mean, he's just destroying the board. I really think Jason needed to be rolling to 0 these last 2 rounds to hit the Cassidon. Still having 35 gold, 3 Cassidons away with golden ticket. I mean, I'm pretty sure if you roll that to 0, you hit Cassidon like 90% of the time, like an absurdly high amount of time. And there he goes. He finally hits it, but I feel like he could have gotten here like 2 rounds ago and saved infinite HP. And now he's essentially on 1 life once we get into stage 4. It's really tough for Jason. I don't know how he top 4s from this spot.
No, I think this is one of the situations where it feels like 1 HP is not in fact infinite HP, and it might just be one unlucky fight that sends Jason Java out. And then that's kind of like a goodbye to that tournament run, right? This game needs to be a first or a second, at least for Jason Java to have a chance in getting Zephyred. I mean, it might just be enough raw power from that Cassidon 3 to start the chance at a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to get eliminated that soon, just because he did hit now, right? And he's still going to be, like, relatively strong compared to the lobby, but I don't know. It's still only 2-item Cassidon, and even so, this fight is very close, right?
Wait,
Cassidon's ramped enough.
Lost.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't too worried for him at that point, but the fact that it's close is just like not a good sign, right? Very tough spot.
Yeah, super tough spot. Dish Soap also seems like in a relatively tough spot. Level 650 gold, but for 62 gold didn't update, but now it did, so it's not that worse off for wear. But 33 HP is still rather low. Dish Soap not able to make as efficient of a board workout as last game. Does have, it seems to be, some challenger items, but it is going to be contested over with Phoenix. He's the challenger player. RFC, what's the Edge of Night for Yasuo? Shojin's already there for Kaisa, but none of these units are here. Dish Soap needs to go level 7, roll and pray, or we could be seeing Dish Soap go home on day 3.
Yeah, I mean, he has so many pairs right now that he could find upgrades and make this board stronger immediately, but still wanting to look for, you know, the big upgrades where the board actually pivots. And yeah, I mean, it'd be...
Wow. Okay.
He's just greeting to like a...
he has final reserves, I guess. He has final reserves.
Oh,
I completely missed that. That is my bad. He's on final reserves, so he is going to be greeting out, procking that, going 9. And that RFC is not for Yasuo. That RFC Edge of Night is for a Belveth. And the Shojin is for an Ahri.
Okay, it all makes sense now, because I was looking at this board and I was like, he has so many pairs, why did he not roll on 6? because he would have hit like a pretty like decent board and been able to, you know, save a ton of HP. But Final Reserves kind of explains all, right? He's just like, okay, I will just go fast 9. I will find my Bel'Veth. I will find, you know, a really strong board. We've seen Dish Soap roll down. He's very, very quick. He's really good at making those level 9 boards, those level 9 pivots. So it could be, you know, a 1 HP win out from Dish. That's kind of what he's setting himself up for, playing extremely first or 8th from his spot at 16 points, trying to make it to day number 4.
Actually, I love this a lot because Dishop doesn't really play this style a ton, but he's going to be playing it a little bit, knows how to approach that situation. And this is putting it all on the line in a spot where he needs to put it all on the line. Going level 9, you have such little wiggle room because one more fight, you're just out. He's going to have to hit at least all of the legendaries that he wants. I will go so far as to say he needs to hit like Bel'Veth 2 or Ari 2 to stabilize, but then it's that conversation of, okay, am I going to be putting a Heimer in? Do I, you know, kind of quote unquote waste 18 gold for Heimer upgrades if I haven't hit my carry units yet? I don't think Dishsoap will get stuck in that trap. I think he is one of the players that will make the kind of correct decisions there, but especially when Dishsoap gets 1 HP, that's when it's all on the line, and that's what I'm going to be really excited to see for his roll down there.
Yeah, and I mean, now we're just taking a look at Unwil's board. You know, currently in 25th place, he is still a bubble player, but he's doing a little better off, and he's found Zeri with really, really great items. Hasn't found Zeri 2, but he has a lot of pairs of very strong frontliners that can work with this. So if Unwil can find some of these upgrades, he's got a really stable board to potentially look for that top 4, especially with the Zeri pair now too, right? He's got so many hits as he rolls down. Not a lot of gold to roll with though. It's all hits. Pairs. Wow. That's tough. Maybe you can open sell something like the Swain and just go for it. Yeah, you're so close on many of these.
That's Defiance on the Shen too. Gonna be very, very tanky. He needs to make this long distance pals have some value as well. Not going to be that valuable on just the Zeri and the Jinx because Jinx has no items, but it's still going to be okay. I would have expected you don't have to keep on sending it to 0 here. Actually, a Shen 1 might not quite be enough. Maybe one more of the hits between Nasus, Sejuani, and Zeri, but does sell out of the Nasus to make a bit of econ. Goes up against Jason Java with the Kassadin, and Zeri's on the right side though, but it's only a matter of time before Kassadin makes it there.
Yeah, and it's just Zeri 1, so it was almost just one cast to take her out. And the Kassadin does have the Bloodthirster, which is an okay item, and it is a very passable item for the Kassadin, but it is not best in slot, so was not able to get the full kind of perfect items Kassadin to look for that win out from 11 HP. We'll see how high Jason Java can actually place, because we know that spot was really scary on 1 life. But for now, holding on, Dish Soap goes to 1.
Yeah, it's time.
Did the Final Reserves pop though? He's still level 7. Did he just go to 1? So he has...
Oh, does it pop in the next prep? I actually don't know how it functions.
I actually don't know the function on that if you go to 1, because I thought it was either death or going to 1. I'm not... Yeah, because I feel like... Wait, if it popped, you should be level 8 already, right?
Yeah.
Or is it just because it was carousel?
Unless it pops next phase, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
It pops,
Yeah,
it pops.
yeah.
It does pop next phase.
All right, that makes sense.
75 gold to roll. Gonna be making a Brink of Dawn, a Radiant Edge of Night. Bel'Veth is found, Heimerdinger is found. Does go in, actually, and he is spending that gold on finding the Heimer upgrades, but it does, each time he doesn't pick one, it takes up a slot in the shop, but fortunately does hit a Bel'Veth either way. No Ari yet, but that's okay. Bel'Veth 2 should be enough to stabilize, especially because it's just stage 4, right?
Yeah.
The Shojin goes on the Senna. This is a really good spot, I think, especially because it is a Freljord portal and has the rise, so that attack speed slow, especially if it hits onto the Zeris in the lobby, it's gonna be fantastic. I think the first one did not land on the Zeri, but this Bel'Veth should still be enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of scary, right? Because you really only hit the Bel'Veth, and then everything else looks really weak. There's like no front line. There's really no nothing. But it's Brink of Dawn, Brink of Dawn Bel'Veth, which is incredibly powerful. And the fact that he hit the Bel'Veth too, as you said, it should be enough to stabilize for a little bit here. And I think Dish just needs a little bit. He needs to make it to neutrals, and then I think he can find enough of a board to feel a lot better. Rise 2 gets the upgrade. Actually, even just set 2 is massive here to just get a little bit more time.
It's definitely massive. Throws in the Zeri just
It's so
because
much
throwing in
better.
a Warwick would be 3 Juggernaut, it's whatever. But getting just that little bit of extra AD, maybe Zeri executes something. It's Dishop is so good at making this board as efficiently strong as possible. The Zephyrs are going to be big, right? No room for error right now. Bel'Veth swapped onto the side of Set to protect her. I love this positioning.
Yep, she will be hitting, and Asses actually, no, she will not. The Zephyr was perfect.
Zephyr
Does deny it. Now she gets to jump to the back line because she gets to eat all these
Perfect.
little corals on the ground. Gets away from that tank, kills everything else. Nass is going to be the last thing left. I mean, this is just perfect for Dish. He makes it into neutrals. He was able to improve this board significantly between the last win and this one, and so now, I mean, yes, there are other people in this lobby who could start to spike really heavily, and Dish will always be on 1 life. But he has put himself in a situation to do, 1 life is infinite life, as we like to meme about.
Yeah, he is on track for the comeback story. It can get stopped in its tracks if somebody else is strong enough, but man, watching Dish Soap at play is just watching a master of their craft. Everything went according to plan for now. As we take a breath of relief and look towards the other players in the lobby, Phoenix, the challenger committal from early on, is kind of playing with fire here, but is going to be using the neutrals to have a bit of a pivot point. Needs to find like Yasuo, Samira upgrades, things like that. Has a lot of items on bench. Bel'Veth actually can go in over the Senna. That is fantastic and lucky considering that 3 Bel'Veths already out of the pool from Dish Soap.
Yeah, but able to find it. Can go Brink of Dawn for his Bel'Veth as well. Probably not going to find 2-star Bel'Veth, but 1-star Bel'Veth with these items, with 6 Challenger, potentially even looking at 8 Challenger as an option down the line. No, just 6 for now. Going to be incredibly strong. Early stage 5 should be able to find some wins here. Needs to get these items down though. Find where to go. It looks like double Tricksters.
Yeah, it doesn't get value this round though. Hopefully that is okay. And the item slams are not coming through yet. What is it going to be, like a Hand of Justice or Archangels maybe? Decap and Hodge for the Kaisa. Yasuo not really given any love right now, but that's fine. The items in the Bel'Veth are going to be the real things that carry here, and when Kaisa 2 comes through.
Yep, able to eventually stack enough spears to take out an Urgot full health, which was very funny to watch. He kept regenning up, but the Callista stayed alive forever. Got that inevitability. You jump on Pokygom, get a level to 8. We'll see a little bit of a roll down here, looking for that. Zeri does find the pair. Not quite able to find the rest yet.
Good. And we see a lot of players angling Rise here just because it is Freljord Rise, right? One on the bench for Pocky. Probably going to be going in. You can sell the Ahri, I guess. Maybe roll once or twice. But no hits come through. Urgot's an absolute beast, however. So that is going to be saving Pocky some HP, if not winning him some fights. That was fun in the matchup, though. Pokemon is strong enough to beat some players' boards. Kassadin is not on the side of the Zeri or the Urgot, but can it make its way there? It just needs a couple of casts to do so.
Yeah, one of the big things to look at is going to be that Cassante. One more cast. Does he get the Urgot? He goes down just before the Urgot gets launched off. There's still a little bit more game. That is going to be the Zeri getting deleted. However, the Urgot's still alive. Might be able to kill a couple more units. I don't think he's going to beat this Kassadin, but at least he can take out a few more potentially. Trying to get through Jason Java surviving. But another thing to look at with Pokemon, he's losing another fight, but he does have Transfusion 3.
True.
He's still going to keep getting stronger, and that Urgot especially. Double BT, Transfusion 3, incredibly strong. And there's the Zeri. This board still looks good.
Wow. If Pocky was stuck on a Zeri 1 instead of naturaling that in the shop, that's a difference of like 3 placements at least, or it could be. So that is a massive hit. T-Lides being stuck in a similar spot to where we saw Soxet earlier, playing the Sorks, the multicasters. This time it's a Vel'Koz 3 waiting in the wings and a Lux pair as well, but hitting neither of them is so sad.
Yeah, it's really tough because the items were so good, right? T-Lides was winning for a very long time in the early game because of these items, but just not finding the units to match up with them to make it work. It looks like he should still be able to kill some units. Maybe he can just hold on. 16 life, not great, but with the Sorks actually taking out quite a few. Does look like he'll survive at the very least, but still going to take a big chunk. It's close, though. One more? Ooh, doesn't get the Katarina. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was just enough to live.
1 HP as well. Dish Soap on a 4 streak. Still in fight, however. But yeah, we see that as a fight win.
Oh, Pocky! down to 1 HP as well. Perfect value for his transfusion. It's a good loss for Pocky.
Damn, 3 players, 1 HP. That's crazy. Unwolf, 5 HP. Jason Java, 11. So many players are just on 1 life left.
Yeah, Pokygum, 1 life. Transfusion has hit both of the main carries for his comp, so that's you know, hey, not a terrible spot. Dish still terrifying. I mean, you just look at the price of his board compared to everyone else. 75.
So crazy.
The next highest is 61. Now, of course, that is, you know, final reserves. That's how that works, but it is just crazy to see the gap in value that his board has.
Almost doubling Vanillas, right? Like, that's absolutely wild. Another thing to notice is the win streaks, right? Jason Java on a 9 streak, Dishsoap on a 5 streak. Those are players that have been within 1 shot lethal range for a while, but now Unwolf, T-Lides, Pokygum, all of them on a 2 or 3 loss streak right now. They need to change this around. They need to find some hits, and T-Lides does find a hit, it looks like. Found a Vel'Koz. Oh, did he sell to swap items maybe? And then found another Vel'Koz too? Might have. Because it didn't. I thought it said Vel'Koz 2 there, but we'll get confirmation there soon as we see Unwolf versus the Jason Java's Kassadin.
I mean, it is really cool to see that Jason has held on this long. I really felt like this was a bot 4, and it looks like he's still in a position that can top 4. His fight takes out the Zeri. It's still a Zeri 1, so the Kassadin just deletes it. Kassadin still should just be able to win this. Nothing can really threaten him. He's just going to be able to keep healing up. He has the inevitability, right? He infinitely scales his AP. So he just ends up winning that. Unwolf going to fall. Jason Java looking primed for that top 4. Pocky and Dish both won. T-Lides goes down. Unwolf goes down. The only tough thing is that Pocky and Dish don't look like they should die anytime soon. So Jason still has them nipping at his heels.
Yeah, this is a fight that if Pocky runs into Jason, it still could go Jason's way, but that Zeri 2, right, as you mentioned, a big hit. Does depend on where these Rise casts go as well. There's so much that can happen here in these next couple of fights. It could be the difference between like a top 3 or top 2 or a 6th right now. Pocky changes side to the left-hand side, going up against Vanilla, and this is a matchup that he can definitely win, especially with Darius being on the right.
Yep, completely avoided the Zephyr. Does have the Darius wrapping, though. That is the scary thing. The Zephyr did do its job for the Darius, but it looks like he'll go back to the Shen after this, and he does. So he's not going to make it towards the Zeri, and the rest of his board is kind of just being deleted. If this is just going to be a Darius 2, should not be able to get through all the HP with that transfusion 3. Does get a reset, but he jumps towards the Zeri. However, this Urgot is just still full HP. Vanilla gonna go down. Broccoli falls down. Jason Java won his fight. I think Jason has been able to dodge Dish Soap this whole time, and I think that is the biggest thing for him. If he hit Dish at any point, he would have been going 8th.
Man, a 7 win streak and 11 win streak at the same time. That is some fortunate matchmaking for Jason, and needs that to be the case, right? Dish Soap and Jason Java, those are the 2 players that are gonna be the lowest, along with Vanilla coming into this lobby. Actually, Vanilla is still in it. All of those players, Pocky as well, actually, they're all 16 or below, so they're all fighting for that number 1, number 2 spot to keep their tournament dreams alive. This is a crazy lobby. Yeah,
T-Lides, Unwolf, and Broccoli were more towards the top side of points when it came to this lobby alongside Phoenix Awe. So, you know, them going out early and this bottom half coming up and having a good game is actually just going to make that bubble even tighter. It's going to make it so many players in that game 6 are vying for a position in the top 32.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be absolutely crazy. Game 6 is gonna be, oh man, I'm jealous of Boop and Morgan being able to take that one home. That's gonna be an absolute banger. But we still got this game to get through to set the stakes of that one. Cast Vanilla trying to roll down, trying to hit this Darius 3, but it does not come through, and no Darius 3 means that Vanilla's shot at getting a first place is going to be so hurting. Can he still make it happen though? The Cassante gets Zephyr'd, but the Kassadin is going to reign free on this fight.
Yeah, it's Jason Java's Ghost. He could still top 4. Either Jason Java could take more damage, or Pocky could, or I guess Dish, but I think we're assuming that Dish is winning his fight with 102 gold of board value. So even though this is a loss, it's a big loss. He's going to take a lot of damage. It's still possible for this to top 4. We just have to see how the other fights went. It's going to be a 5-unit loss. Pocky took a big loss, down to minus 14. Where does Vanilla land though? Minus 10. Dish is down.
Ooh,
Dish went 4th. Who beat Dish? Who?
Wow.
Was it Phoenix with a 56 gold board, half the value of dishes? Or was it Jason Java with the Rift Walk? Did Rift Walk
Jason.
do it?
It must have been Jason Java. I mean, unless the fight RNG went so crazy, but Pocky out in 5th, this open 4th, Vanilla in 3rd. It might not be enough for Vanilla and Pocky, but just getting 2nd place last game, it might still be enough. We'll have to see a bit later when we check on the standings. But Jason Java versus Phoenix. Jason Java coming up big, going from 8th place, 11 HP, 12 win streak. Can he make it happen? Can he win 2 more rounds against Phoenix? The Kassadin is still alive. It finds its way to the Kaisa, but the Kaisa's healing up, stacking up the Rage Blade as well, but
It's
goes
gone.
down.
It's the Cassante 2. Crowan, I think I found our culprit. Cassante 2 must have had a massive impact against Dish Soap. And once again, Jason now with that there and having the Kassadin fully online, he's going to take what looked like a horrible spot. It felt like he maybe wasn't rolling enough, but I guess he rolled just enough because 1 HP or 11 HP in this case is infinite HP, Crowan.
It is. I wanted to say this is a case where it's not infinite, but it actually is infinite. Jason Java proven me, and I'm sure a lot of doubters wrong here, but we shouldn't have doubted Jason Java for a second. That Cassante with the TG Shojins and Edge of Night. What? That is crazy value as we've reached what should be the final fight of the game.
Yeah, it was scary for a second. The Cassante perfectly positioned to just kick off the Kassadin right out the gates, but Kassadin casted first, jumped away, should be able to clean this up. And this is the big difference of having 6 Bastion with the Rift Walk versus not. Jason Java finding the Cassante makes all the difference and turns what looked like a bottom 4 into a first place when he had 13 points going into the game and needed exactly that.
Jason Java, I am sorry for ever doubting you. My belief has been reinstated, Gangly. What a game. That's exactly what Jason Java needed.
Listen, we say on broadcast, nobody's out of it. There's always a chance. Half the time, though, we don't really know if that's going to be the case. But Jason Java says, you know what? Leeds and Broccoli, the 2 point leaders of our lobby, go down in the bottom 3. This is my chance to slingshot forward, and actually does it. Proves it wrong. Listen, you two were doubting the spot on 3-2 with how slowly he was rolling. I was right there with you. But it turns out sometimes you just hit. And like you said on the cast, 1 HP is infinite HP. So I also want to point out, Cass, we talked a lot about Dish Soap, right? Dish Soap and Pokkigom finishing in those middle 2 spots while they're at 16 points going into the day. It does mean that they're not out of it yet, but they need one really strong placement. What do you think the odds are that we actually may see more people go to this ASOL line for that final game?
So I don't know that someone like Dish would, but I do think that more people in general going towards the ASOL line or even potentially the Lee Sin line, we've seen people play Lee Sin trying to go for first, is possible, especially because the bubble seems to be very competitive. Like we had a lot of people in this that were really close to the bubble that didn't have a good game, and now they're going to be pretty equal with the people who were far away. So I would expect us to see multiple players go for a different legend than they've been playing throughout the day. I actually wouldn't be surprised.
Crowan, I want to talk a little bit about the final reserves pick that Dish Soap took, because there's something very brave about that decision, right? You guys, you know, when you two were talking about it, Dish Soap goes level 9, he makes this gigantic roll down. The reality is one thing goes wrong, he's going 8th and his tournament life is just over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a risky spot, but sometimes you have to take those risky spots, right? Tournament play is not ladder play. Sure, some players would have just done that on ladder, be it for fun, or just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go first in ladder games because that's what I do. But that's not what Dish Soap would have done if he was sitting, you know, top half of the lobby standings or the overall tournament standings. Needed to recognize that spot though, and was building items with that in mind from frame 1, right? Ever since stage 2, right? He slammed things like a Shojin, like RFC, like Edge of Night that are fantastic fantastic items for legendaries, or excuse me, when 3-2 came through, because that's when he picked the final reserves, and that's exactly what needs to have happen. If you're not able to land on a Piltover early, what else can you cap out on? It's going to be around those legendaries, right? They were nerfed, but they're still good enough to find lobby wins. Now, Dissoap wasn't able to find the lobby win, unfortunately. Didn't get to see his fight, right? So not sure exactly how it went, but either way, a top 4 is still playable. So Dissoap is making all the correct moves, what he needs to, but still needs to land on a, you know, top 2 placement, I think, to advance to tomorrow.
Absolutely speaks to the confidence of Dissoap. Now let's take a look at how the lobbies played out. We have the rest of those lobbies ready. So as we take a look at those, we see Lobby A, Kiyun and replay, one of those players we've seen on the bottom quite a bit today. I have to see how that shapes up. Lobby B, Setsuko on top once again with Chris. Lobby C, Malala in another top 2 with Groxy. Lobby D, Sub-Zero Arc, another player who's finding back-to-back top 2s alongside Connor is me. Now let's take a look at the back half of these lobbies to see how everything is shaping up. Lobby E, Solus, another player finding success consistently on the day once again with a first alongside Vile and Error in the top 2 of Lobby F. Lobby G, we have Casper Wu and Doodoo, and then Lobby H, like we saw Jason Java making that crazy run with Riftwalker alongside Phoenix. Now, before we go to the standings, Cass, I want to talk a little bit about how some of the success we've seen from a lot of these, I guess, old guard or notable players in the scene. Solus, one of the players on this screen right here, coming out and being very, very consistent on the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great to see Solus play well. I think a lot of people we're ready to maybe make jabs at Solus after the tweet about, you know, you guys are yapping watching these players, they're all gonna gap you. It's like, I play for Snapshot so I get more time to play Lost Ark. Y'all play Snapshot because you're scared of getting day one, you know? Like, I think that seeing Solus just come in, you know, back up his play, be someone who is always, you know, able to be consistent, be at the top of the tables, is really cool to see. And the fact that he's going to bat for the younger players who are coming in and have different styles of play and are threats to make it deep is really cool to see.
All right, well, we've got the lower half of the overall standings right now. We were watching Dish Soap before. He's at 21 points. This seems to be around where that bubble is. 23 points is that middle point. So normally in these tournaments, we tend to have 26, 28, or 27 or 28 be that threshold for advancing to the next day. But this is unfortunately the part of the tournament where we're gonna have to say goodbye to some of these players on the bottom, Crow. And do you have any final parting words for Esports Law or Kurum X or these players at the bottom?
Yeah, I think a really important thing to remember is that one tournament performance is not indicative of your skill as a player, and we 100% know that from Kurum, right? He goes from winning Freljord Cup, winning other tournaments in the past, right? This tournament just wasn't his, and that's okay, right? Not every tournament can be yours, but we're going to see him in the future. You're going to see him at the mid set, and hopefully he's able to shape things up and do really well from there. But it's no shame to be going out on day number 1. You just had a bad day, but that's the thing of it. It happens sometimes.
Let's move on to the second half of the standings. The top of the standings, we'll see both the players who are reigning supreme at the moment, with Weijin, Iverson, Setsuko, and Solus in the top 3. But I think, Cass, going into this final game, the story is going to be these final bubble players trying to earn their spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely going to be the bubble players, but I do want to take a moment to talk about, you know, someone who's getting bonus points for sure. Weijin Iverson coming in at the top of the tables. In set 8, he was, you know, the breakout performer. He made it to Worlds. He played fantastic all set. It was kind of his, like, you know, freshman set. He was really just blast on the scene there. And a lot of times we see players do that and kind of disappear the next set. They're still competing, but they're just not having any great results. And I was a little worried after Freljord, where Weijin just didn't have a great tournament. Now, I wasn't too worried because his latter performances were still looking good, but coming into Shurima, I wanted to see, you know, a good performance out of Weijin, prove that he's still just going to be a mainstay. And coming in and having, you know, kind of the best performance here on day 3, at least so far, is fantastic to see, and I'm excited for it. But, you know, really looking forward to see what Weijin can do.
That's right. Going to be a really important moment for those bubble players, but definitely worth it to take a second to celebrate those players like Weijin and Setsuko who are finding success on the day. So, Casanova, Crowan, this unfortunately is the part of the show where you two say goodbye. It is going to be Boop and Mortdog for the last game of the day. So, Cass, Crowan, any final words before you go?
I mean, GG's. Those games were sweet. I'm kind of out of breath. There's a really, really big bubble here. A lot of players can still make it. I think for every player, just don't give up, because there is still a spot that you can get in. Go for that big play. Go for the big swing like Jason Java, because you never know. It could be 26, could be 27, could be 28, could be 29. You don't know what the number is. Just play your best. Swing for the fences. And yeah, it was a lot of fun with y'all. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Likewise. I think on the bottom half of the bubble there was like at least 18 players that still theoretically could make it if 28 is the expected break point. So, I mean, Boof and Mort, I hope you have a fantastic cast for the next game, because it's going to be a banger no matter what. So many lobbies are going to have so much. And I'm really curious to see, like you were mentioning earlier, if there is change-ups in the little legend, or excuse me, the legend pickups, because that's one of the more fascinating parts about Runeterra Reforged is in tournaments, when do you shift those legend choices to adapt your playstyle in what situation? So I love to see that kind of level up player skill expression in TFT. So looking forward to that next game. It's been a blast. Waiting to see who makes it into day 4.
All right, now Cass and Crow, and I'll see you both tomorrow. But for everyone watching, we've got one more game on the day. Don't go anywhere. We will be back after a quick break for the final game of day 3 of the Shurima Cup. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We got Game 6 of the Shurima Cup, day number 3 coming up. We got the final game of the day. Mort, this is a really important part of the tournament. Obviously, I feel like I'm saying that after every round, but this one in particular is especially important because now we're really narrowing in where that break point is going to be of who's advancing to day 4 and who's getting stuck in day 3.
Yeah, this is where, I get to math nerd out a bit, and, we estimate, I think the break point will be around 28, give or take. So if you're at 27 or higher right now, you're sitting pretty, maybe just don't go 8th or put on a show or give it a practice round or something. If you're at below 20, you're kind of out of luck. You're probably on your way home and having some regrets and, maybe get to play spoiler for a bit. But anyone else in that 21 to 25, 26 range, it's going to be intense, right? And you've got to play 2, you're out. And so anyone who's got like 21 points, like say X the Farmer X, you've got to play for a big win. But if you're someone like, say, Casper, who's sitting at 24, it's like just try to top 4, maybe get a 3rd, should be good. Don't take any silly risks playing, the most contested comp in the lobby or anything like that. And so it's always interesting to see what happens. And hilariously enough, this is often where we see the people who are like in that bottom rung with like 14 points just come out with a first.
Yeah.
Happens all the time. So.
I mean, I think it probably coincides with what the waitlist buff is, right? There's something about when that pressure is taken off your shoulders, all of a sudden, these players just kind of pop off and soar like a rocket. Now, game number 6 is ready. Boop, Mort Dog, I will leave it in your hands, and I'll catch you later.
Hey, Mort, you ready to blast off like a rocket, as Gangly says? Last lobby here for day 3. I'm excited to see what we are going to get, as no one likes any of these other portals. I feel like in my game, everyone goes to university, but that is sometimes not the best choice. But it's going to be Yordle portals. Let's see if we get prismatics anyway, because that's something that can happen as well.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see which portals the players lean into, and you can see here sort of that low variance, right? Yordle portals is just have a few bonus units, a little extra gold, no big deal, and so everyone kind of leaning into that safely here. We see a Kale start with a Sona. Demacia, probably not the line that Flightsy's going to be going here. And again, looking at the scores, Flightsy right now sitting at 29 points. We said 28 is probably the cutoff, so Flightsy kind of on a victory lap here. If you were going to play, Demacia, this might be the game, but clearly that's not the intention here. Has the usual Samira Cassiopeia start. Is just kind of looking to assert some dominance, earn a few more points. The one thing to note is maybe playing for those bonus points as we do the day 3 to day 4 transition. If you can get in that, I believe it's top 12, you're going to get those bonus points, which is always nice. But yeah, otherwise the pressure's pretty off on Flightsy here.
Yeah, and Goobums as well. I think Goobums and Flightsy are going to be, people that we're not quite going to be following along as much because we do kind of know where their days are going to end after today. Everyone else, though, I think the lowest point total here is 20 or 21. So everyone here mathematically might be able to make it. And something that you mentioned with Setsuko earlier, the type of comp that you're playing at this moment in time might determine if you're going to be in or out. Setsuko knowing, hey, I'm already really far ahead. I'm just going to play top 4 comps from here on out and just solidify myself to tomorrow. Bonus points are cool, but making it to tomorrow is better. I wonder if any of these players are going to be safe with a top 4 comp, or try to push the envelope a little bit, play a little bit more for first
silver.
or 8th, and put people on their back foot. So it's going to be a silver augment here. Which is going to be, a lot of people want a little bit more power in the early game, but this is going to keep things a little bit muted for a minute. I'm curious to see how the second augment's going to affect this lobby as well, as we already have a Samira 2 for Goobum, so his day probably also feeling already pretty great.
Yeah, I was going to say Goobums has, 27 points, and we talked about the cutoff being 28. You don't want to risk a tiebreaker, so this is literally do not get 8th. Goobums, that's all you have to do is not get 8th. Now, the good news is a Samira 2 usually gives you a strong enough start that you're probably not at least going 8th, maybe 7th is still possible, so hopefully that helps. Also, Sorcerer Heart is one of the better silvers. We talked about earlier about how getting +2 Sorcerer can be really valuable, but even just this is a good line, and I think Sorcerer hasn't been that contested, so I really like this choice of just a strong way to begin. All he needs to do is not 8th place. That's it. And so, again, Goobum's looking really happy with this start, I think.
Yeah, there seems to be in TFT like a cyclical nature of how comps work, right? You always have like 2 really good meta comps and then another comp that is a little off of those that you can kind of tier 3 those units because they're available for you. Sona 3 here is what I'm referring to for those sorcerers. So we're going to be able to see how those interact. We saw that Setsuko got a pretty honestly easy 4th with that sorcerer comp from that wasn't easy. You know, it looked easy at the end, but the way he played it was pretty brilliant from beginning to end. But we have Dudu now. You know, what's great, we have synergy here. We got Farmer and Dudu. That means crops are going to be great coming in for the next harvest.
Amazing. Looking at the augments, we see 4 latent forges. And again, if you're trying not to get an 8th place, that latent forge can be a spike later because you won't have it in the early game, but you're going to get basically a full, you know, gold value, gold augment value once you get past those first 8 stages. And then the other thing is we saw 2 people take the silver earth augment. We'll have to see which emblem it is they got and what direction it's going to take them. For example, here it looks like one of the people got a bruiser emblem, which is not one of the popular ones, but there are some lines you can go, things like Rek'Sai reroll that we haven't seen a ton of, but can be an option from that position. And so we'll have to continue looking around. Going over to Cambuli's board, this is a 22 points. So again, if we look at 28 as the cutoff, we're looking at 3rd or better here. So we're going to need a 3rd or better. Holding the Kales, I would be shocked if we went the Kale direction, but if you need a 3rd or better, Kale is one of those 1st or 8th comps that maybe could do that, right? If you can get that really high roll Kale, we have seen it do very well. It's just very tough to get going.
I think of all the lobbies I've seen, I've been skipping around when we've been off stream. The only person I saw play it is P-God, and that was actually really interesting. He had all of his tier 3 units and no Yordles at one point. Had to play with tier 1 Tristana, and ended up being, you know, ending quite good because his positioning right now, I think, is in the max bonus points, top 4. So definitely in the top 8, as this challenger comp on the other side has really rushed off so far. So that Aurelia doing some really great tanking. We have some Voids on the board as well. That's a vertical comp that we have barely seen today.
Yeah, Void, like I said, is one of those other starts that can do pretty well. You just have so many units. I like the Zerat slam as well. Sorcerer really likes Zerat. And then you get that extra power from the Void creature as well as the Zerat creature as well. And so it's just a lot of effective health to take down in the early game. And again, if you can win streak through the early game and all you need is the top 4, that's a great play to do.
All right, so looking at these team comps, I think the best way to kind of look at this is say who's playing Noxus, who's going Piltover, right?
Yeah.
And kind of figure out how you're going to interact with the rest of these players. So we've got Piltover for Flightsy, but we've got some variety in this lobby actually. Versus, you know, we had a 6 Zon lobby, I believe, and a 4 Noxus lobby earlier today. So really curious to see how these comps are going to face off against each other, because the last time we actually saw someone go a little bit of a Shadow Isles direction, which I did see here, they won, I believe it was Weijin. So we're looking here now. It's going to be Gunnar Samira. Is that one of those emblems that are going to work wonders on her?
Well, I mean, it's certainly in the early game going to give her a little bit of bonus AD, which is not too bad. And so again, you have the 3 Noxus, the 2 Gunnar. It's okay. Right now, kind of missing out on frontline a bit here, and so trying to keep that win streak is going to be pretty tough with a Galio 1 and a Katarina. So I don't know that we're going to see the win streak continue here. But with that Gunnar emblem, what that's going to allow you to do is play something like Jace plus Jinx plus Zeri, and then maybe put the Gunnar emblem on that Urgot and give you that 4 Gunnar. But I will say in particular, 4 Gunnar has not really been one of the traits that's done well this patch. It's been, you know, a lot of people will play the 2 with the Zeri and just play off the strength of the Zeri, but carrying the extra Jinx can be a little tricky. A Gunnar emblem can make that more worth. And so we'll have to see, but clearly they're going to be going into that Zon Zeri line from this position.
Yep, but they have actually left Noxus open as well, as we have the 3 Noxus right now. So we'll see when the commitment to that Zeri line is actually going to follow through, as we do have Flightsy playing Piltover as well. So we assume that those units are going to be on that board at some point as well. We are win streaking, so we're probably going to be leveling a little bit more aggressively than someone like Flightsy, who needs to lose all of these rounds. So in terms of access, Caster is probably going to see the Zeris first.
Yeah, of all the people that probably really wanted that Piltover 2-1 start, Flightsy was probably the person who needed it the least, sitting at that 29 points. So again, he's just got to be feeling real good as long as he doesn't mess up the cash out, which we have not seen a lot of today. should be in an okay position to convert. And so now we're going to see who all kept their win streak. We see X the Farmer X, Casper, and Goobums, all 100 health. So we've seen this a few times today, but we have 3 streakers going into Krugs here that are in a really good position.
So what are the chances of that? Like, you know the numbers behind. What are the chances of having 3 streakers at this point?
I mean, it's not that low, but it definitely requires, you know, the exact 3 people I didn't face to all happen to be the same pool and all happen to be the ones win streaking. So, you know, it probably happens more commonly than you think. It's just like one of the people in that pool happened to lose 1 round or something like that.
Yeah.
But it's not that uncommon.
Gotcha.
But again, it's one of those things that when you notice it, you really notice it.
I think it's a heuristic observation is what it's called, right? Like when it rains for 2 days in a row, and you're like, oh, it's been raining all week, but it's only been 2 days, right?
Yep, exactly.
All right, as we move on past Krugs, no one's losing to Krugs. Sometimes, I feel like there's always one that happens on stream on one of these.
So another observation here, if you look at the gold in the lobby, everyone's sitting at like 40 or 60. Like there's a lot of gold in this lobby right now. Ashmu playing Tristana reroll here, which we have not seen a lot of. And from what I've gathered with this patch, Tristana has fallen off pretty hard, especially compared to Kale. So Ashmu really needs, again, we talked about 5 points here, so that's going to be, you know, 4th or higher. Trist maybe can do that, but you're going to have to be able to hit the Poppy, and you're going to have to be able to hit the Maokai pretty quickly here. Decides to not roll it all down, which I think is correct, given that everyone in the lobby appears to be playing pretty greedy, going for those, you know, high roll first place boards they need. So maybe you can get away with it and be able to convert, but Trist doesn't quite cap out nearly as high as, say, that Kale board, so a little worried from this position, but maybe if he gets some really good items and hits that Maokai and Poppy early, we'll see that be in a decent spot.
Tristana was pretty good a couple patches ago. Been missing so far, hanging out with her fellow Yordles, but we're going to be seeing Ashmu right now trying to rock with this Tristana. Medium Forge, all natural, already re-rolled the last one. We're back to 2 healthy. Re-rolling into Magic Wand is going to be Medium Forge, which was probably what we were leaning towards based on what we saw anyway, but we're committed now. And it's going to be the Warmogs. I think a lot of people would have snap-picked Rageblade because you're like, oh, attack speed, but, you know, getting the front line here, especially when you're going to be rocking less units for, you know, a good amount of Stage 3, sitting at like 5, I think getting that front line is going to be a lot better.
Yeah, the big thing to note here is that oftentimes when you play this comp, you're playing 2 Shadow Isles, and you get that extra shield based on the percentage of your health. And so the 3-star Maokai is your tank, since Tristana is the 4-star Yordle. And so the Warmogs here is going to provide a lot of extra value. You've already got the armor and MR from Bastion, and so these are really great itemizations for that Maokai. Again, it's just a question of how quickly can you hit it. The other thing is that Tristana, Rageblade, a lot of people have leaned far away from that after the first few patches, because Tristana's spell already gives a decent amount of attack speed, as well as you get the attack speed from Yordle. So you don't actually need that much more attack speed. What you really need is damage, and so you start to see things like Deathblade, Last Whisper being a great choice here. You might see Giant Slayer, Hand of Justice, stuff like that. And so I do think this is a correct itemization to not go for that Rageblade.
Nice. Oh, okay, so we're going to steal that Darius. Not quite enough to get rid of that Tristana, but the Tristana is still going to be lacking until we get that Yordle buff going to get to Tier 4. As you get another look at the augments across the way, and looking at where we are, board value, gold, we're actually all in a very similar position. And more, this is going to be really interesting because a lot of these players need to play 1st or 8th, which is going to make this mid-game pretty like ethereal. It's going to be hard to like maintain any sort of solid ground in the mid-game. We're probably going to see a lot of trades in terms of winning and losing.
Yeah, 4-1's going to get pretty crazy. Looking at the augments again, it's sort of funny, right? Flightsy's in 1st and got that Piltover start, the person who didn't need it. XB Mott's got Last Stand, and they're the one person who can't make it as they're sitting in 14 points. And so again, it feels like everyone else is sort of playing much more standard augments, except for the people that don't really have stakes in this game, hilariously enough.
Oh man, the vampires know which boards to avoid right now, and they're going to be hanging out on our top 2 because they don't have the stakes available because they're just playing through. And it's pretty crazy like how much better you play when a little bit of the pressure is off. Something that's really common in TFT, I feel like, is we get to the winners interview and they're like, yeah, I actually took a little bit of a break before playing and now I'm the champion. Yeah. And so that, you know, that goes to show how important that mental is in terms of breaking through to win, not just make it past that 3rd day, as Ashmu's still not Tier here throwing any other unit except for the Tristana so far. And looking across, we do have an itemized Rek'Sai there for XB Mots. And so we do have a little bit more variety than in some other previous lobbies, but we're still seeing the tried and true as well.
Yeah, the interesting thing now is we're talking about going into 3-5. This is when Flightsy with that Piltover is usually going to try to cash out. He gets his his Ornn item here. Could play Monozane, goes with the Trickster's Glass, decent choice. But kind of expect a full roll down here to try to cash out is my expectation here. Does get to see the Zon mods. We see the 4 Zon, 3 Piltover. Only has a Zeri 1 with not a ton of items on it yet. So we'll have to see where the Trickster Glass goes, what he tries to do here. But again, this is sort of that standard cash out moment we've seen pretty much all day from the 2-1 Piltovers.
Yeah, 20 seems to be the number that everyone's going for. Again, we've saw 40 earlier from Solus, and that's probably the highest of the day, is what I would assume. This front line here for our friend on the other side is withering away slowly, but the Irelia doing all right, as it's going to be able to eat all of those Zeri bullets just for now. And because of the distraction, Zeri was unable to get anything going, and our Noxus is going to win at that round.
Okay, see, now we have an interesting situation here, right? Because, again, that's the standard cash-out round when you try to spike before everyone else spikes. When that doesn't work, you end up in a lot more risky of a spot. We saw Solus able to do it at 4-1 with that 10-1 cash-out. Will Flightsy be able to do it here? And, again, the big thing missing is the items on Zeri. We're really lacking the items on Zeri. I like the Trickster's Glass play here on the Urgot. That's going to provide a lot more frontline. And again, Urgot, a lot of power from this composition here. But still really needs that cash out. Needs to find a weak matchup here. Hoping for someone like XB Mots might be an easy win here. See, this is what he's looking for. You look at this board. This does not look like a strong enemy board. Casper looks like he's greeting. Katarina and Samira and not much else. So I think Flightsy is going to get his cash out. So +1 loss here for him kind of really worked out. And this is the kind of thing we've seen all day. Maybe convert into a first. Katarina doing a little work here, though. But no, it looks like we'll be fine.
Yeah, it does. Katarina, I've noticed, does all right when she rolls those tank items, especially the earlier in the game that you are. You don't really want that like in stage 5, but in stage 3 and 4, I think you can at least steal a couple units. Here we go. Here's the cash out. Look at all that gold. Is it going to be units? Is it going to be items? What are we going to see? Going to keep it slow for now? Because sometimes you want to keep it simple, right? You don't want to overwhelm your, process so you get analysis paralysis, right? So we have the two Heimerdingers, and we're already playing Piltover, so we still have direction here if we want it. And we're going to be over that 50 gold, 75 to end, and we still have Wolves to give us even more supplies.
Yeah, so again, this is one of those cash outs, not much on the item side. Does get some good items from his drops, but the 2 Heimers, if you can turn that into an early Heimer 2, could be a lot of power. So we're getting a look at that Tristana board. Finally hits the Maokai. So now he's got to level up, put in the Yordle, and that's going to give him the Trist 4 finally. So that's decent, but again, 41 health here. You'd like to spike this a little earlier. This is when it's kind of at its weakest. As other people are spiking, and so we'll get a real good glimpse of Tristana here. I like the sniper's focus on the Tristana. That's a good item. But again, from what I've seen, this comp doesn't really do well. Thankfully, again, this fight, Casper right now looking kind of like one of the weaker players in the lobby right now. And so every time we transition, we do get kind of an easier fight here. I would expect this to be a win.
Katarina did make it into the back line, causing a little bit of a troublesome disturbance, but Tristana's going to be just fine. So when would Tristana, you would definitely want this earlier, because as we look at these augments, you want to be able to squeeze as much advantage as possible, especially with these reroll comps, because eventually other comps are going to catch up. So how much extra time, if any, do we have with the Tristana where we can assume that our comp is going to be more powerful?
Yeah, generally for that comp to be successful, you want to hit it really early, like 3-1, 3-2, then ride the fact that you're stronger than everybody else in the lobby, be able to go to fast level 8, and then maybe hit something like the Heimerdinger to help make it stronger. You can get that 4 Bastion going to strengthen up the Maokai a little bit, and then go from there. But without that, like I said, right now you're kind of like level 6 playing around things, and so you have to go up against some of these like Urgot 2s. Other people might be starting to get some of their big strength going, and so we'll have to see how it goes here. Interesting board here for Deadeye. We have not seen a lot of Deadeye this tournament at all. I think Aphelios just much weaker than say Zeri right now. And so it's interesting to see in this matchup here we have an Aphelios versus an Aphelios.
Yeah, we actually saw, I think, in Game 1 or Game 3, an Aphelios 2 lose to a Zeri 1. When it came to that, and I think it was 3 Targon. I think there was a Taric there at least as well. So, you know, that just kind of goes to show that when it comes to 4-cost power, if you're playing that Aphelios, you can almost assume that you're playing from behind unless you've gotten it really, really early, a la kind of like a reroll. But even then, eventually your advantage does fall off as we get these emblems, Ionia, Gunner, Noxus, and Sorcerer. You know, for a lot of people, all 4 of those can be used.
For a lot of people, but certainly not this position here. I mean, you know, you take the Ionia here, but like, what are you putting it on? It's kind of a rough position here. You can play Ionia Aphelios, maybe around the Shen and the Jhin, if you can find a Shen, which is not the worst option. But again, that still means you're playing Aphelios, who right now has just not been as successful. And so right now, just leaving it on the bench. There we go. It finally goes on the Aphelios here. And you can see he's got those 2 Shens. He's trying to get that Akshan 3. But even the Akshan 3 is just going to be, you know, the Ornn Thieves Gloves here. And so this does not feel like where X the Farmer X wants to be.
Yeah, and they were on the bubble, like the bottom side of the bubble, but mathematically not eliminated, I believe, just yet. But that first place seems very, very far away. Just like my life goals, Mort. But as we go, as we go back into here, that was sad. Goobums playing really, really well, has been leading the lobby for a very long time. Casper coming back from that Kassadin game that almost fell off the rails when we were watching it. It almost didn't work out. We hit that Kassadin 3 just in time, and even then, it was a little sketchy for a round or two. But we're sitting in second place. But this is what I meant by like the mid game being kind of wild. Look at these health totals; they're low. 56 in second place and 1 for last, and then Goobums on the top.
Yeah, unfortunately, XB Mott's, like I said, kind of already out anyway, so 1 health not changing much, has procced his last stand. Dudu at 16. We're looking at Casper here, who, again, kind of needs just a top 4, hopefully, maybe even a 3rd to really lock it in. Finally finds that Zeri, so has that Gunner going. We should see 4 Zon, 3 Gunner, but this is what I'm talking about, right, where it's like, are you willing to run the Jace to hit that 4 Gunner? And right now the answer seems to be no, and so we'll have to see. But on the other side, you can see Goobums and why he's so strong, right? That uncontested Sorcerer also has that augment that gives the extra mana, and every time you get a kill, you get even more mana back. So this is a great Sorcerer setup. Even has the long distance pals. The one thing is I don't see a lot of upgrades on Goobums' board. Still a lot of 1-stars, but it's just so much Sorcerer power that it may not matter. And again, getting that line sort of uncontested while everybody else seems to be playing around, you know, the Zeris. And so we see a Rek'Sai on the other board, which when we saw that Bruiser emblem, saw that as the option, but still on Rek'Sai 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, and something else about that's probably the best Sort comp we've seen in terms of synergies with augments and everything else so far today is we get the Aphelios 2, and we've seen these carries in the middle. I mean, we saw Weijin just because Gwen was on a different side in a round, was able to walk into the back line. Let's see if this positioning is going to be a little bit better, but having those items on Akshan is a little disappointing. That Eternal Winter would be amazing on one of our tanks in the front line, but we just don't quite have it. And with that Shen 2, how much time are we really giving our Aphelios, who's probably one of the units who requires the most time in order to start popping off?
Yeah, the good news is, I mean, it's a decent version of Aphelios, but again, it's just, right now Aphelios doesn't really cap out that hard unless you get something like a Heimerdinger to really back it up. And those Deadeye procs have to hit really hard to eliminate that back line. And you can see, unfortunately, it looks like that's going to be the end for Dudu. He really needed a first place with 21 points. And so Dudu is going to be out, unfortunately. I guess he didn't do it.
You know, there were so many directions you could have gone with that, and I think you went with the best one.
I went with the safer one.
Yeah, you went with the safe one. All right. We do have our first player, though, as you said, who is eliminated. Unfortunately, that is going to be a quick 8th place, not making it to Chickens. And now it is going to be up to XB Motts, who's also on 1 HP. I mean, the bottom 5 here are pretty low. So if they start cannibalizing each other, someone like Goobums and Cambuli there is just going to benefit from getting an easier top 4 from it, even if they lose, 2 to 3 rounds in a row coming up, because Motts is on a single life. Farmer with a really bad loss could potentially get eliminated, I believe, or get really, really low in the next one. Same thing with Flightsy, who, needed, I think one of these players just needed to not get 8th. I believe you mentioned a couple of them in Flightsy. Definitely one of those, and we do avoid it getting at least a 7th place. It was worst case scenario, but probably finishing 1 or 2 spots above that as well.
Yeah, Goobums was the big one who needed to not go 8th. He did that, so problem solved there. So now we're, like I said, we're looking at a lot of these people who are in the 21 to 24 range. X the Farmer X is at 21, so really needs like a 2nd or 1st. And again, playing this 6 Ionia now, 3 Deadeye. I do like the swap to 6 Ionia here. I think that is correct. It's going to make your Shen a lot tankier. It's going to give your Aphelios a lot more attack speed, and it's going to give your Ahri some extra power. But unfortunately, this is what we see why Aphelios just kind of struggles, right?
Yeah.
The Heimerdinger just doing so much work, the Zeri melting the backline, and the combination of Urgot and the Zeri 1 is just so much power.
It almost feels like the units around Aphelios just aren't doing enough either, right? Like the tanks just aren't lasting. As we get our Rek'Sai 2 still hanging on at 5-1. As we do have an elimination, the farmer going to go back to the farm. But hey, maybe we can start a business with Dudu there. Make some good crops for the harvest. So Mott's now still on 1 HP, followed by Flightseek, Cambuli, Ashmu, Casper, and Goobums. Ash thought that they were going to hold a fat 8th is what they said, and that is going to be avoided. So self-fulfilling prophecy, not for you. But now we have the Randuins on the Lissandra here, so this is kind of what Aphelios needed, just a little bit more extra stuff for the front line, so we just had more time. It's just, again, Zeri just gets to what she needs to do a little bit quicker than Aphelios does, which in turn would just make her a better carry for very similar item sets that you would think for each unit.
Yeah. The big thing here is, surprisingly, Flightsy, who had that Piltover cash out, is not on a big win streak right now. Did manage to, lose around a little earlier, so we'll have to see if that converts here. But you can see Urgot just being so strong, but up against these sorcerers, it feels like everyone does manage to win, and we see a little bit why. But again, Urgot
No
2
crit.
just so tanky, and so a lot of the power of this comp is in that Urgot. XP Mott, though, if he can survive and find... Oh, that might be it. Zeri takes it down, and that is going to be it, unfortunately. Couldn't quite find the Rek'Sai 3. It was a good attempt. And so right now our bottom 3 all not making it to day 2, unfortunately. We know Flightsy and Goobums are, so it's a question of Ashmu, Casper, and Cambuli. How many points do they need? We see Cambuli here, 22, probably needs a 3rd or higher, and is in an okay spot to do that.
But from 2nd to 5th, it's just 6 HP, right? So that's just a couple units, of cushion for someone like Cambuli there, and that might be enough, right? We've seen a couple. I mean, Dish Sub lost on a -10 tiebreaker and got 4th because of it. So, and that potentially might be a huge deal. So, as we're looking at this lobby, in where it might end up at the end, like you said, Cambuli needs to be able to get that top 3, a top 2, or even a top 1, would make us feel a lot better. But these players don't know what's happening in these other lobbies and how they're shaking out. So making sure that you're doing the best that you can and getting that result's all that you can do, and we'll see how the rest goes. And I think Cambuli doing exactly just that, as Flightsy gonna get another W. Aatrox's gonna say hello one more time. So we're gonna move on to this next round.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Ashmu playing that Tristana reroll and is now on a 2-loss streak there. And again, you'd think he has all the pieces going. He's got the 4 Gunner, he's got the Trist. But this is just what we've seen, right? As the comp starts to fall off in the end game and can't compete with things like the Urgot, like the Zeri. It's just not enough power. The Maokai can't quite stay alive long enough. And so we end up seeing a big fall off here. And I'm a little worried that that's going to spell the end for Ashmu investing in this comp that has fallen off recently.
It's interesting that we would go for this version when Kale has not been utilized at all.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just because of the units that we saw, but it's kind of the same vibe, right? Tier 1 unit, it's you put your Yordles in. I mean, the front line's kind of the same, right? But the Poppy is, I think, really, really important when it comes to allowing that backline. I think the name of the game, kind of the story narrative of these comps that we're seeing is just the front line's not providing enough time to let some of these stronger backline units actually do something so far, because the power levels have evened out, especially with someone like Goobums, who's going to be ripping through frontline units with things like this Lux and this Ahri.
Yeah, like if you watch this Maokai, right? This is a Maokai 3 with 3 tank items. We're 10 seconds into the combat, it's gone, right? It's just gone. And that's the front line, right? That's not even the other things. And so we're just going to see the Trist is going to fall over. And so Ashmu, unfortunately, who needed 5 points to move on, is going to get 5th, which is only, 4 points. And so unless Ashmu gets very lucky and it's 27 and wins a tiebreaker, that might be it for Ashmu, unfortunately.
And man, that's one of those things. You want to be in control of your own destiny, right?
Yeah.
And when you have to depend on other people to get you through, when it happens, it feels great, but you don't want to be in kind of that position that Ashmu is in right now. Super nervous, needing to watch every other player, going over the mistakes that we might have made in that game to get us one extra point that might have made us feel a little bit better. But we'll see. Again, mathematically, not impossible for Ashmu to get through into tomorrow, but is going to require some help from everyone else. Casper, who's had quite the last 2 games, to be real with everyone, is going to get another top 4 here, 21st place. Feeling pretty good about that, as we're going to be going up against that Sork comp that is just feeding each other so well. The augments, the power, the itemization right now, even though it's just an RE1 and has been for what feels like forever, it is enough, more than enough, if you will, as we're also going to get these Sork units surviving for a really long time, which is not something that you initially would assume for a comp like that.
Yeah, Casper now looking a little rough situation, right? He's just a worse version of Flightsy's comp. Can't really burst down the sorcerers fast enough with these items. And this can be one of the problems with building Ginsu's, right? When you need that initial burst, Ginsu's requires time to stack up. And so that's kind of a rough position. So that's probably going to put Casper at 28, which is good because we said 28 is likely the cutoff, but that puts you at big risk, right? So if Casper can just get one more spot, I think he'll feel a lot better. But sort of, funny turn of events here. Goobums and Flightsy, the 2 people that had the least to worry about, sitting pretty comfortably at 1-2 and will probably 1-2 this lobby.
And we'll see if that's going to get them into some extra points, potentially. Give them some extra room to wiggle with tomorrow. I think they're both potentially going to be able to reach there. Again, this is a different kind of version of not controlling your own destiny. You're in. It's all about how much extra you have, how much of the table that you're going to be able to take home with you. So we're going to see, just like everyone else, at the very end of all of these lobbies, as we're starting to hit our 5-cost units, but not completely just yet. Eventually, we do want an RE2.
Yeah, I mean, he's close enough, and we're going to see that Heimer get all of his turret upgrades. And there's the, like you said, the RE2. That's going to be big. So we're getting our side-by-side of fights here. And again, it feels like Flightsy and Goobums are both just so much stronger, but we'll have to see here. Flightsy kind of struggling a bit, actually, and so can't take down that Urgot. That Urgot did a lot of work. Flightsy losing, that might be the thing Casper needed here. And so now we're in an interesting spot where if Flightsy loses, that's actually really good for Casper and Cambuli. Because, again, they both really want those extra standings. If they can get into a situation where Flightsy gets knocked out by Goobums, that is great for them, and that might help them make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, some PayPals might be in order right after that for our friends on the top side of the leaderboard. Flightsy now at 4 HP, Casper at 7, Cambuli at 17, and then Goobum sitting pretty at 53. Let's see what the split screen gives us. It's going to be Cambuli and Casper there, so that's a potential elimination game, and Flightsy could get eliminated here, so you ask me, you shall receive more. Here is that Goobum's Flightsy combo right now. The Lux is in the back line, getting through that front line, and now the RE2, the first time we've gotten to see this RE2, is potentially going to break through this front line and get to that back line. Is Zeri going to be able to survive this ult right here and right now? The answer is no, as the chain lightning falls along with Flightsy, who loses flight and will fall right here and right now. Cambuli feeling great as well, getting that dub in that last round, gets that second place, and potentially plays his way into the final day of the Shurima Cup, Mort.
Yeah, so big, I think Cambuli and Casper really need to thank Goobums. Knocking out Flightsy here, giving them those extra points that should put them in a really good position here, because I think that puts them both in the 29 range, which is, again, what they were really hoping for here. So we'll have to see how the points play out here. But now this feels like Goobum's victory lap here. He's got that Sork comp, that Ahri, he's got everything going on for it. Blue buff Ahri, really good spot here. So I kind of expect this to maybe be the end right here.
All right, Ahri is going to get very close to that ultimate. We're going to see it unleashed, and the only one remaining is the carry, and that's unfortunate for Cambuli, as the Sork's the best version of it that we've seen so far. Today we saw Setsuko play a pretty good one, but Goobums plays the best one and wins with it.
We have seen quite a bit of success from lots of different playstyles here, and going out of that last game, there's something so special about seeing the players like Cambuli and Casper who have their backs up against the wall, and then in the thick of it, they come out, they clutch it out, Boop, and they place in those top 3, more than likely securing their spots into day 4. And I feel like it really does speak to, you know, so to speak, the clutch factor of these players.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, honestly, not everyone generally, like, natively has within them. I think sometimes, you know, you see these players, you know, I think basketball is a really great example of someone that you're just going to pass them the ball and they're going to make something happen, right? You're either born with that or you learn through it, and I think going through these processes, you kind of put yourself in these positions so you can understand what clutching out even is, right? And I think with this, they got to learn that. They did clutch out. They played their way, and like I said before, being in control of your own destiny is just so much better than having to wait, and Cambuly did exactly that in that round.
Now, Mort, I want to give a quick shout out to something we saw in 2 of the top 3 positions there, where we saw Goobums take the +1 Sorcerer, and then we saw Casper take the Branching Out emblem. Now, on the day, we have seen so much Ornn play, but I think something that we haven't really talked about too much on the broadcast is the power of direction that comes sometimes with the Earth Legend, but also just in the +1 augments.
Yeah, we've been seeing a very slow shift. NA in particular is very Ornn focused, right? Like there's no pretending that's not the case. You look at the stats from last weekend, it was very, very Ornn heavy. But you started to see an upswing in Earth, especially from certain players like Setsuko and Solus, who are really leaning into that Earth and showing how it can work. And we saw a lot of that today as well. You know, Setsuko was playing a lot of those Earth positions really well, and I think we're starting to see an upswing. And you know, it'll be interesting to see how it evolves from here, especially as, you know, future patches continue that balance. But I think Earth is looking primed to kind of be the next, like, really popular thing, as it gives you access to some of those trait breakpoints early. You know, if you get something like a Noxus, you're hitting 6 Noxus early. If you hit Sork, you've got that potential to go 6 or 8 Sork. And again, there's just so many options that you can do with that lead to some really powerful plays. I also wanted to touch on briefly that it seems like a lot of our top players that really dominated today weren't the players who just knew how to play the Piltovers, the Zeris, the Samiras, but they knew another line just in case, right? Like Goobums on display there, showing that he knew that Sork line, knew how to play around it, and dominated. We saw Setsuko earlier playing things like the Teemo comp and the Sorcerer as well. And I think that's been the thing that sort of separated the top of the pack from the middle of the pack today, from what I've seen.
I love that. Yeah, and we talked earlier on the show even about the strength of Robin songs, notably for being one of those players who's confident playing not just the S tier comps, but the A tier comps. And Boop, I feel like the thing that it always comes back to for me is when you're comfortable on a composition, you have to assume that if the S tier base level of how strong it makes your composition is, I don't know, let's say any number, 100, right? The fact of the matter is player agency makes that power shift quite a bit, right? An uncomfortable player is going to be running an S tier comp much weaker than a comfortable player is running that. And so that's what's so interesting when you're seeing these players taking the emblems, the earths, these things that seem like they're opening more variants, but a comfortable high-level player is able to pilot multiple compositions in a flexible way and find success in ways that other players seemingly just don't find.
Yeah, I'm glad you used 100 because that's the highest number I can count to, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
But overall, like, I think it really comes down to, I use a weird example for this because it's my best one, but there's a very big argument that you can make that says consistency is the best player or winning is the best player, right? And like you said, the way that certain people drive, you know, we all, if you have your license, that was not a dig, was for, you know, and you drive a different car, right? The brakes all feel weird. You can still drive the car, but everything feels different, right? And some people are better at adjusting than others, right? And I think that's kind of what you're speaking to is if you're able to say, all right, this version, this, you know, kind of Lion King 1.5 version of this comp, right? These are the differences that I need to make to push this from A to S in this particular lobby, right? If you know those options, then you're going to be able to spot where those options work best. And in my opinion, that's what the best player is, because the idea is, are you the best player if you can play 8 comps well or 2 comps perfectly, right? And I think we'll never have an answer to that. I would probably say the 8 comps personally, but this is an argument that we're always going to have, especially in a game like TFT.
Absolutely. And I will say, you know, this set in particular has definitely brought about more variance, but even in that variance of forcing players to learn different lines and learn to play in new ways, we do still see sometimes these niche players who are focusing and mastering one line. The caveat being that with Runeterra Reforged, sometimes even if you are playing one line, you kind of have to understand all of the sublines of that. And it actually brings me more to something I thought was really interesting. So Cambuli, one of those players, want to give a quick shout out. We talked about it earlier on the show. Not just 2 weeks ago was the winner of the Tactician's Crown 4 qualifier. This is a player who's found success in an online tournament for 2 weeks later, finding it again, most likely making it to day 3. So we've seen the Zaun line being contested time and time again on the day. I noticed that in that game in particular, Cambuli played the 4 Freljord variation rather than the vertical Zaun. I'd love to just hear your thoughts before we go to graphics a little bit on how you feel this variation of the line plays out.
Yeah, so the 4 Freljord one isn't quite as high of a cap. The 6 Zaun, you get all those upgraded add-ons. You have potential for things like the Jarvan, but it's a good fallback. It gives you that mono reave. It can be really good against things like Sorcerer to really slow them down just a little bit. It can also be really good against someone with a really strong front line as you get that higher true damage. It procs really well with Zeri, so if you've got great Zeri items and good Sejuani items, it can also peak out well. But it is like the B tier version. It's not quite as good as the 6 Zaun. But really what matters is you have Zeri and Urgot, you've got them itemized, you've got them good to go, and everything else is supporting. And so I think it's a great choice if that's what you hit, right? If the Sedge and the Lissandra fall into your lap and you get that, the emblem, you're good to go. But otherwise, yeah, you kind of have to... It's not your best version of that comp.
All right, now let's take a look at how the other lobbies shaped up at the end of the day. Keep in mind, this was our final game of the day. In Lobby A, Kiyun and YMDN in the top 2. Chris TFT, DQA in Lobby B. Master Uknon and HSA in Lobby C. And Prestivan and BC Sox taking top 2 in Lobby D. Let's keep moving on so we can see how the rest of these lobbies are before we go to the standings. We'll first look at Lobby E. K3 Soji making his way back on top alongside Degree. Robinsongs once again with a first place alongside Vile. Goobums and Cambuli, as we saw in our game, and Leeds and Jason Java in Lobby H. Man, there's a lot to talk about here. I'm not sure how much time we want to spend on this, though, because I think the most exciting part about what's going on right now is that we're really going to find out who made it through the bubble and who got left behind. Ashimu, we saw it in that game. Boop, I heard your reaction. He just came up short after the Tristana game.
Mort said the words, he's going to have 27 points and we'll have to win a tiebreak. That's what, unfortunately, he didn't do that. So I got credit for that because I said it louder, but Mort was the first one to say it. He was 100% right.
Now, Ashimu is not the only player on this list that I think is worth highlighting. In that second column, 4 names stand out quite a bit to me. I'm Jack, Rainplosion, Pokygom, and Dish Soap. The 4 of those players, many of which I think people had very high expectations for Mort, all coming up short.
Yeah, I mean, again, everyone has their rough days, right? Kurum, another one on that list, Deepay. There's just so many. And again, this is what I keep talking about, right? We've got a ton of great players here. One wrong move, one bad mental, can really turn things around. And I think a lot of these players might go back and look at those games and see where they made some slight mistakes. But moving into our top, why don't you talk about these?
That's right. I got to point out right on that bubble, replay sliding into the top 32 after not having a fantastic start. And on the other side of it, though, Weijin Iverson. This guy's looking like he's got the bonus points in day 3, gapping the competition with a 3-point lead over second place Boop. I mean, we've talked about Weijin Iverson, but this feels like a pretty important moment for him to come out and have a pretty dominant day.
I'm waiting for us to talk about Weijin like Dish Soap. Like, why don't we? Right? Weijin, in terms of performance, in terms of winning one of these things, right, is, I think right up there. There's some reason that it's so hard for kind of like that second-gen group to be, compared against the Dish Soaps, for example, right, the Robin songs. And, while Weijin has been rated highly in rankings and stuff like that, on these days, for some reason, it's like, he goes through, always tops 3, and then we don't necessarily give him credit for it. It's almost like we say, hey, the rest of the lobbies just played worse, so Weijin did better. But no, Weijin is really, really good and deserves all of this credit. 3-point gap like that in a tournament like this, in this particular set, with so many people coming back, is incredibly impressive, and he should be spoken about just like some of the other greats at TFT, in my opinion.
Absolutely huge moves by Weijin. It's so great to see someone coming after, especially just such a breakout season in Set 8, to come out in the sophomore set and say, you know what, I didn't stop there. This wasn't just a one-time thing. I'm here to stay, and I'm going to be one of the greats. So yeah, you know what, Boop? I love to hear it. Hope to see it more. Hope to hear it more tomorrow. We'll see exactly how he plays out. Now, don't go anywhere, because we are going to have an interview with Weijin Iverson after a quick break. So we'll catch you in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. We are back. It's not just me. It's not just Boop. It's not just Mord. We're here with the king himself, the winner of day 3, earned himself 3 bonus points going into the final day. Tomorrow, it's Weijin Iverson. Weijin, congratulations on an excellent performance today. Now, I know that in the Freljord Cup, you had not quite the same story. You had a day 3 exit. I kind of want to know, going in to this event, how you perceived your own skill. Where did you actually place yourself amongst the top players?
Yeah, so I think that's a little bit funny because going into Freelord Cup, I was like super confident, and I thought that like I would almost make day 4 for sure. Like I felt like I was doing great on ladder and everything, and the day didn't go so well. Like I ended up getting eliminated in day 3. And recently, like I've been like struggling a bit more. I've been feeling like a bit lost in the meta, but so I wasn't that confident going into today. But like when I started playing, I felt like I actually did end up playing pretty well, so I was pretty happy about that.
So my question to you, so you won the mid-set finale, previously, right? In terms of player, skill, what you're seeing in a lot of these tournaments, do you feel like this set has elevated the play in these tournaments so far? And have you kind of been affected by that play in a positive way as well?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Oh yeah, so as someone who's won mid-set, right, is the level of play the same, better, worse versus when you won mid-set versus now?
Well, I think like since mid-set is like an invitational, I think like the players at mid-set might have actually been like at a bit of a higher level overall than today. But like I do think that this set is like extremely skill expressive, and that like all the regions can all play out differently, and I feel like you have to get like so much games and so much practice in to play every region like perfectly. So I feel like set 9 is actually a lot more skill expressive than set 8, and it might make it look like people are making a lot like more mistakes to me, but I think that's just because it's so hard to keep up with and know how to play like every single region like perfectly.
Yeah, good point.
Nice. Yeah, so we kind of know what the S tier meta is, right? The Samira openers, the Piltover, the Zeri, stuff like that. And people found a lot of success with those. Were there any comps like below that today that you were able to find success with, or things you were leaning into?
Oh yeah, so there's like one comp that I really like to play, which is like a Callista Bastion kind of comp, and like I think we actually saw me play it on like the broadcast today. And one funny thing is like this comp is like kind of like a bit of tech. You could call it like I knew about this comp. Not really many people knew about this comp, but I ended up playing it in like a scrim lobby for like a day 3 Shurima Cup one day, and then like I won that lobby, and afterwards I saw like a bunch of people who were like started playing that comp some more. So like in a way I kind of regretted like playing that comp and showing people, but yeah, I think it's like not as good as the meta comps, but I think if you find the spot for it, it's like very strong.
Right.
We've talked a lot in this broadcast and the Freljord Cup as well about the study groups of North America. Now, I want to point out that, and I don't know if this is different now, but a lot of the times in the past we've talked about your study group being the Stellar Minhee and the Bosso skills, and I'm sure there are other players in there, but I kind of want to know, because those two players in particular are not here this weekend, what was your study group going into the event, and how did they perform?
Yeah, so going into the event, like Boss's Skills was on vacation, so he actually didn't end up playing this tournament, and Stellar Minhee like barely missed the week 3 bye and ended up getting eliminated in the first week. So the people competing today were like me, Malala, Jack, I'm Jack, and Dace, Jeff. So the 4 of us were just playing and practicing like as usual, but yeah, it definitely did feel like a little bit smaller of a study group, considering that like Boss's Skills and Stellar Minhee were not participating this weekend.
Nice. Do you think Basso is going to get a new shirt on vacation?
Oh, I hope so.
Well, my big thing here is like I think something that's really intriguing to me is, I feel like I see some different play between day 3 and 4, but you're in the player seat, right? So what are some significant changes that some players make between a day like, hey, we just got to qualify versus, hey, I have to win? Are the comps kind of the same? Is it not really that much of a change? What about for you personally as well?
I don't think it's a huge difference, but for me personally, like I think I'm gonna keep the same game plan of playing Ornn and then just using kind of like the items to like kind of decide my direction. But I think for a lot of people that might actually like playing day 1 and day 2, like Ornn is a very safe choice. Maybe it doesn't win as often, but it's very good for placing in the top 4. But like a choice like for like maybe Caitlyn or like maybe Aurelion Sol or Poro might have like a higher chance to win, but also might be a bit riskier. So people who are looking to win the tournament might like employ a strategy like that of using a different legend and across both days.
Cool. Last one from me, I guess. You mentioned the skill expression and all the different portals. Is there any particular portal that you feel like you're really good at compared to everybody else in the competition?
Oh, that's an interesting question.
Yeah.
I think just like a lot of the econ portals, there's like a lot of them, but like maybe some like generic econ portals like Ecliptic Vault, Scuttle Puddle, stuff like that. I feel like I'm really good when I'm able to go like a fast level 8 and like make boards on level 8 using like 1-star legendaries and playing around like the 2-star forecasts that I hit. So I feel like econ portals that like allow me to fast 8 is a lot more successful for me than having to like roll on 7 and praying that I hit.
Got it.
Weijin, you've been a rising star for, I guess, about the last year, so it's really exciting to see you find even more success in Set 9. Now, we are going to let you go, but while you have the floor, is there anything you'd like to say or shout out?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I definitely need to shout out my parents. Like, they've been super supportive of my TFT so far. Whenever I'm playing in a tournament, they're always watching me throughout the whole day, even if they don't totally understand what's going on. So I just want to say like thank you to them and thank you for supporting me because they're the reason that I'm able to play tournaments. And of course, I just want to like thank everyone that like I play and practice with. So that'd just be like Boss of Skill, Stellar Minhee, Malala, Jack, Jeff, Philip. Like since I started playing like in a study group with a lot of other people, TFT's been like so much more fun, and also I feel like so much more motivated to like improve. So yeah, just thank you to everyone.
Nice.
Love hearing that. Well, again, congratulations on the amazing performance today, Weijin. Cannot wait to see how it all plays out tomorrow, but you have so many people rooting for you. You are such a fun player to watch and a wholesome guy, and I think there's a lot of people that really would like to see you do well. So thank you again for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, Boop, Mortimer. It's just the three of us, but it's time for you two to go as well. Now, while you're both still here, I'm going to open up... No, not yet, Mort, come back! while the two of you are still here, I'm going to open up the floor to you both, Boop, Mort. Any last thoughts on the day?
Oh no, it's just great to be here. You know, it was good to hear everyone, and something about this community that is awesome is once you're in it and you're watching these games, all everyone wants is the best for TFT at the end of the day. To be around like-minded individuals like that, whether on stream or through chats and other people's in other people's lobbies, it's just awesome to be here, and that really goes to show that goes to the top. So this is my opportunity to say thank you to Mort as well, so I can get that out of the way so I can cast with them tomorrow again.
Nice. No, I mean, for me, it's again, TFT continues to grow. We've been doing this long enough now. It feels like it's been, a long time, but also, the teams grow and seeing the competition grow. We've seen new blood become medium old blood now. It's like people like Weijin Iverson. It's like we've seen a lot of success, and we've seen the old guard, the Soju Milk Study Group all dominating today and all making top 10, doing well. So it's just crazy. I don't know. So, the parent thing about watching the game and the community grow up and the teams growing up. I don't know, man. Everything's growing. So it's a really fun day, though. It's fun to talk about TFT. I don't know, man. I love this game.
Also, shout out to the supportive parents.
Yeah.
Right. Love hearing that, especially in esports. Right. Like that's
so
cool. So
yes.
Yeah.
If you're one of those parents and you're watching or listening, thank you. You're awesome.
Let's go, yeah. Team father and mother tactics. That's the game we love to play. And one last thought before I sign off as well. More going off what you're saying, it's so cool to think that I still sometimes think of Setsuko and Pakigam as like the new guys on the block that were showing up in tournaments and just taking names. And now these are the household names. Like what happened? Time flies, happens so fast, but that's what happens when you're in a community that you love. So I'm incredibly grateful that we have the chance to witness this history of TFT being made before us. So the best news is that it's not done. This is just day 3 of the Shurima Cup, and we got one more day of competition. It's going to be happening tomorrow at 1 p.m. PT, 4 p.m. ET. Going to be right here, twitch.tv/Teamfight Tactics. This is Gangly, Boop, Mortdog. We'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Be good.